I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
Brian Joe, everyone, with his rendition of his own song, Learning Curve, the title track off the same album. I highly recommend you check Brian out. His website is in the description, and you will love it. Great work, great work. As Lizard, sorry, throat, hang on. Sorry, my mouth. As Lizard, that's a hard word for me to say today. Lizard Bites put it. He likes the song's bass line especially well. Now, one quick let me get the intro out of the way first. Welcome to All Hat No Cattle, AHNC for short. My name is Hat, and I'll be your host today for several hours of reading pleasure. We'll be going over Chapter 10 of the DOJ's IG, which is the Department of Justice Inspector General, Michael Horowitz report on the FISA abuses put upon one Carter page by the incredibly corrupt Obama FBI system. It is a story in, I can't use words really, cronyism It doesn't even come close. Illegal behavior, disregard for the law, as I just said, disregard for human rights, for the Constitution, just running roughshod all over someone's civil liberties for the express written purpose of trying to get something on Donald Trump and his campaign so they could prevent him from becoming president. And then when that didn't work, prevent him from becoming an effective president. And guess what? That still hasn't worked. One housekeeping note. You guys will remember what was it, 6 weeks, 2 months ago? We read the entire the entire tranche of John Solomon articles and other items that he had scanned into the record at the Hill for our viewing pleasure. It had affidavits from a number of officials, descriptions of the legal team for Hunter Biden coming to the head of Ukraine and saying, hey, look, we're sorry about that prosecutor we got fired. We know he was a good guy. It's just, that it had to happen. That was written down, that was memorialized by the then president of the Ukraine. Or it could have been the head of the Department of Justice, but anyway, you get the drift. They did it purposely. So all this stuff about, he was a bad dude, everyone was clamoring for his firing. No, George Soros-backed organizations were clamoring for his firing. The U.S. State Department was clamoring for his firing, specifically because they had dirt on the entire U.S. diplomatic corps coming out of Ukraine, and they were worried that the non-prosecution list that Ambassador Yovanovitch had put out to the Ukrainians was going to get out. But most importantly, this is what I'm getting to. We read every month's bank statement from the Seneca Holdings that was put together by Devin Archer and Carter Page. And Devin Archer, if I'm not mistaken, is the stepson of Secretary of State Kerry. So there's no nepotism going on there. And, of course, one Hunter Biden. We saw that both of those people got checks from Burisma Holdings pretty much every month for a total of $83,333.33. And as Picasso knows so brightly pointed out to me after we did that story, that if you do that breakdown by 12 months or multiply by 12 months, you get $1 million. Gee, go figure. It was a breakdown of the millions he was getting. Now, ever since we read that and reported on that, there has been one news piece reported with that amount. One, and that was by Reuters a good month after we read that piece. No one else has backed it up. To this day, you still hear people saying Hunter was paid $50,000 a month by Burisma. Hunter was paid upwards of $50,000 a month from Burisma. I've heard one host, I think it was Sean, who finally said upward between $50,000 and $83,000. And that was as close as it was getting. I am tired of no one making the effort, and even Bongino gets it wrong. And I'm tired of no one making the effort to just go out there and look and see for themselves. It's in black and white. John Solomon did the reporting, for crying out loud. If you can't be bothered to read John Solomon's work, then you're not doing your job right, in my opinion. I love Dan Bongino. I love Sean. They're great reporters. They're great guys. But come on. It's the little things that matter too, guys. So there's my rant for the day. Okay, so what are we doing? We are here to read now Chapter 10 of the Horowitz FISA report, or FISA abuse report, I think would be more accurate. And on our rogues gallery to the left, as always, we have topping the totem pole, one Carter Page, for a West Point grad. So every time you hear talking about how you can't attack Lieutenant Colonel What's his name? Sandman, or Sadist, whatever the hell his last name is. You can't attack him for his testimony. You can't attack him for his integrity or anything like that because he's a military officer. Sorry, I'm pointing at him with my hand. Right here, folks, right here, top left. This is a, did I say West Point? I hope I didn't say West Point. Naval Academy. Naval Academy grad. And they rip him to shreds for 2.5 years. The left is nothing if not full of hypocrisy. Below, and I do mean that significantly below Carter Page, is Smiling James Comey, the head crook in this entire mess, starting with Crossfire Hurricane, the investigation into, I'm sorry, I got that wrong, starting with mid-year exam, the investigation into Hillary Clinton's email dishonesty, which we know by heart by now, and then Crossfire Hurricane, the investigation that led to the Carter Page FISA abuses. King James steps in here. The divorce court judge in Hunter Biden's trial just recused himself. He was the judge that forced Biden to take the DNA test to prove he was the father, plus release his private bank accounts. He's gone. Yeah, I did read about that judge recusing himself yesterday, but I didn't see any kind of a decent reason as to why he had. So I'll be fascinated to find out what's actually going on with that. But that is a good thing to bring up, King James. Thank you very much. Yeah, Hunter is toast. He is toast. This is all going to come out. I'm not so sure about that private investigation firm out of Florida, though. They're really throwing some stuff around. Counterfeiting? I'm not saying Hunter's not capable of that. I'm certain he's capable of it. But I don't know if he's had the time. Let me just put it that way. Now, certainly Devin Archer ran that Ponzi scheme with fake bonds for tribal lands and got caught with that. That's how we got those financial statements for Seneca Holdings because of the trial that Devin Archer went through. Those were released as part of discovery. Yeah, I didn't think he'd mentioned any reason. Well, here's hoping we find out, King James. Here's hoping we find out. Okay, so with all that said, let's get to it. This is Chapter 10, the use of other confidential human sources and undercover employees in Crossfire Hurricane. I have been looking forward to this chapter for a great long time. So this is crooked, isn't it? There we go. Continuing. In this chapter, we examine the FBI's use of confidential human sources, or CHSs, other than Steele, and its use of undercover employees, or UCEs, in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation to determine whether the FBI had placed any CHSs with the Donald J. Trump for President campaign or tasked any CHSs to report on the Trump campaign. SRS 4859 steps in the house. Happy New Year to you, good sir. It's yeah, and 2020 did sound like it's going to be a hell of a time back in 1980. You're quite out there for sure. Well, remember, Blade Runner came out in 1977, and the year it was predicting all of those futuristic and global shot the hell scenarios was in 2019. They were going to call it 2020 because I believe that was the year used in the Philip K. Dick novel that it was based on. Perhaps not. I haven't read. It wasn't a novel. It was more of a novella. But I haven't read that in quite some time. So the date may not have even been mentioned. But they didn't use 2020 because they thought it sounded too much like an eye test. It's a true story. Continuing. We found no evidence that the FBI placed any CHSs or UCEs within the Trump campaign or tasked any CHSs or UCEs to report on the Trump campaign. However, we found that the Crossfire Hurricane team did task several CHSs and UCEs during the 2016 presidential campaign, which resulted. Okay, so where's the distinction then between Carter Page, Papadopoulos, and a, quote, high-level Trump campaign official, unquote, who was not even part of this? Horowitz says that there was no spies reporting on the Trump campaign. I'm a little confused as to the difference between those. Is it a distinction without a difference, or are they saying that Papadopoulos and Page were peripheral campaign people, and therefore they could say that with accuracy? Not really sure what he's getting at there. Hopefully, he'll try to explain it later. Continuing. All of these CHS interactions were consensually monitored by the FBI. And by consensually monitored, if you weren't here the other day, that means the FBI and the CHS or UCE had agreed to record the conversation. The subject of the recording, a Page or Papadopoulos, or the high-ranking official that was not part of the investigation, they did not know about the recordings at all. So that consensual is very misleading. Continuing. We found that the Crossfire Hurricane team tasked CHSs to interact with Page and Papadopoulos, both during the time Page and Papadopoulos were advisors to the Trump campaign and after Page and Papadopoulos were no longer affiliated with the Trump campaign. So in other words, they weren't conspiring with the Russians at all initially, and then they weren't even with the campaign anymore, yet they were still spied upon. It's J. Edgar Hoover's FBI right there. Getting some buffering. Let's see, OBS shows very little on this end. Let me bring this over a little bit. You know, I got good throughput. Let me check the live streaming page here. No, looks good. Looks good. Maybe you need to peel that potato a little bit. If it keeps up, SRS 4859, let me know. We'll see what we can do. But right now, everything looks copacetic here. Continuing. We describe the types of information the CHS has sought to elicit from Page, Papadopoulos, and the high-level campaign official, as well as the information the CHS has obtained and the use, if any, that the Crossfire Hurricane team made of that information. We also determined that additional CHSs were tasked by the FBI to attempt to contact Papadopoulos, but that those attempted contacts did not lead to any operational activity. Yet they stayed with him even after he was off the campaign. Laura, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. And I didn't even lead with that, you guys. I apologize. A prosperous and safe and Happy New Year to all of you. I hope if you are the type who makes resolutions, you're able to follow through with them. And if you're not, then you won't lord that over the people who do and aren't able to follow them. It's 2020, the year of personal responsibility and humility, except for Democrats. Continuing. We also determined that additional CHSs were... Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I read that. In addition, we identified several individuals who had either a connection to candidate Trump or a role in the Trump campaign and were also FBI CHSs, but who were not tasked as a part of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. But, here we get to the but. One such CHS did provide the Crossfire Hurricane team with general information about Crossfire Hurricane subjects Carter Page and Paul Manafort, but we found that this CHS had no further involvement in the investigation. That amount of involvement alone should have had you make that person pull out of the campaign for an obvious conflict of interest, if not both of them. Continuing, we identified another CHS that the Crossfire Hurricane team first learned about in 2017 when the CHS voluntarily provided her handling agent with redacted, and redacted, which means, of course, that this was secure information that is not supposed to be let out to the public because it's obviously due to its redaction. And this person also was not pulled out of the Trump campaign. I'll say it over and over again until it stops making sense. But this is J. Edgar Hoover's FBI right here, folks. No ifs, ands, or buts. Continuing, these redacted were placed into the FBI's files and provided to the Crossfire Hurricane team for review, which determined there was not, quote, anything significant, unquote, in the redacted. They're so insignificant that you had to redact them from the report. Gotcha. Below, we provide additional information about the individuals who had either a connection to candidate Trump or a role in the Trump campaign, and who were also FBI spies, and explain why they were not tasked in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Finally, we learned during the course of our review that in August 2016, the supervisor of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, participated on behalf of the FBI in a strategic intelligence briefing given by the ODNI by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, or ODNI, to candidate Trump and his national security advisors, including General Michael Flynn, and in a separate strategic intelligence briefing given to candidate Clinton and her national security advisors. And of course, here's another example of, you have to be completely. Sorry, I lost my footrest. There we go. You have to be completely and utterly unquestioning and credulous about any testimony given by Lieutenant Colonel Sandman or Sandbagger or whatever the hell his name is. Yet General Michael Flynn, a combat veteran, 33 years, is allowed to be dragged through the mud by the FBI simply because he worked for the Trump campaign. After being illegally unmasked and set up by one James Comey and interviewed by Peter Strzok and Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, in the White House for an informal conversation that they then used as a basis to ring him up on a lying to the FBI charge, and which he is currently fighting with his incredible lawyer, Sidney Powell. I finally remembered her name. So no double standard here at all, folks. No double standard at all. Back up here a little bit, including General Michael Flynn, and in a separate strategic intelligence briefing given to candidate Clinton and her national security advisors. Although the briefing of candidate Trump and his advisors was not an undercover operation, bullshit. Continuing, because SSA-1 was introduced, Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, was introduced to the briefing participants as an FBI agent, we discussed this briefing in this chapter, including the reason why Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's Hatchet Man was in attendance and the observations that said Hatchet Man made as a result of his participation. Hey, Stevie Bananas. Nice to see you. I'm hoping that, like the rest of us here, that your New Year's will come, any of your resolutions will come to fruition. And even if you don't make resolutions, that this will be, as I have said before, a very happy and prosperous New Year for you, your family, and anyone you know. So God bless and enjoy 2020, folks. It's going to be a fun ride. And the observations that said that said Hatchet Man made as a result of his participation. Roman numeral 1, methodology. To review the FBI's use of spies and other spies in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the OIG was given broad access to highly classified information. In July 2018, the FBI's then Assistant Director, or AD, for the Counterintelligence Division, or CD, Bill Priestap, briefed the OIG regarding the FBI's spies and other spies who provided information for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. This briefing was based on CD's knowledge of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, as well as searches of the FBI's Sentinel and Delta databases. That brings us to footnote 457. As described in Chapter 2, the FBI maintains an automated case management system for all spy records, which the FBI refers to as Delta. The Delta file for each spy contains all of the personal and administrative information about the spies, as well as subfiles for unclassified reporting, classified reporting, validation documentation, and payment records. That was footnote 457. Continuing. In this briefing, Priestap described the FBI's operational use of spies other than Steele and his subsources, and the use of other spies in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Continuing. Separately, the OIG reviewed emails, text messages, and instant messages of the FBI agents, analysts, and supervisors working on the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, as well as contemporaneous handwritten notes to identify references to spies and other spies. Through our Delta searches and review of documents, we learned of additional spies who were discussed for potential use in Crossfire Hurricane, but ultimately were not tasked by the FBI, so they wanted even more of them. And continuing, we describe these spies in greater detail below. We also obtained and analyzed the FBI's index for the Crossfire Hurricane case file, as well as the indices of the Crossfire Hurricane subfiles for Papadopoulos, Carter Page, Manafort, and Flynn, who were named subjects of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. These indices reference activities undertaken by the Crossfire Hurricane team involving spies by listing the spy redacted in each line that pertains to spy activity. We then analyzed the underlying documents from the Crossfire Hurricane case file and subfiles that further described any activities involving spies. The OIG was also given access to the FBI's classified Delta database, which is the FBI's automated case management system for all spy records. We were able to review redacted the files of CHSs, or spies, who were used, as well as those who were considered for use in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Excuse me just a moment. Hey, David. Happy New Year. Sorry to hear about the bone pain. That sucks. By the way, I found out the other day that I am absolutely not, supposed to be sitting as much as I have over the last few weeks. But I made a decision, and I'm sticking by it. So if I need a little extra therapy for it, so be it. I feel fine. So I'm just saying I read my discharge instructions the other day for the first time, because I thought I knew all this stuff already, but that one was new, so blah, blah, blah. Sciatica. Oh man, that's a been there. You just want to cut your spine out when that's happening. Okay, continuing. Let's see here. The Delta files for these spies contained historical information, including when the FBI opened each spy, the issues on which the spy had reported, context reports for all interactions with the FBI, quarterly or QSSR reports, and annual or FOASR reports, FOASR reviews, of each spy, and where one had been performed, a human source validation report. For any spies that had been closed by the FBI, the Delta file also described the events that led to the closure and the basis for the FBI's decision. We also conducted word searches within the FBI's Delta database for a number of terms, including Trump and campaign, as well as the names of individuals who held leadership positions within the Trump campaign. We analyzed each of the Delta documents containing the search terms related to the Trump campaign and its members. The fact that they would be able to search in an FBI database, a classified database, for words including Trump and campaign, that is an indictment in and of itself of Obama's FBI, right there and then. And then it continued on to the Mueller investigation. And again, those were more hatchet men and women of the Obama administration, handpicked by one Robert Mueller, although we really believe that it was Andrew Weissman, his pit bull, who actually picked those people. And we saw how wonderful of a job they did in uncovering all of that horrible Russian collusion that put Trump over the top for the presidency. All of it. Yep, there you go. Continuing. We analyzed each of the Delta documents containing the search terms related to the Trump campaign and its members. In addition, for any spy identified through these word searches, we reviewed that spy's Delta file index for at least the 2016-2017 time period. Should have gone back to 2015, dude. Oh man, that is... Okay, I mean, I understand probably why Horowitz didn't. Because his purview, I hate to use that word, but it's correct here. His purview was the FISA abuses centered around Carter Page. And there was no indication that Page had been under surveillance before the FISA warrants were issued. Not saying that's true. I'm just saying there was no clear indication that would have given Horowitz the ability to go back that way. So it's maddening that he wasn't able to go back a year earlier, but it's understandable. Stevie Banana puts it best, pre-spying. Very nice. Pre-spying. I like it. Like pre-crime. It's a pre-investigation of a pre-crime. Backing up just a little bit, for at least the 2016-2017 time period, as well as CHS reports within that file as appropriate, to determine whether the spy contributed to the Crossfire Hurricane, and if so, how. We also interviewed numerous former and current department and FBI officials concerning the FBI's use of spies and other spies during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. All right, let me just point out real quickly here. Former department and FBI officials. We know that Comey and McCabe, for instance, declined to have their security clearances reinstated. I correct myself so that they wouldn't be able to review classified documents, which is an incredibly smart tactical move on their part, because that means they won't be able to look at any of the FISA applications in real time and be confronted with what they did and have to answer to it by comparing what they had said with what the actual document said. Yeah, it was a hell of a move. I don't think they can get away with that with Durham, though. Okay, so Roman numeral 2, background. Spies play an important role in the FBI's efforts to combat crime and protect national security by allowing law enforcement direct access to information that is often not available through other investigative means. At any one time, the FBI has thousands of active spies from diverse backgrounds who report on a wide variety of threats. We were told by the FBI that the relationship between a spy and the FBI may continue for many years, during which time a source may become inactive and then become active again. We were also advised that it is commonplace for CHSs to bring information to the FBI that is outside of his or her typical focus because that individual believes the information may be of interest or value to the FBI. In other words, pay me. Continuing. According to the FBI, its use of spies in counterintelligence investigations is common. But investigating political campaigns, political transitions, and political winners, presidents, is not, is it? Continuing. Prestep told the OIG that spies are an, quote, ordinary investigative tool, unquote, that are, quote, part and parcel of what FBI agents do in an investigative sense every day, close quote. Prestep added that the upper levels of FBI management, including the assistant director and the deputy director, are not usually advised when an investigative team wants to use a spy for a particular investigation. Now, see right there, that is ridiculous. You're using a spy, and the upper levels of FBI management, and certainly the DOJ themselves, are not informed of this going on. You know why? Because the upper echelons of the FBI and the upper echelons of the DOJ are political appointees, and they want to be able to run under the radar, have their own little fiefdoms of spies without having to answer to anyone who they feel might tell them, this is kind of risky politically, you better shut it down. They don't want to have to deal with that, so they're able to keep it sub rosa. Clever, these Japanese. That's a phrase from a World War II movie made back in the 40s during the war. Guys were on Iwo, I think, and they were checking out an area, and someone noticed a Japanese booby trap. And I believe it was a grenade chandelier, as they're known, where you have grenades hanging from a hair trigger wire under a tree, and they're covered with brush. So if you hit it with your head, they'll drop and explode. I believe that's what it was. Anyway, so that's a phrase I picked up, and I've used it for decades and decades. I know right now it may be considered a slur, but it's mine, damn it, and I'm using it. Yes, Speaker, I saw you sneak in. Happy New Year to you, sir. Happy New Year to you, and I wish a safe and prosperous one to you and your family and friends as well. Enjoy this, what will prove to be, in my humble opinion, a great, great year for us. Uncle Bobbity, hello, take me to your reader. Once again, by the way, Uncle Bobbity, I saw your post on yesterday's video. Quite possibly the best post I've ever gotten on any video. It was really something else, very entertaining and erudite at the same time. So that was really, really worth reading. Everyone, if you haven't had a chance, look at the comment section of yesterday's video, the trailer for today, and read Uncle Bobby's comment. It will blow you away. And Uncle Bobbity, real quickly, I just got to let you know, I'm done with HB. the anti-Zionism and the JQ stuff he keeps throwing around have finally angered me to the point where I can't take it anymore. So before it was just kind of edgy, and now it's gotten flat out mean-spirited. So I'm done, just so you know. Continuing. Let's see. So we covered why they don't tell people about spies. Indeed, the FBI Confidential Human Source Policy Guide, or CHS-PG, specifies that, quote, daily oversight responsibility for spies resides with the Supervisory Special Agent, or SSA, who must review all communications regarding the spies on his squad and activities, as described in Chapter 2. The FBI policies allow for the use of quote-unquote sensitive sources, a category which includes individuals who are quote, prominent within domestic political organizations, close quote, the use of spies in sensitive monitoring circumstances, and the undisclosed participation of spies in organizations exercising First Amendment rights. Thank you, Uncle Bobby. I'm glad it doesn't create any friction between us. I was coming back up. Let's watch this for a second. Okay, we're back up. You guys might have gotten some buffering just a bit ago. The connection basically stopped, but it's back. So if you're frozen for any reason, you're not seeing anything, go ahead and refresh, and you should be fine. Let's see here. Continuing. The use of spies in these circumstances requires heightened levels of supervisory approval to safeguard constitutional rights and protect civil liberties. Oh, yeah, that happened here. Continuing. In our analysis in Chapter 11, we explain why those requirements did not apply to any of the spies or other spy activities undertaken in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation from its inception through the November 8, 2016 elections. Roman numeral 3, strategy and planning for use of spies and other spies in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Capital A, strategy for use of spies and other spies in Crossfire Hurricane. Very dry today. I'm going to step away after I take this drink and turn up the humidifier. I think I've got it down too low. Thankfully, I don't have to use Kleenex every 5 minutes like I was before. That finally cleared up. Okay, I'll be right back. And we're back. At least some of us. It may not be all here, as usual. This is a little crooked. I had it all set up earlier. That's correct, Laura. That's what we're talking about. Okay, enough of my problems. Let's get back to this. As I said, capital A, strategy for use of spies and other spies in Crossfire Hurricane. The agents and analysts and supervisors who worked on Crossfire Hurricane told the OIG that spies played an important role in the investigation. The section chief of CD's Counterintelligence Analysis Section, or Intel Section Chief, told the OIG that the use of spies was, here's a quote, viewed as one of the best avenues. Man, I just cannot keep my mouth wet today. Continuing, that the use of spies was, and again quoting, viewed as one of the best avenues to potentially get some meat on the bones of the allegation that came through that started the case, to get somebody talking about what reality was, even if that reality was this guy, Papadopoulos, knows nothing, or this is what happened that actually explains that predication. It was one of those few avenues available to us in that moment where you could start to get some clarity around that initial predicating allegation. The idea was to get a source to develop enough of a relationship to be able to ask some relatively pointed questions around the Russia issue to try to get clarity on that predicating information. Let's just step back a second here and ask ourselves pointed questions. It was not begun with a pointed question, dude. It was begun, the investigation with Papadopoulos, was begun with Misfud walking up to Papadopoulos and saying, the Russians have Hillary's emails, thousands of them, and could help the Trump campaign with that. And whenever that was brought up to Papadopoulos, if not then, in the future, he always said, this is not something we do. This is treason. We're never going to do something like that. Quite often. I don't know how many times he denied that particular idea, but he denied it every chance he got. Yet they still charged him. Hey, Deborah Ellis. Good morning or afternoon. I forget what time zone you're in. Enjoy it either way. Very glad to see you here. I hope your Christmas holiday went wonderfully, and Laura, I hope your Hanukkah went very well too. I am very sorry, by the way, about the Monson attack. That was horrific. I hope the person in the hospital is able to recover from what had to have been a very, very serious wound. Our prayers, obviously, in the Hatt household, go out to all the people who were injured by that, both physically and mentally. And I hope that guy burns. I hope they fry him like bacon. Sorry. Yeah, enough of that. And Lizard Bites. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Another aside. I know I'll never get through this. Lizard Bites, I got my copy of Sorcerer today. Oh, man. My connection keeps dropping. But it was a great viewing experience. Much as I remembered, I loved it. I had forgotten how the movie had been titled, and I realized, as other people have said, it's probably the worst title for a movie ever made, especially considering what movie had come out by Friedkin before it. Another couple things I would have handled differently, but all in all, definitely one of my favorite movies. So thank you for that conversation that brought me around to it. There's a great wiki article on it, by the way, folks. If you look at it's not The Sorcerer, it's Sorcerer. William Friedkin, Roy Scheider. Look that up. And John, I don't know if I said hi to you. I'm glad you're home. I'm glad you got home okay. And we'll try to keep you entertained even further. I will shut up about my Christmas and get on with it. It was a great Christmas, by the way. I'll just say that. New Year's was fun, too. Continuing. Case Agent 2 agreed that the best way to find the truth was to get a human source to gather information, quote, to tell us where the problem is, period, close quote. The witnesses we interviewed gave the OIG 3 practical reasons for focusing on operations using spies in the investigation. First, the case agents said they were conscious that they were working on a compressed time frame and told us that spies can be an effective tool for quickly obtaining information such as the telephone numbers and email addresses of the named subjects. And you couldn't just go to the NSA and ask for those because then they'd know what you were up to, right? Continuing. Second, early in the investigation, the Crossfire Hurricane team discovered that it had an existing FBI spy who had previously interacted with named subjects on the investigation. Then Deputy General Counsel Tricia Anderson, who I believe is the only one in this report who did not leave under a cloud of suspicion or was fired. Tricia Anderson actually did her job properly and was able to move on to, I believe, the private sector after she left the FBI, although that information is fairly scant. But anyway, continuing, Tricia Anderson told the OIG that using such a source operationally in a counterintelligence investigation is, quote, an obvious selection because of those pre-existing relationships, close quote. Joe Piekka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that, quote, if we have a source who has direct contact with predicated subjects, we can run potential consensual monitoring, and we know what consensual monitoring is, operations and use undercovers, and that was a better use of our limited time and resources, close quote. Case Agent 2 added that in thinking about which spies to use, the Crossfire Hurricane team, quote, didn't have resources to start going out to every field office and sensitizing sources, close quote, so using an existing spy to conduct operations against the Crossfire Hurricane subjects made sense. If the investigation was so time sensitive, then why did it continue after the election? It doesn't sound very time sensitive to me to get 3 renewals after President Trump is inaugurated. Before he's inaugurated and continuing into his presidency. It doesn't sound very time sensitive to me at all. But that's just me. I take a lot of drugs, so who knows. Continuing. Oh, and real quickly, too. They keep quoting Case Agent 2 in this section about spies when it was Case Agent 1 who was there from the beginning when those spies were first introduced into the campaign. Why is only Case Agent 2 talking about it right now? Just a question. Continuing. Third, multiple witnesses told the OIG that they were very concerned about preventing leaks regarding the nature and existence of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Joe Piekka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that one of the overriding concerns was keeping information about the investigation out of the public realm because the team did not want to impact the presidential election in any way. Yeah, that's why you got Trump's national security advisor fired by illegally unmasking him and then sandbagging him in the White House after Comey sent you goons over to grill him under the guise of a friendly conversation. A conversation that initially, I believe, the 302s mentioned that he was not defined as being untruthful to their sensibilities. Yet the 302 that came out that is in the file says that he was untruthful. And Sidney Powell is searching high and far for that missing 302. And it is, at this point, missing from the FBI. Interesting how that happened. SSA 1 told the OIG that one of the overriding concerns was keeping information about the investigation out of the public realm because the team did not want to impact the presidential election in any way. I read that. Priestap said that in an effort to prevent leaks, the investigative team was kept to a, quote, small group to try to control the information from getting out. Dude, it's the FBI. You people leak like a boat made out of a screen door material. I believe it's called mesh. And there's no way that you guys were able to keep any leaks from getting out because you have people like Comey and McCabe and Strzok involved in it. You knew they were leakers. That's one of the reasons you chose them. Capital B, planning for operations involving spies and other spies. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that he and the case agents were responsible for planning how to use spies in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, footnote 458. The FBI's CHSPG allowed an SSA to approve the operation of spies for all of the circumstances involved in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, except for a heightened approval requirement for extraterritorial operation of a spy, which applied to one of the Crossfire Hurricane spies' operations addressed in this chapter. We determined that the heightened approval requirement was met in the applicable circumstances. And there's a footnote for the book on how to run a spy. A reference, I should say. All right, that was footnote 458. Continuing. Case Agent 1, or as we know him, poor put upon Case Agent 1, Case Agent 2, and Case Agent 3 likewise told us that plans for the operational activities using spies and other spies were driven by the agents and Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 said that the investigative team was not, quote, told to do anything specifically. It usually emanated from us coming up with our plans and operations, close quote. Right. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. Right. Continuing, the Intel Section Chief told the OIG the same thing, that the decisions about the use of spies and other spies for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, let me add that, were made by the case agents and, I'm so sorry, and Peter Strzok's hatchet man, and then approved through the chain of command. Referenced hatchet man told the OIG he did not remember any instances of then Section Chief Peter Strzok expressing opinions about how spies should be used or not used, or instructing the team on how to task the spies. Right. Peter Strzok is one of the people running this freaking investigation. If you're telling me he never had any input on how the spies were used or how to use them, this sounds to me like a bunch of people getting together and getting their story straight, as we have seen many times before. Hopefully, when Durham starts rolling them up into a little flute, a flauta, if you will, they're going to start talking properly, and we'll see what we get. See what we get. So that was footnote 459. Strzok was promoted to CD Section Chief in February 2016 and later to Deputy Assistant Director, or DAD, of CD's Operation Branch 1 on September 4, 2016. How convenient. That was footnote 459. Case Agent 1, poor put upon, told the OIG that he did not recall Strzok, quote, telling us to do anything or directing us to do anything, close quote, and did not remember, quote, anything Strzok did on his own, close quote. Yeah, again, no one's getting their story straight here. No one at all. Footnote 460, this one issue Case Agent 1, poor put upon, remembered Strzok weighing in on was how aggressively to task one of the spies. Case Agent 1 told the OIG he remembered Strzok voicing concern that the investigative team was using the spies, quote-unquote, too often, and that repeated use of a spy could possibly raise suspicions. They didn't have to raise suspicions. These guys were telling the truth the entire time, that they had nothing to do with Russians any step of the way, but Peter Strzok couldn't be bothered to understand the truth because he had a narrative to uphold. That was footnote 459. No, I'm sorry, that was 460. Let me continue. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG he disagreed and thought the team should be more aggressive, quote, given the compressed time frame in which we had to operate, close quote, and we've commented on that already, but characterized the discussion as, quote, just a normal kind of give and take, close quote, that occurs in planning spy operations. Continuing. Similarly, Case Agent 2 told the OIG that he had no memory of Strzok ever, quote, coming in and saying, nope, I don't want this, I want this, close quote. Case Agent 3 told us he remembers talking to Strzok on, quote unquote, a couple of occasions, but Case Agent 3 said he could not, quote, remember engaging him in a whole lot, close quote. Priestep told the OIG that there were no operational decisions involving spies for which Strzok was the sole decision maker. No one necessarily said he was the sole decision maker, but if you don't believe that he put pressure on these people to do what he wanted them to do, that's another thing entirely. That's another kettle of fish. Let me bring this a little closer. Here we go. I had this all centered up earlier. Now it's all over the place. And I hate an uneven camera. Blame it on my background. Continuing. Strzok's description of his role matched the information provided by the case agents, Joe Pieka, Strzok's hatchet man, and Priestep. Strzok told the OIG that there were no investigative steps or operational decisions that he made on his own, independent of the team. With respect to CHS or spy operations, Strzok told the OIG that his role was not exercising decision-making authority, but rather, quote, awareness and oversight, close quote. Strzok told the OIG he received briefings on the use of spies, but that, quote, by and large, the kind of day-to-day operational use of sources was at a lower level than me, close quote. Dude, how lower? How much lower could these people have been when the initial part of the investigation was set up with a handful of upper echelon headquarters people that involved basically you guys and spies? There were no low-level FBI people involved in this thing. No case agents outside of your headquarters team. No field offices until January when the second team organization was brought in. And then in April when the third team organization was brought in to try and give people more access and more flexibility to what was going on. And which resulted in a tiny bit more oversight, but not too damn much. Man, these people just lying through their teeth. This just goes to show that Adam Schiff is not the only inveterate liar in government. The FBI has them in spades. Continuing. Strzok said that decisions on operations involving spies were made at the team level, and FBI managers were told by the team, quote, we've got these operations coming up. This is how we're going to use, close quote, each spy. The FBI's Office of the General Counsel, or OGC unit chief, told the OIG that, following a briefing in August 2016, then Deputy Director Andrew McCabe was, quote, on board with using the sources and using them quickly given the timing issue, close quote. And again, we've already talked about the timing issue and how bogus that phrase really is. Continuing, however, the OGC unit chief added that McCabe did not give direction about what sources to use and how, footnote 461, a big one. The only express direction we found that McCabe gave regarding the use of a spy concerned a former FBI spy who contacted an FBI agent in an FBI field office in late July 2016 to report information from, quote, a colleague who runs an investigative firm hired by two entities, and parenthetically, the Democratic National Committee, as well as another individual who was not named, to explore Donald Trump's long-standing ties to Russian entities, close quote. What long-standing ties to what Russian entities, pray tell? The former CHS also gave the FBI agent a list of, quote, individuals and entities who have surfaced in the investigative teams, I got that wrong, who have surfaced in the investigative firm's examination, which, close quote, which the former spy described as, quote, mostly public source material, close quote. In other words, worthless. And that right there, mostly public source material, gives credence to the theory that Nellie Orr had a great deal to play in this quote-unquote dossier manufacturing, and also, to that matter, the proto-dossier that Glenn Simpson was putting together, obviously using innuendo, lies, and Nellie Orr's public source information as well. Yeah, read Dan Bongino's book, Exonerated, to get a real good rundown of the proto-dossier and how that came about. I had never heard of it before I read the book, and it is a highly well-written book. Dan Bongino is, in my mind, one of the true Renaissance mans, or Renaissance mans, depending on where you went to school, of our time, and I predict even bigger and better things for him in the future. And he's doing really great work right now. I can see him having his own Fox show in a few years, and then still running the podcast, because that's growing by leaps and bounds. So, not my thoughts, my rambling thoughts. Continuing with footnote 461. In mid-September 2016, McCabe told Joe Piekta, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, to instruct the FBI agent from the field office not to have any further contact with the former spy and not to accept any information regarding the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. McCabe told the OIG he did not remember giving those instructions and could not tell us why he might have done so. We found no evidence that the FBI reopened the former spy for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or tasked the former CHS or spy in connection with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. How convenient. I'm sure everything was written down in order to create a very firm and complete paper trail. That was footnote 461. Continuing. The OGC unit chief also did not remember any position that Lisa Page ever took about whether to use any of the spies and said that Lisa Page had no final say over decisions on operations involving spies. And that's footnote 462. Everything that I've read and have heard regarding Lisa Page and Crossfire Hurricane said that she was pretty much a very peripheral player, that she was not nearly as involved as she was in mid-year exam. Oh, Laura, happy Hanukkah. What a great gift. Bongino's book. Oh, what a great gift. Whoever's on your Christmas giving list, I'm sorry, Gentile force of habit. Whoever's on your Hanukkah giving list, give them a kiss on the cheek for me. Quickly, with the SRS 4859, Dan Bongino talks straight, no mincing of words, which is refreshing, absolutely. And not only does he not mince words, his vocabulary is extensive, as is his body of knowledge. I have yet to hear anyone else on the political front, any political commentator whatsoever, mention the neural anatomy of a synapse pathway the way he does. This guy's good, folks. This guy's really good. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but oh well, then definitely give him a peck on the cheek for me, and a happy after Hanukkah. Okay, that was footnote 461. Continuing, or was that 462? No, that was 461. Wait a minute. I don't even think I got to read 462. That's what we're supposed to be on. Put upon Case Agent 1, Case Agent 2, and Case Agent 3 each told us that they were not aware of any decision-making by Lisa Page in the investigation and that they had little to no interaction with her. Okay, now we're caught up. All right, that was 462. Continuing. Priestap told the OIG that in the updates that the deputy director, and EAD received, they were not provided with the, quote, details of how each confidential human source was going to be used going forward, close quote. And that is a complete failing of FBI regulations to properly conduct an investigation using spies. And again, it's solely to keep that information from political appointees so they can have a say in exactly how accurate these charges are and whether or not these spies should be allowed to continue, as we've said before. Let's see, continuing. During his OIG interview, McCabe said that he did not expect the Crossfire Hurricane team to brief him on every spy and that he did not direct the Crossfire Hurricane team to use any specific spies. Rather, he said that it was the responsibility of the investigative team, quote, to make the assessments, close quote, of which spies to use and how to use them. He added that FBI policies contain no requirement for a case agent to, quote, get the deputy director's opinion on whether a source operation is a good idea or not, what the limitations. I missed a word there. Source operation is a good idea or not, or what the limitations should be, close quote. So just allowing low-level agents to run roughshod over investigations, throwing spies in and out with no direct contact with any of the upper echelon people. Fabulously ridiculous. Continuing. The OGC unit chief also told us that members of the investigative team identified the spies and other spies they wanted to use and proposed the operational activities as, quote, the best way to try and get the answer quickly and covertly, close quote. She said that under FBI policy, Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, had the authority to approve the types of spy operations used in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. The department was not part of the discussions regarding how to use FBI spies and other spies to further the investigation. Department approval was not required to conduct operations using spies and other spies, and the OGC unit chief told the OIG that the FBI does not, quote, generally loop in DOJ to discuss source operations, close quote, in counterintelligence investigations because the FBI is very protective of its source base and the identity of its spies. Okay, so let's see. What does the CIA use when it has sources that they don't want to identify by name at all, or even a code name? I believe it was called a DITAF or a BITAF, which I know I'm getting it slightly wrong. I'm in the ballpark, but it was a two-letter designation that had nothing to do with the name whatsoever. And the CIA had a two-letter designation for Carter Page, and whenever they referred to him in communications with the FBI, they used the DITAF or BITAF as opposed to naming Carter Page, but they had given the FBI basically the key to knowing who they were referring to. So, and how they did that, I'm not sure. Obviously, with the FBI, there's no such thing as secure email. So how they got that information to them is anybody's guess. Maybe they routed it through Hillary's server. I don't know. Which means the Chinese know. And everybody else knows. But anyway, so why can't the FBI do something similar? And then just discuss the spy or other spy with the DOJ and say, we have this coded identity and this coded identity and maybe one or two others, we're not sure how we're going to use them yet, running an op on these people or at least people connected to the Trump campaign, because we have reason to believe they've been approached by Russians and are going to be using that influence to try and influence the election against Hillary Clinton. There, you've given away nothing. You've read in the DOJ, and they know nothing other than the bare bones about the investigation, which they should damn well know to begin with. I mean, the president knows, so why shouldn't the DOJ know? Man. Continuing. The OGC unit chief also told us that members of the investigative team identified the spies and other spies they wanted to use and proposed the operational activities as, quote, the best way to try and get the answer quickly and covertly, close quote. Did I already read that? Let's see here. I beg your pardon, I did read that. I already read that whole paragraph. All right, wipe that from your memories. Continuing, bottom paragraph here on page 310. In determining how to use CHSs in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, SSA-1 and the case agents told the OIG that they focused their CHS operations on the predicating information and the 4 named subjects. Were put upon case agent 1 told the OIG that the team, quote, had a very narrow mandate, close quote, and that was, quote, a mandate to look at these 4 individuals and see if there's any potential cooperation between themselves and the Russian government. That was our goal in that investigation, close quote. Yeah, and for 11 months, you found nothing, ever, regarding Russian collusion with the Trump campaign, and you never backed off once. Narrow mandate, right? That's why that's why Manafort was charged with tax evasion and money laundering, because they had a very narrow mandate. Right. Check something real quickly here. Okay. Continuing. He, and that is, let me see, who are we talking about here? Joe Piecka. No, Case Agent 1, excuse me. Case Agent 1's talking here. He added that they were focused on the information from the Friendly Foreign Government, or FFG, meaning Australia, and Alexander Downer in particular, quote, and wanted to prove or disprove it as best we could, close quote, but also, quote, wanted to make sure that it didn't get broadcast out and we didn't harm the electoral process, close quote. Like you were damn well concerned with the electoral process. That just burns my shorts right there. Continuing. Case Agent 2 told the OIG that the Crossfire Hurricane team was, quote, focused on 4 predicated subjects, close quote. He stated that the core of the investigation was, quote, literally looking at the predication and saying, okay, who reasonably could have been in a position to receive such... I knew I should have taken a drink before I started that sentence. Let me do this over again. Case Agent 2 stated that the core of the investigation was, quote, literally looking at the predication and saying, okay, who reasonably could have been in a position to receive suggestions from the Russians, close quote. Case Agent 2 also said that in his, quote, experience over 20 years in the FBI, a human source every time is going to answer that question, close quote. Yeah, close quote. And so the team had, quote, to start thinking about what human sources we can use, close quote. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, also told the OIG that he did not have any information that the use of the spies was motivated in any way by political objects rather than investigative objectives. He said that there was, quote, no inkling of that. I never detected that or had any indication of that, close quote. Priestap likewise told the OIG he was not aware of anyone's political preferences playing any role in the tasking of the spies. Notice he said, not aware. Not that there wasn't any, that he was not aware. That's a very, very slick way of saying I'm not answering that question. And again, it comes back to what Horowitz had to say in all of his testimony. I found no testimonial, or what was the other word? Documentation. Actually, other way around. No documentary or testimonial evidence to prove bias. It's all over the place, especially once you get into the renewals. It's obviously rampant bias, but as Horowitz said in the second Senate hearing report, I believe it was with the Judiciary Committee, that there was either gross negligence or incredible bias. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty close to what he said. He did not give a spectrum in between the two. It was one or the other. And go figure which one you would be most interested in believing. Continuing, Priestap said that if he had seen any indication that Strzok was taking investigative actions for political reasons, Priestap would have removed Strzok from the Crossfire Hurricane team. So in other words, Priestap was not paying attention to a damn thing. Continuing, Priestap said that he, quote, absolutely would not have tolerated, close quote, politicization of the investigation, and that he never saw anything to indicate that type of activity was occurring. Yeah. Bill, why did you get fired again? Could you remind me? All right, capital C. Absence of FBI's spies inside the Trump campaign. All the witnesses we interviewed told the OIG that the FBI did not try to recruit members of the Trump campaign as spies, did not send spies to collect information in Trump campaign headquarters or Trump campaign spaces, and did not ask spies to join the Trump campaign or otherwise attend campaign-related events as part of the investigation. All right, so now we know what Horowitz's dividing line is between spies being used against the Trump campaign, and I still don't quite get it, but anyway, what he's saying is there were no spies used in the Trump campaign because they did not try to recruit members of the Trump campaign as spies, even though they had two spies in the Trump campaign, and one of them passed on information to the FBI, thereby making them a source. So there's a nice distinction missed by Horowitz. They did not send spies to collect information in Trump campaign headquarters or Trump campaign spaces. So Carter Page, Carter Page, George Papadopoulos, they were on the periphery. They were advisors, so they don't count as being part of the Trump campaign, according to Horowitz. And Manafort had been associated with the campaign and then was forced out or quit, one of the two, when the Black Ledger was released by the Ukrainians, piece of false information all the way around. Right. It's just so maddening. I like Horowitz as a general rule, but there are some times where his ruler just has a big curve in it sometimes. Between him and Ray, it's hard to get a straight answer sometimes. Okay, continuing. Using the methodology described above, we found no information indicating otherwise. Priestap told the OIG he knew of no effort by the FBI to infiltrate the Trump campaign. This is... When you get a warrant, a FISA, against somebody, the information collecting doesn't start the hour you get the warrant. it starts way back when. You could go into someone's history, emails, phone calls, and text messages, bank records, etc., etc., etc. So even though they got the warrant after Page had left the campaign due to leaks about him being under investigation by the FBI, when they got that warrant, they were able to do a deep dive into his stuff when he was still with the campaign. So don't give me this crap that there was no effort to infiltrate the campaign. That is a complete and total lie, trying to get past people unlike us who actually know nothing about what's going on and believe that the wiretapping doesn't start until the FISA warrant's passed and there's no recapitulation of his other stuff. Just like people believe that when Trump was impeached, Mike Pence was taking over the White House and that Nancy Pelosi was going to become vice president. That's the level of intellect we're dealing with. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Continuing, Priestap said the investigation, this is a quote, was about a foreign adversary trying to mess with our free and fair election system. You mean like Hillary bringing in bought and paid for Russian dirt on Trump? None of it was true? I mean, that kind of foreign investigation? Adversary, I should say, messing with our free and fair election? Oh, wait, that's a Democrat. They don't investigate Democrats for anything. That's against the law. Continuing. We wanted to know if any U.S. persons... I'm going to need more tea. Hello, Harley. How are you? Bed's open, kitty cat. Go up there and enjoy it. No, I'm not petting you, because when I pet you, you keep yelling, asking for more, and that means I can't get anything done. But if I ignore you, you jump up on the bed and relax, and everybody's happy. So you are being ignored, kitty cat. Deliberately. Not maliciously, but deliberately. There we go. I'm going through the tea really fast today. Okay. Here we go. By the way, is the lighting decent? I should say Picasso knows, and I picked out a new lamp the day after that last one burned out. It's a little different. Not as tall as I would have liked it to be, but it seems to be doing the illumination pretty evenly. So hopefully you like it. If not, say something, and I'll try to adjust it and make it better. It's hard to do lighting from the sides as opposed to having it in front of me. I have no room behind the computer table for a lamp. Let's see. Free and fair election system. Continuing, this is pre-stop. We wanted to know if any U.S. persons assisted in any way. In no way was it an investigation into the political process. You liar. Continuing. It's not the FBI's role in any way to try to monitor or investigate campaigns. That's exactly what you were doing. You didn't investigate Hillary for introducing a bogus, quote-unquote, dossier into the system. Thank you, Laura. I'm glad you like it. I appreciate your input. But, yeah, so it was totally designed to spy on the Trump campaign. We know that FBI agents were meeting with Hillary lawyers during Crossfire Hurricane. They were giving her information. Now, luckily there was nothing to give, but we don't know what else might have been passed on. Say maybe that those files that the CHS in the Trump campaign passed to their handler, and which were then entered into the FBI data system. And if you remember from early on in the text here, one of the earlier chapters, if not the opening index, it was stated quite clearly that when Horowitz found those documents, those files, in the Delta system, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't the Delta system, it was the other system, he had them purged immediately. That's how hacked he was at finding that information. And the FBI had it in their files, just in case they needed it. J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, folks. Okay, Priestap added, continuing, that the FBI wasn't, and here's a quote, after policies and plans. But you got some, didn't you? Continuing, we were after some specific information about possible collusion with the Russians, and you never got any. Continuing, we never tried to develop somebody and insert them into the campaign. Misfud, Halper, Azra Turk, you liar. Continuing, I'm actually pretty darn confident we could have been able to do that if that was the objective. The FBI is pretty good at developing sources and inserting them into situations to advance our investigations. I know of, weasel words here, I know of no conversation in which that was a plan on the part of the FBI's, okay, that's a mistype there. It should just say FBI, not FBI's. Unbelievable. Again, Priestap isn't there for a reason. Continuing, another person who isn't at the FBI anymore for a very good reason. McCabe told us, the OIG, that he was never involved in any discussions about placing an FBI spy into the Trump campaign to further the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or for any other purpose. Former Director James Comey told the OIG that if there had been an effort to place a spy within the Trump campaign, and again, here's another piece of dirt who belonged nowhere near the criminal justice system, place a spy within the Trump campaign, he would have expected to have been notified of that. He also said he had no knowledge of any FBI spies that had been asked by the FBI to join the Trump campaign in any capacity. Small sucker to the harm you did, Comey. Small placation indeed. Continuing, and no information that would support an allegation that the FBI had been spying on the Trump campaign. Okay, once again, they had a spy in the Trump campaign who was not tasked to be there, but yet forwarded information to the FBI from the campaign, and material that's so sensitive it was redacted every time it's been referenced in the report, and the FBI kept it. So, screw you, Comey and McCabe and Strzok and Priestap. Roman numeral 4. Use of spies and other spies in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Capital letter 8. No spies and other spies used prior to the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. In our review, we did not find any evidence that the FBI used spies or other spies to interact with members of the Trump campaign prior to the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. All the members of the Crossfire Hurricane team told the OIG that no investigative steps of any type were taken prior to receipt of the predicating information for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation on July 28, 2016, and we found no evidence to the contrary. No evidence to the contrary. Well, there is a number of people's theory, including the first person I heard it from, Dan Bongino, that the Joseph Misfud was not an FBI agent or spy. He was tasked by the CIA to go after Papadopoulos. And that would not have shown up in Horowitz's review of Crossfire Hurricane, because he was not allowed to look at other agencies. He had to stick with the DOJ. That's his OIG purview, nowhere else to go. But after quote unquote, the predication for Crossfire Hurricane, then, oh boy, all bets are off. Spies aplenty. Continuing. All the members of the Crossfire Hurricane team told the OIG that no investigative steps of any type were taken prior to... I already read that. I beg your pardon. And again, another lie. Continuing. We investigated allegations that the FBI used specific individuals to undertake CHS activities, spy activities, prior to the predication of Crossfire Hurricane. For example, we investigated an allegation that the FBI sent a spy known as, quote, Henry Greenberg, close quote, by other aliases, to meet with Trump advisors Roger Stone and Michael Caputo in March 2016 to offer to sell derogatory information about Hillary Clinton for $2 million. We found no evidence in the FBI's Delta files or from witness testimony that this individual was acting as an FBI spy for any purpose in 2016. And again, just because there's no paper trail doesn't mean it didn't happen. Do you think that the FBI is actually going to create records that are able to be searched by the OIG of anything they did without proper predication? Seriously. Now, I know Roger Stone can play fast and loose with facts. Although I trust him more than James Comey and Andrew McCabe combined. Michael Caputo, I know nothing about. But the two of them together coming up with this event, I think has more weight to it than anything the FBI says about, well, we didn't have a spy out there at the time. I'm more inclined to believe Stone and Caputo. Remember, they turned it down because they said they weren't going to pay for information. Not that that was too much. Not that they would have offered $500,000. They said they're not going to pay for information. Continuing. We also investigated wow, I got ahead of myself. We also investigated an allegation raised by Papadopoulos that the FBI used Joseph Misford, a Maltese citizen who was living in London and serving as a university professor, to pass information to Papadopoulos in April 2016 as a setup so that the FBI could predicate the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Papadopoulos raised this possibility during his October 25, 2018 testimony before the House Judiciary Committee and House Committee on Government Reform and Oversight by stating that Misford might have been, quote, working with the FBI, and this was some sort of operation, close quote, to entrap Papadopoulos. Very, very likely, and as we just discussed, Misford was most likely CIA or, oh gosh, what's that? There's another place that runs spies. They were running Halper. Something with the Defense Department. This was the one that had the slush fund that paid Halper hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for what looked like pretty specious work. And there was a whistleblower who pointed it out. And of course, since he was an Obama administration whistleblower, he was fired and investigated for possible mishandling of government documents and even treason. So another whistleblower had their life ruined under the Obama administration, while if it's a whistleblower against Trump, then they not only are able to break all the rules when it comes to creating reports, creating whistleblower reports on presidential conversations that they have no right to file a complaint about whatsoever, but they're also allowed to keep their name secret. And that if you mention the name on YouTube, you will get scrubbed. Your video will be taken down, and you may even get a guideline strike. Even though the name has been reported in the press and has been mentioned by President Trump, it is out there. Yet if you say it on YouTube, you're going to get your private parts slapped into the mud. And there's no law, no statute, no gentleman's agreement that whistleblowers have their identity kept secret. It's another example of the Democrats. Office of Net Assessment. Thank you, Picasso Knows. Thank you. I knew I wasn't going to get it right because it's not a set of words that mean anything to me, and I could never remember the acronym ONA. Once again, folks, Picasso Knows, best executive producer on the planet. Let's hear it for her. She keeps me going. She keeps me going literally, too. But, yeah, great job, sweetie, great job. But, well, I said all I needed to say about that. Continuing. The FBI's Delta files contain no evidence that Miss Foote had ever acted as an FBI spy, footnote 463, let me finish the sentence, and none of the witnesses we interviewed or documents we reviewed had any information to support such an allegation. Yeah. So once again, everybody had their act together, and they might not have even known that Miss Foote was a CIA or ONA plant. Okay, first footnote 463. Oh, real quickly, if you haven't listened to the Papadopoulos transcripts from his closed-door testimony last year, you gotta do it. If you're reading Dan Bongino's book, you've got to read Papadopoulos' story, even if you don't read George's book, which I highly recommend as well. But you've got to listen to my breakdown of his testimony. It is stunning, absolutely stunning testimony. Okay, footnote 463. As previously noted, we searched the FBI's Delta database for evidence of FBI spies interacting with Papadopoulos and other targets of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and found no evidence of such interactions other than the spies specifically described in this chapter. And then footnote 464, which is heavily redacted, the FBI also requested information on redacted. Thank you very much, FBI. That was footnote 464. In addition, we investigated whether the FBI tasked any spies to meet with Carter Page prior to the opening of Crossfire Hurricane. We found no evidence that the FBI had. I don't remember that happening. They were going after Page because of his meetings with Russians in Russia and his interactions with Russians on U.S. soil, interactions that led to 3 Russian spies being indicted. 2 fled the country, but 1 was caught and is serving time for espionage. Yet none of that was on without his cooperating with the CIA fully. And of course, the FBI pretended they didn't know that. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Laura. I should have also said to read the transcript. You don't have to listen to me babble about it. That's a very good point, and I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I put the link to his transcript in the description of that piece, but you can just search also George Papadopoulos, spell the name right, closer transcript, and you'll get it, I'm sure. But thank you, Laura, for putting that in there. I appreciate it. Hollywood, welcome. I'm sorry you snuck in without my seeing you. Great to have you here. And as I've said to everyone else, a Happy New Year, and I wish you a safe and prosperous 2020 to you, your families, and friends. And I hope your break from all this was restful and joyous. So I'm glad you're here. All right, so continuing. In addition, we investigated whether the FBI tasked any spies to meet with Carter Page prior to the opening of Crossfire Hurricane. We found no evidence that the FBI had. Poor put upon Case Agent 1, Joe Pietka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, and the supervisory intelligence analyst of Room Temperature IQ each told the OIG that the FBI did not have anything to do with any operational activities against Carter Page prior to the start of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation on July 31, 2016, footnote 465. You know, if we had the dread pirate Stu Evans in that sentence as well, we would have had all of our nicknames in one sentence. A missed opportunity there, Horowitz. Do better next time. Footnote 465. As noted in Chapter 3, a New York Field Office, or NYFO, counterintelligence, or CI agent also told us that the FBI did not use any spies to target Carter Page during the NYFO counterintelligence investigation of Page, which was opened on April 6, 2016, and transferred to the Crossfire Hurricane team on August 10, 2016. Right, because you had nothing. He had never been approached. He hadn't been approached by anyone since, I think, 2015. All of his interactions with the Russians were legal, and the only time there were any direct allegations against Page for meeting nefarious Russians, like the one who offered him a huge stake in Rosneft, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if he could see about getting sanctions lifted or relaxed against Russia, which was a complete falsehood, or another meeting that didn't happen, or at least can't be proven to happen one way or the other. And those predications were direct results of the Steele report. Somehow the FBI was trying to get a hook on Carter Page, and they got it. And I believe Dan Bongino covered this the other day. They got it from Steele. It's almost as if they were able to transmit to Steele their thoughts as to what they needed to get an investigation going on Carter Page. What a massive coincidence, don't you think? It's mind-boggling. All right, that was footnote 465. Capital letter B. Spy and other spy involvement in Crossfire Hurricane. Take a drink here. Lizard Bites puts us in, not to interrupt, but Lizard Bites has a gig tonight, and he will attempt a live stream on location starting at 6:30 p.m. For everybody, depending on the Wi-Fi status. Well, I truly look forward to it. I hope I can take a listen. I'll check out your channel and see when it's if it's streaming. Now, I just have to ask. I know if you've put it on as a upcoming live stream already, I can check it. But let me ask. There was my question. Eastern time. There was my question. Thank you. You people are so far ahead of me. It's ridiculous. I don't even know why I bother reading this. I should just throw it up on the screen and let you guys speed read it as I scroll through it. This is hilarious. Oh, it's not a plug at all. It's important. It's important. I'm glad you put it out there. Let's see. Capital letter B. Let's just read the header again, and we'll get from there. Spies and other spies' involvement in Crossfire Hurricane. We found no evidence that the FBI placed any spies or other spies within the Trump campaign or tasked any spies or other spies to report on the Trump campaign. However, through our review, we determined that during the 2016 presidential campaign, the Crossfire Hurricane team tasked 4 spies and a few other spies, which resulted in interactions with Carter Page, George Papadopoulos, and a high-level Trump campaign official who was not a subject of the investigation. And I'm pretty sure that is Sam Clovis. I believe Halper tried to meet him several times, but Clovis was putting him off. Rightfully so. Let's see. Continuing. We found that the Crossfire Hurricane team tasked spies to interact with Page and Papadopoulos both during the time Page and Papadopoulos were advisors for the Trump campaign and after Page and Papadopoulos were no longer affiliated with the Trump campaign. Amazingly enough, they never opened a FISA on Papadopoulos. And I don't know, if you look at the predicate for opening Crossfire Hurricane on Page, which was maybes and almosts and kind ofs, don't you think Papadopoulos had a fairly similar predicate where he told a foreign official, Alexander Downer, Australian High Commissioner to the UK, where he supposedly told him that the Russians had emails on Clinton and could help the campaign? I'm sorry, he never used the word emails in that conversation. I keep forgetting that. I don't believe he even used the word dirt, according to Downer, after he retracted his initial statement to the FBI. But he supposedly, Papadopoulos intimated that the Russians had something on Hillary that could help the Trump campaign. Don't you think that meets the maybe and almost and kinda statute that the FBI has for opening counterintelligence investigations? I'd say it's pretty darn close. Add that to his meeting with Misfud, a supposed, and even Mueller, and I believe Horowitz called him a Russian agent. No one doing their homework. I think Papadopoulos could have easily had a FISA opened against him. All right. Continuing. All the spy interactions were consensually monitored by the FBI. Two of the spies tasked by the FBI are referred to below as Source 2 and Source 3. Below, we discuss the types of information these spies sought to elicit from Page, Papadopoulos, and Sam Clovis. I'm just going to put that in there. The information that the spies obtained and the use, if any, that the Crossfire Hurricane team made of that information. We also determined that two additional spies were tasked by the FBI to attempt to contact Papadopoulos, but that those attempted contacts did not lead to any operational activity, and those spies are not discussed further in this report. I'd like to know about those attempted contacts, when they happened, what the intent was. I would love to know that. Why that is not in this report, I think it needs to be answered and answered quickly. All right. Number 1, Source 2. Source 2 was closed by the FBI in 2011 for, quote, aggressiveness towards handling agents as a result of what Source 2 perceived as not enough compensation, close quote, and, quote, questionable allegiance to the intelligence targets, close quote, with which Source 2 maintained contact. However, Source 2 was reopened 2 months later by Poor Put Upon Case Agent 1 and was handled by Case Agent 1 from 2011 through 2016 as part of Case Agent 1's Poor Put Upon regular investigative activities at an FBI field office. The FBI conducted human source validation reviews on Source 2 in 2011, 2013, and 2017. Okay, I would like to know what changed about Source 2 within 2 months after he was supposedly being pushy about wanting more money and having possible friendships with the people he was targeting. What changed in 2 months that they would reopen him? All right. Did I miss a... No, I got that footnote. Okay, continuing, page 314. Poor Put Upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG that Source 2 can be, quote-unquote, mercurial, good word, and explained that Source 2 was closed for cause in 2011 because the former FBI handler although very skilled, was, quote, not the right match, close quote, for Source 2, which resulted in interpersonal conflict. So is that case agent no longer allowed to run CIs or spies or CHSs, whatever you want to call them? I wonder. Continuing, poor put upon case agent 1 said that when he reopened Source 2, he told Source 2 that this was the quote-unquote last opportunity and that the FBI would not tolerate the issues that had arisen in the past. So a come to Jesus meeting. Or, for Laura's sake, a come to Jehovah meeting. Let's be inclusive here. Sorry, I'm trying to be cute, and it threw me off. According to poor put upon case agent 1, since that time, case agent 1 has not experienced any aggressiveness and has not seen any indication that Source 2 has questionable allegiances to intelligence targets. Well, did you take him off those initial targets, thereby canceling his friendliness towards anyone? Continuing, instead, poor put upon case agent 1 described Source 2 as willing to assist the FBI, quote, without any hesitation, close quote. He added that Source 2 has never given poor put upon any reason to doubt the veracity of Source 2's reporting. Reference to put upon agent and Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, both told the OIG that nothing happened in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation to suggest that the concerns leading to Source 2's closure for cause in 2011 had any impact on Crossfire Hurricane. Small letter A. Crossfire Hurricane team's initial meeting with Source 2 on August 11, 2016. Source 2's involvement in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation arose out of Case Agent 1's poor put upon pre-existing relationship with Source 2. Previously referenced put upon, agent told the OIG that when he arrived in Washington, D.C. in early August 2016 to join the Crossfire Hurricane team, he had never previously dealt with the quote-unquote realm of political campaigns. Dude, no one had. No one had. It was a complete and utter failure of any reasonableness in the FBI upper echelons to realize what they were doing was completely beyond the pale when it comes to investigations. The predicate in opening it was weak at best. I know Horowitz said it met the standard, and we read the standard, and the standard is so incredibly vague and non-specific. I just said the same thing, that almost anything would meet that criteria for opening a counterintelligence investigation. So, and look at what they had on page, which was nothing, and they went with it anyway. Yeah, that is a stupid statement. Continuing, source. Let's see. Was this? No, this is poor put upon Case Agent 1. Continuing, he said he lacked a basic understanding of simple issues. For example, what the role of a quote-unquote foreign policy advisor entails, and how that person interacts with the rest of the campaign. Put upon Agent 1 knew that Source 2 had been affiliated with national political campaigns since the early 70s. It sounds like we're talking about Halper here. That fits everything because we know that Halper had been around since Nixon, and he was the brother-in-law of the CIA director at one time, and maybe not Nixon, but Reagan, definitely Reagan, because he was trying to, in fact, got Carter's notes for the first debate with Reagan, and gave him to Reagan. This guy's been in this is definitely Halper. I'm going with that. Source 2 is Halper, folks. If I'm wrong, shoot me in the face. Justifiable Freedom, welcome. Glad to have you here. Happy New Year and all those good things. I won't bother everybody with the repetition of what I've been doing. Just say that we wish you many blessings for 2020 and beyond. Continuing. Poor put upon case agent 1 also believed Halper might have information about and potentially may have met one or more of the Crossfire Hurricane subjects. Case agent 1, we know about him, told the OIG that he did not know at the time he proposed the meeting that Halper had been invited to join the Trump campaign. Yep, Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that he did not know about Source 2, Halper, or know that Case Agent 1, we know about him, was Halper's handler prior to Case Agent 1 proposing the meeting, which Peter Strzok's hatchet man approved. Again, that's as high as it went up for approvals. A supervisory agent. Someone who does interviews with during investigations. That's all it took. You're welcome, JF. You're completely welcome. Let's see. Continuing. On August 11, 2016, Poor put upon Case Agent 1, Case Agent 2, and a staff's operations specialist, or SOS, met with Stefan Halper. Case Agent 1 told the OIG that the plan going into the meeting was to talk generally with Halper about Russian, quote, interference in the election, what Halper may know, and to bring up Papadopoulos, close quote. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 added that the team used media reports concerning the release of emails and allegations of Russian hacking to frame the discussion. Yeah, these are media reports that you guys have leaked. The Hillary campaign has leaked to the press. This is circular reporting. Circular justification for investigating Papadopoulos. Again, they had nothing. They had absolutely nothing. Continuing. The electronic communication, or EC, documenting the meeting states that the investigative team told Halper they were, quote, assigned to a project, unquote, concerning Russian interference in the presidential campaign. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 said they did not tell Halper that there was an open investigation or who the subjects were. Said Case Agent 1 also said they did not tell Stefan Halper about any specifics, including the information the FBI had received from Australia and Alexander Downer that led to the opening of the investigation. Case Agent 1 told the OIG that the team asked Halper about Papadopoulos, but Halper said he had never heard of him. The EC documenting the meeting reflects that Halper agreed to work with the Crossfire Hurricane team by reaching out to Papadopoulos, which would allow the Crossfire Hurricane team to collect assessment information on Papadopoulos and potentially conduct an operation. In other words, set him up. That's all this was from the very beginning, was a setup job on Papadopoulos. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG that Halper then asked whether the team had any interest in an individual named Carter Page. Case Agent 1 said that the members of the investigative team, quote, didn't react because at that point we didn't know where we were going to go with it, close quote, but asked some questions about how Halper knew Carter Page. Stephen Halper explained that in mid-July 2016, Carter Page attended a 3-day conference during which Page had approached Halper and asked Halper to be a foreign policy advisor for the Trump campaign. According to the EC summarizing the August 11, 2016 meeting, Source 2 said Halper said he had been quote-unquote non-committal about joining the campaign when discussing it with Carter Page in mid-July, but during the August 11, 2016 meeting with the Crossfire Hurricane team, Source 2, quote, stated that he had no intention, Halper, had no intention, I lost my place. Here we go. Had no intention of joining the campaign, but Halper had not conveyed that to anyone related with... My eyes just crossed. Something fierce. They'll never do that. Sorry. That's never happened before. Darn these things. Can't put glasses on. Well, these won't fit anyway. Quality production here at All Hat No Cattle, folks. Quality production. Just smeared my glasses. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Pull out the pinochle cards. Play a little canasta, a little euchre. Have fun while I completely ruin the pace of this thing. Okay. That is screwed up. In here a little bit. I'm starting to slouch, excuse me. There we go. Okay, non-committal. Okay, here we go. Halpers further stated that he, quote, was willing to assist with the ongoing investigation and to not notify the Trump campaign about Halper's decision not to join, close quote. Halper also told the Crossfire Hurricane team that he was expecting to be contacted in the near future by one of the senior leaders of the Trump campaign about joining the campaign. In addition, Halper told the Crossfire Hurricane team that he had known Trump's then campaign manager, Manafort, for a number of years and that he had been previously acquainted with Michael Flynn. Yeah, this is definitely Halper now. There's no doubt. Poor put upon case agent 1 told the OIG that, quote, quite honestly, we kind of stumbled upon Halper knowing these folks, close quote. Right. I believe that. Lightning struck 3 times in the same place. And the FBI is saying, how lucky are we? What are the odds? The odds are infinitesimal. Idiot. Oh, I used to play cribbage all the time, JF. Too much fun. My mother-in-law has a beautiful table size, table height cribbage board. It's a work of art. It really is. She has, for my father-in-law before he died, he played cribbage constantly and very well. The guy was a hell of a card player. When he was in Vietnam in 60, he did 2 tours. I think it was 67, 68. He was there for Tet. That's a terrifying experience he would not talk about. But he would play poker with these Army guys. He was, I think, a master sergeant, because he was the director of the Army band, so he was in charge of all the USO, the music for all of the USO stops that came in through Vietnam. He has my Picasso knows, has a very famous story about him and a very, very famous personality at the time known as Martha Ray, known as the Big Mouth. But back then, her legs had been voted the best legs in Hollywood, and she was attractive. But you may remember her from a commercial for, I believe it was Polygrip, the denture cream, and she would call herself the Big Mouth in those commercials. And that's about as well as anybody knows her who hasn't seen her work before then, which is a shame. But anyway, he would play poker with the guys in the squad, and you got Army guys with nothing to do. They got their pay, so they're blowing money left and right. You know, they're figuring they're going to die tomorrow. So, not the USO guys during Tet though. They figure they're going to die tomorrow. So let's play poker like our lives depend on it. He would rake in hundreds of dollars in cash a month. And we're talking in 1967, $68. He was sending home somehow, because you're not allowed to send cash out of a war zone to the States. Back then, I think you could still mail cash, but he would send $400 usually back home to his poor suffering wife in Kansas every month. Again, in 1967, $68. That is an insane amount of money. They bought their house here in the town where we live now, just 7 blocks away from us. Nice place. He paid it off in 5 years, working the market. He's one of the very first. He didn't day trade. He was more of a long-term trader, but he knew how to pick. Very nice house, and they paid it off in 5 years. That's how good with money this guy was. That man was incredible, absolutely incredible. And he had a brain like a steel trap. He knew so much. He was an expert in music, expert. He had a CompuServe account for years after AOL had taken over the market. He had to have dial-up to get to the bulletin board he was a part of. They didn't have any connection with any kind of higher-end systems. And he stayed with that for years because of the people he knew, other people that were like-minded and were as adept with music as he was. And he made some lifelong friends. So his anniversary of his death was earlier last month, December last year. 15 years. All right, moving right along before Picasso Notes types it in. Let's finishing up here with source 2. We kind of stumbled upon Halper knowing these folks. Let's see, who are we talking to here? Poor put upon case agent 1 said that it was quote unquote serendipitous, and that the Crossfire Hurricane team quote couldn't believe their luck, close quote, that source 2 had contacts with 3 of their 4 subjects, including Carter Page. Small letter B. Internal FBI discussions concerning source 2 and the Trump campaign. Said put upon agent 1 told the OIG that after meeting with Halper on August 11, 2016, he drove back to FBI headquarters with case agent 2 and the SOS and met with other members of the Crossfire Hurricane team to discuss how to proceed. During that meeting, the OGC unit chief, Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, Strzok, and Priestap learned that Source 2 had been invited, Source 2 being Halper, had been invited to join the Trump campaign by Carter Page, and that Halper was going to turn down the invitation. All the FBI witnesses we interviewed said that they would have said they would not have used Halper for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation if Halper had actually wanted to join the Trump campaign. Yeah, right. Ha! Ha! I'll believe that when the sky turns purple. Continuing, Peter Strzok's hatchet man said he did not remember anyone on the Crossfire Hurricane team advocating for Halper to actually join the Trump campaign, and told the OIG he was relieved that Halper did not want to join the campaign, quote-unquote, at all. Strzok told the OIG his reaction was, quote, no, 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 oh God, no, absolutely not, close quote, when he learned that Source 2, Halper, had been invited to join the Trump campaign. Poor put upon case agent 1 told the OIG that if Halper had joined the campaign, the Crossfire Hurricane team would not have used Halper because that's not what we are, quote, because that's not what we were after, close quote. Okay, I actually believe that because they needed Halper on the outside talking with Page and Papadopoulos and Manafort. If he'd been on the inside, he really would have only been talking to Manafort. But on the outside, he could have still communicated with all 3. So in that light, I do see how they could be telling the truth. Continuing. He, Case Agent 1, added that having Source 2, Halper, in the campaign would have been difficult because, quote, then Halper actually has a job to do, and Halper is going to actually have to do that job, close quote. Case Agent 2 told us that the reaction of the OGC attorneys advising the Crossfire Hurricane team was, quote unquote, no freaking way. I'm sure they said freaking. And that the team was not, quote, pushing for that because they were not trying to get into the campaign, close quote. If they weren't trying to get into the campaign, then why did they get a counterintelligence FISA on Carter Page and go backwards through his records to try to get through every phone call he had with anyone associated with the campaign? And emails and text messages, etc., etc., etc. They were doing well. They were doing well with the story that they didn't want Halper in there because they wanted him outside to work, as I said, to work with 3 other people as opposed to just one. But not trying to get into the campaign is hilarious. And again, that's buying into that's playing into Horowitz's hands, or no, I'm sorry, playing into his narrative that the campaign wasn't spied upon. And it's just hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Continuing. Case Agent 2 said that by using Halper outside the campaign, the Crossfire Hurricane team could find, quote, smart ways and quiet ways to get information that we can corroborate that helps us understand what the heck Mr. Papadopoulos meant by the Trump team received a suggestion from the Russians, close quote. Well, if you'd listened to the entire tape that Downer had recorded with him and Papadopoulos, you would have known that there was nothing there. If you had listened to the other conversations that Papadopoulos had with your spies, you've concluded quickly that there was nothing there. You would have closed the use of spies on Papadopoulos and then closed the case on Page quite quickly thereafter because you were getting his spies were getting the same thing from him. But no, that's not the way the FBI runs things. This is J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, folks, and they are not bound by the law. Continuing, Priestap said that his first question was, quote, what was Halper's answer, close quote, and that the response was Halper did not want to join the campaign. The OGC unit chief said that she remembered the team seeking her advice and said she told them they should not direct Halper to join the campaign, but they should not tell Halper not to join the campaign. Oh, brother. She told the OIG her advice was that Halper, quote, should do what Halper would normally do, close quote, and that the Crossfire Hurricane team should, quote, follow Halper's lead, close quote. She added that she was, quote unquote, grateful when she learned that Source 2 did not want to join the Trump campaign because she said that if the Crossfire Hurricane team had wanted to operate as a spy within the campaign, which she said none of the team members ever proposed to her, well, they didn't have to propose it to you. They could have done it down at the SSA level. And the only reason they asked your advice about Halper was they wanted someone to say, oh yeah, he should go into the campaign, and thereby override their protestations to the opposite. And as Shakespeare so wisely said, methinks Strock doth protest too much. The blood on the hands is another thing entirely. Okay, continuing with that sentence, that would have raised a host of complicated issues, that being putting Halper in the campaign, complicated issues under the FBI's Domestic Investigations and Operations Guide, or DIOG, including undisclosed participation in political activities, which you had with the CHS, who passed on sensitive information to you, who was inside the campaign. So don't give me that crap. Continuing appearance issues if it became publicly known an FBI source was in the Trump campaign. You guys were worried about appearances. You weren't worried about appearances because you knew you were never going to get caught. Hillary was going to win, and you guys' your operation would have been swept under the rug, never to be heard of again. Let's see here. Political activities, appearance issues, I read that, and the potential that the source could influence campaign policy or strategy. Oh, yeah, heaven forbid that you guys would have someone in there making it harder for Trump to win. That's just inconceivable. That's why you went after his campaign manager to use that Ukrainian false source to make him leave the campaign and create a power vacuum right before the election. Weren't trying to influence campaign policy or strategy at all. Not in the slightest. The lying, the absolute gall of these people. Their mendacity knows no bounds, and it actually makes me a little sick to my stomach. Literally, a little sick to my stomach when I keep reading this over and over again. JF says their antics most likely contributed to record-breaking fourth quarter contributions. Lord, yes. I will, without bragging, say that Picasso Knows and I are monthly contributors to the campaign. Not a lot. It's not like we're made of money, but if we that plus our contributions to Towers to Tunnels, we have to watch our budget. But I was saving money up for the day the Democrats announced the impeachment, specifically to stick it up their butt and show them how much Team Trump is behind the president. And that was a beautiful day when it came to, what did they raise? Like $5 million that day? I was happy to be a part of it. Happy to be a part of it. All right, enough bragging about what I do. What Picasso Knows and I do. Sorry about that. That was fairly self-indulgent. Continuing, small c. Follow-up Crossfire Hurricane team meeting with Source 2 on August 12, 2016. The next day, August 12, 2016, we know that, Poor put upon Case Agent 1, Case Agent 2, and the SOS met with Halper again. During the August 12 meeting, Source 2 provided additional information about the role of a foreign policy advisor in a presidential campaign. Case Agent 1, the previously put upon, described this portion of their conversation as, quote, more of a generic question like, what is the foreign policy advisor doing, close quote, and who does that person report to? Poor put upon Case Agent 1 said that the Crossfire Hurricane team was not interested in the Trump campaign's, quote, policies or any of their positions, close quote, but more generally just needed to understand the role of a foreign policy advisor. Thank you, JF. That's quite nice of you. Quite nice of you. I appreciate it. So does Picasso Knows. It's just there. I can't put it into words other than what I've already said. Over and over and over again, they lie. It's just amazing. Continuing. During the August 12, 2016 meeting. Poor put upon Case Agent 1, Case Agent 2, and the SOS also told Halper that the FBI was interested in Carter Page and asked whether Halper would be willing to contact Carter Page for a private meeting as a follow-up to their meeting in July 2016. The investigative team told Halper that because the Trump campaign appeared interested in recruiting Halper was in a perfect position to directly ask Carter Page about media reports regarding links between the campaign and Russia. The team also discussed with Halper plans regarding Papadopoulos. As discussed below, Halper ultimately met with 3 members of the Trump campaign on behalf of the FBI, Carter Page, George Papadopoulos, and Sam Clovis. And the FBI consensually monitored Halper's conversations with each of these individuals. Okay, right there. Clovis was not a subject of the investigation. That has been stated over and over again. Every time he's mentioned, that following phrase is mentioned or stated. So why the hell was the FBI recording Halper's conversations with Clovis? I thought they didn't want to know anything about what the foreign policy advisor was doing, as opposed to just what one did. That makes no sense. That is the most self-defeating statement I think I've read in this entire document so far. You're free to disagree with me, and in fact, if you do disagree with me, please put it in the chat or put it in the comment section after the video posts. I'd be delighted to hear your views on that. But I find that completely and utterly a word that means high-level lying that I don't know how to create right now. There's got to be a word. I just don't know it. Man. Okay. My outrage is going to make this last all day. Okay, small letter D. Sources meetings with Carter Page. Parenthetical 1. August 20, 2016. The first consensually monitored meeting between Halper and Carter Page took place on August 20, 2016. As described in Chapter 7, some of the information obtained from this meeting was referenced in the Carter Page FISA renewal application number 3. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 said that he instructed Halper to use the information in the media regarding Russia and Hillary Clinton's emails and to ask questions Halper would normally ask if he was talking to a foreign policy advisor to a campaign. Like what? So, how much help are the Russians giving you in forming policy? Or have you guys decided that you're going to go easy on the Russians because of their contacts with you under the table? I mean, they said they didn't want to know what the campaign was doing, and they're literally saying in the sentence they wanted to know what the campaign was doing. I thought Comey couldn't keep his lies straight for more than a few sentences. No one in this case can keep their lies straight for more than a few sentences. Ooh, balderdash is good, Hollywood. I like that. Balderdash. That's a great old word. I love old English words, Anglo-Saxon words. That's right up there at the top. And Hollywood chimes in again. How about that Putin? Am I right? Or if I may put it a little more succinctly, them Russians, though. Someone I used to know on Twitter really well. That was one of his main phrases. He would put in a noun, say, we're talking about someone, we're talking about Martha Ray and her great legs. And he'll just say, them legs, though. So, that Putin, though. Why not? Why not? Yours is very good, Hollywood, though. I may have to use that instead. Okay, well, that really threw me off. It was so good. Okay, here we go. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 said that he instructed Halper to use the information in the media regarding Russia and Hillary Clinton's emails. And, oh, I'm sorry, I already read that. I apologize. Okay, right here. No, right here. Members of the Crossfire Hurricane team told the OIG that they expected Halper to ask whether the campaign was planning a quote-unquote October surprise, as had been reported in the media, in addition to asking Carter Page if he maintained contacts with the Russians or knew whether the Russians had been releasing emails to benefit the campaign. Again, they wanted to know what the campaign was doing. Balderdash doesn't even work right now, Hollywood. I can't. It's just That's all I can say. That's a Rick James lyric, but still. Oh, brother. Continuing with the second paragraph. We reviewed the transcript of Halper's August 20, 2016 meeting with Carter Page. Through their conversations, Halper learned where Page was staying while in Washington for campaign meetings, so they could bug his room, I bet. Continuing, Page also claimed to, quote, personally have no ambition, unquote, to seek a position in the administration if Trump won the election. Page also stated that he had, quote, literally never met, unquote, Manafort, had, quote, never said one word to him, close quote. This is all repetitious. We've read this before. And that Manafort had not responded to any of Carter Page's emails. Halper, who had known Manafort for decades, told Carter Page not to, quote unquote, feel bad, because everybody who has ever sent emails to Manafort, quote unquote, never got a response. That takes us to footnote 466. As described in chapters 5 and 7, the FBI did not advise NSD's Office of Intelligence or the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court of Carter Page's statements concerning Manafort, which contradicted information from Steele's election reporting that was relied upon in the Carter Page FISA applications. Yes, but no evidence of bias, folks. I mean, the media said so. And if you can't trust the media, who can you trust? Brett Baer. That's basically it, Brett Baer. If you can't trust anybody else, and Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino and Brett Baer, there's your two sources. I mean, I don't watch a lot of Tucker, except when Mark Stein is his guest host, because I love that man. He's hilarious. And I love Sean and his reporting team. They are great. Sean just gets a little repetitious in his monologues. And Laura is good. I like Laura Ingram a lot. But if you just want straight dead down the middle news, Dan Bongino and Brett Baer. And that'll fill your day. And then throw some Tim Pool in for a little perspective from the soft left. If you're not watching Tim Pool, you really need to. You really need to. And if you've got time for Daily Wire, if you can fit some of that in, then go for it. Let's see. Never got a response. Footnote 466. No, I already covered that. Okay, continuing. During their conversation, Page told Halper that his July 2016 trip to Moscow, quote, was the most incredible experience of my life, close quote. However, Page repeatedly complained about the negative and highly personal media attention he was receiving. Go figure, because it was all being leaked by the FBI. Even though we were told just a couple pages ago that they put the team together in such a small and close-knit way so there'd be no leaks. That's why they didn't go up the chain of command, so there'd be no leaks. Right. Continuing. For example, Page described an article from the Washington Post and how, quote, 95% of it was complete garbage, close quote. Page also complained that, next to Manafort, who he called, quote, public enemy number one, close quote, Page was being treated as, quote, public enemy number two, close quote. Page said that as a result of a quote-unquote hit job in Bloomberg News, he had been branded as, quote, Trump's Russia advisor, close quote, with, quote, close ties with the Russian government, close quote, and that the idea had become, quote, the consistent narrative ever since, close quote. Page told Halper that he was, quote, just a shareholder, unquote, in the Russian energy company Gazprom. I'm sorry, I said Rosneft earlier. I guess it's actually Gazprom. Yeah, Gazprom. Sorry. Continuing, but that the media's approach was to highlight, quote, anything that they can kind of spin in a negative way, close quote. As a result of the negative media coverage, Page said that others working for the campaign were joking with him about, quote, attracting all the attention, close quote, and keeping the rest of them, quote, off the radar screen, close quote. A lot there. And again, none of this went to the FISA court. None of it. No evidence of bias. Continuing. When Halper raised the issue of a quote-unquote October surprise, Carter Page said, quote, there's a different October surprise, although maybe some similarities, close quote, to the October surprise in the 1980 presidential campaign. Page did not elaborate. Halper raised the issue again later in the meeting and asked if the Trump campaign could access information that might have been obtained by the Russians from the DNC files. Knapp didn't want to know anything about the campaign. Not at all. Continuing, Halper added that in past campaigns, quote, we would have used it in a heartbeat, close quote. So now he's leading him on. Page's response was that because he had been attacked by the media for his connections to Russia, he was, quote, perhaps being overly cautious, close quote. When the October surprise issue came up again, so that would be for a third time, Page alluded to, quote, the conspiracy theory about the next email dump with 33,000, unquote, additional emails, but did not further explain what he meant. Halper asked, quote, well, the Russians have all that, don't they, close quote, to which Page responded, quote, I don't know, close quote. Excuse me, I need a Kleenex. I'll be right with you. Where's my mouse? Here it is. Okay, I had some technical tips from Picasso Knows just now. She took the opportunity to come in here. It seems that she's been seeing a fair amount of buffering over the past period of time, and that she's actually gotten the waiting for data swirly thing, we call it. I know technical term, swirly thing, from YouTube. I'm looking at my end right now, and we're doing really well as far as OBS is concerned. So whatever's going on is a YouTube problem. Thankfully, they haven't cut us off like they did a couple weeks ago, almost every day, several times a day. Not including the Democrat debate that we were doing that CNN threw a fit over us using. What a bunch of Nancy pants, those people. But anyway, I'm glad there's nobody named Nancy in this chat. Let's see. So if you get any kind of time delay or the swirly thing, I highly recommend you refresh. We all do that as a matter of course. I just wanted to remind you that that would be the best way to treat it. One last thing, Picasso noticed that sometimes she can hear me through the house because I leave the door open a little bit for the cats, and she's in the front room. But she can hear me, and normally there's just a few seconds delay as the data is routed and goes to YouTube. But she's heard a couple times where there was an over 15-second delay, which is insane. So, like I say, if you start having problems, feel free to refresh and come back in. Trust me, you won't miss much. All right, a little technical advice there. Take it or leave it as you need to. Okay, continuing. Next paragraph. Page also said that, quote, we were not on the front lines of this DNC thing, close quote, during the Philadelphia convention and wondered aloud, quote, who's better to do this, close quote. Page asked Halper whether the Trump campaign should just leave it to the, quote, other forces that be, close quote, and just let it, quote unquote, run its course with the Trump campaign, quote, egging it on a little bit, close quote, but without being, oh my God, so many, but without being, quote, seen as the one advancing this in concert with the Russians, close quote. Halper responded, quote, it needs to be done very delicately and with no fingerprints, close quote, to which Page said, quote unquote, okay. So what they're saying here, if I may mull it over fairly quickly, not Muller, mull, Page is saying they've got nothing to do with the WikiLeaks dump, and was wondering who's better to do this. That I don't quite understand. If y'all have an idea what that means, please put it in the chat. And then Page asked whether or not the campaign should just leave it to the other forces that be and let it run its course, which means whoever's dumping them, let them continue to dump them. And then without the campaign being seen as the one advancing this in concert with the Russians. So in other words, it looks like the Russians are doing this, which they weren't, but that was the narrative. And Page is saying, we got nothing to do with it. And we could see it helping the campaign, but we don't need to do anything in our way. I'm sorry, we don't need to do anything on our end, thank you, to help it along. Halper says, basically, you guys need to be careful and don't leave any fingerprints. So this is Halper trying to, okay, thanks JF, I appreciate it. It could be our connection. We do have some delays sometimes here. Normally, Spectrum has really good connections. It hardly ever drops anymore. They've really got their infrastructure together, but that doesn't mean it's always perfect. I'm glad it's working for you guys. I'd hate for this experience to be ruined even more than I already have. Anyway, so Halper basically responds to Page by saying, you guys need to be careful and, don't let anyone know that you've helped. And Page just says, okay, very noncommittal. And then Page continues and asking Halper if, quote, picking out a couple trusted journalists, unquote, and giving them, quote, some ideas of potential big stories, close quote, would be the right way to handle it. Well, that doesn't mean that Page has anything or the campaign has anything. He's just saying if we do have something, we can get a hook in there and have them build up the campaign at least a little bit. The problem here, though, is a couple trusted journalists, really aside from John Solomon and Sarah Carter, and let me think of one more. The gentleman with the white hair, long face, very distinguished. I think it's John something. Anyway, people like that. but they would be seen as biased. They would be seen as being on the Trump side. Um, that wouldn't look good. Julian, that name doesn't sound familiar, Hollywood. Not saying you're wrong. It's just no, not Julian Assange. Oh my God, you crack me up every time, Hollywood. You really do. I don't know what we'd do without you. I really don't. I am so glad you're on our side. I really am. Oh, if you were running a competing channel, I'd be closing this thing down within a week. Oh, God, that was funny. Okay, let's see. So, be the right way to handle it. And right here, Page also suggested that, quote, there may be people that kind of work this angle, close quote, but that Page was being, quote, very cautious, right now. Yes, Jeffrey Lord. Thank you, Picasso knows. JF nails another one, Chelsea Manning. You guys. Oh, God. I remember when when laughing made me cough. I'm so glad that's over with. I'd be losing a lung right now. But yes, Picasso knows that. Jeffrey Lord is the one I was trying to think of. So thank you very much. Oh, oh my God. I hope I don't lose my breath like I did last time. It'll take me forever to catch it back. I got tears in my eyes. I've been laughing so hard. Oh, you guys, I swear. I hope people realize how much fun we're having in here when they click on these videos. I mean, the average view time is over an hour. So people are checking them out. They may be skipping here and there. But I hope they don't miss these parts because these are really the best parts. Let's see. Very cautious right now. Okay. Continuing. Halper also asked Page for information about Papadopoulos. Page said that Papadopoulos was the youngest guy in the campaign, that he used to live in London, and that he had not been to the last campaign meeting. Page also said he had, quote-unquote, no comment on whether Papadopoulos was easily triggered emotionally. Oh, I don't believe so at all. Nothing that he's done in his testimony or his book gave me any indication that he's volatile. He'll stand up for himself, but I don't. I never saw that indication in anything I've come across about Papadopoulos. I think that's basically Halper asking if he can, use that word again, triggers, to try to push Papadopoulos into saying things that would be incriminating to the campaign and to Papadopoulos himself. Now you can see here that whole crap about, sorry kids language, about the FBI saying that they only wanted information about how the campaign worked, what a foreign policy advisor does, not what they were doing, is complete and utter bunk. Halper is pumping Page for information about the campaign. He is blasting him with questions about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. He's leading with questions about the Russians. He's pushing that into the conversation. And Page basically gives him nothing because there's nothing to give. Then in the same conversation, Halper starts trying to get a hook into what Page knows about Papadopoulos, which would allow Halper to better exploit Papadopoulos. This is, oh boy. This is continuing. At one point, Halper steered the conversation towards his contacts in the Russian redacted and described how Halper arranged fully paid trips for the redacted and other Russians to speak redacted. Halper asked if Page knew anyone of that type that might be interested in coming to speak redacted, and Page responded that he, quote, knows a couple of people in London, close quote, but that he wanted to be, quote, doubly cautious to limit the conspiracy theories, close quote, and that his preference would be to, quote, pass along names discreetly, close quote. Page added that he would need to, quote, think about the easiest, most efficient, frankly, safest way to navigate this, close quote. Once again, the Russians are dangled in front of Page, and he is at best non-committal. He's not saying, yeah, these guys really want to meet the Russians and see what they can get from them, because that's what Halper's trying to do, is say, these guys know things. They know things. And you may want to send some of your campaign people over there to see if they can pick up on some of that stuff. It's a direct setup. And what does Page do? I need to think about it. See, the safest way to do it, if there is such a way. I read that in, but it's very obvious. It's the follow-up to what he was saying. Continuing. Throughout the meeting, Page asked Halper to assist the Trump campaign by writing op-eds. Source 2 stated a willingness, quote, to be helpful to the campaign, close quote, but also said that Halper would like to know, quote, what the plan is, unquote, before committing. Yet again, we don't want to know what a foreign policy advisor does. What he does, we don't want to know what they're going to do. This is so insane. This is through the mirror stuff right here. Ray! Woohoo! Happy New Year, Ray. Good to see you. I hope your Christmas was awesome. And I hope this year is very, very, very good to you. To all of you. May health arrive and get you all up and running in the way that you want to. That would be nice. That would be nice for everybody. Okay. Let's see. What the plan is, continuing, Page responded that it was quote-unquote unfortunate that Halper had not yet gotten to meet a high-level campaign, had not gotten to meet Sam Clovis, and Halper responded that he was available whenever Clovis, quote, wants to chat, close quote. Later in the meeting, Halper told Page that he would like to meet with Clovis to discuss, quote, what I'm getting into, close quote, because Halper said there are, quote, some things that have to be done at this part of the campaign, and if you don't do them, you're going to lose, close quote. So there's Halper again, trying to string Page along to get help from the Russians. Excuse me. Uncle Bobbity with a great one. Santa's little helper. I can always count on you, sir. I can always count on you. Very nice. All right, I'm gonna do that myself. Oops, I'm in the wrong place. That deserves one for me. Okay, continuing, next paragraph. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG that Page's comment about the quote-unquote October surprise was meaningful to the Crossfire Hurricane team. Oh, brother. Continuing, he said that when Page was asked the question, Page, quote, kind of trailed off and it piqued our interest because it seemed like that he knew of something, but he wasn't 100% sure and was just kind of alluding to something, but he didn't really give much more information to it. So that kind of piqued our interest, close quote. Okay, so, as always, as always, if there is a way to read a situation that's either in favor of Carter Page or George Papadopoulos or Paul Manafort or General Flynn, or a way to read in a nefarious, this camera width is so small, way to read in a nefarious motive, they have always, every single time, always gone with a nefarious motive, gone with the motive that is damning to the individual, that makes him worthy of more investigation. Every time. It's like people have been saying since the very beginning of the Trump campaign and the Trump presidency. If there's a way for the press to go after him, even if it's completely false, even if the facts that they see in front of them negate their narrative, they're going to ignore the facts and go with the narrative. Every single time. That's just infuriating. Put upon Agent 1 said that within the investigative team, quote, there was a discussion whether or not Page knew more than he was letting on, close quote. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that the Crossfire Hurricane team viewed Page's responses to questions as, quote, less than forthright, close quote. And Case Agent 3 described Page as, quote, not as forthcoming as he could have been, close quote. Page doesn't know what Halper's getting at, because Halper is being circumspect himself, trying to let Page hang himself. And Page never went that far, ever. Yet you people, you FBI people, have to say, well, that means he's up to something. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is like the Democrats trying to say that Trump committed obstruction of justice after the Mueller report basically cleared him of it. But Mueller took the, sorry kids language, chicken shit way out and said that he could never neither prove or exonerate Trump of obstruction of justice, meaning, okay, Congress, go after him because I'm in the bag for Hillary too. Oh, but Mueller's a Republican. He is, he's an FBI director. He was a Marine. Yeah, screw that. He was a complete piece of crap who allowed Weissman to run the entire campaign against Trump, the entire investigation against Trump, and then put his face and his name on the report, even though he didn't write any of it. He couldn't find anything without being led by the nose. He knew nothing without being able to refer to the document. And his main answers were either, I don't know, or we didn't investigate that because that wasn't in our purview. That was basically it. It was one of the most hilarious examples of a person who's supposed to be a great witness for the Democrats, hoisting them by their own petard. It has happened so often in this administration. The hearing rooms should be made bomb-proof. Just amazing. Just amazing. Okay, continuing. As described previously in chapters 5 and 7, however, the FBI did not include any of the information from the August 20, 2016 meeting between Halper and Carter Page in the first FISA application or renewal applications numbers 1 and 2, but did include some of Page's comments to Halper about the October surprise in renewal application number 3. Right, some, meaning with very little context, enough to make Page look guilty as hell. Oh my God. These people are vicious, unrelenting, and rabid. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man and poor put upon Case Agent 1, told the OIG that this meeting between Halper and Carter Page was important for the investigation in other ways. Joe Piecka told the OIG that it was important for the team to determine, quote, where Carter Page was living and what he was up to. Wow. And you know why they needed to know where he was living? So they could do a physical search of his home and any possible storage lockers or places like that that he may be using, so they could search those too without him knowing it. Because remember, earlier we've read about the investigation into Page, and there were a number of things redacted about the investigation. They had in the part about the emails and things like that, but then there was a part that they always redacted. And at least and I think you guys agreed with me, came to the conclusion that they're talking about physical property searches. And I'm more sure than ever that that's what they're talking about. Oh boy. Continuing. Said put upon Agent 1 said that as a result of this operation, quote, we now had a successful contact between the established FBI source and one of our targets, close quote, which gave the Crossfire Hurricane team confidence that they could, quote, find out investigatively what we've been charged to do, close quote. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 also said that because, quote, there were several emails sent back and forth thanking Halper, the FBI obtained Carter Page's email address and telephone number, which could be used in the first FISA application. And none of those things meant anything as far as the investigation goes. Sorry. There goes my nose again. Well, I don't know what's going on here. This is weird. Okay, sorry for the delay. Picasso knows asked me if I wanted to claret, and I decided that was a good idea. So we had to dig them out because we'd put them away since I hadn't been blowing my nose for over a week. Here I am back to it. So that'll kick in. I had to wait for it to, it's a melt away, so I had to wait for it to melt so I could talk. Real quickly, this is good. Uncle Bobbity spells Mad Hatters with a hyphen between hat and ters. That's cute to give me the emphasis, but I do not deserve it. I think Mad Hatters is just everybody, but it is a nice call. Uncle Bobbity, as I was reading earlier, said we have to destroy your rights in order to protect them, FBI, etc., which is of course a play on the we had to destroy the village in order to save it. That story is a little bit off kilter. The Army in Vietnam during Tet did have to use some artillery to drive the VC out of a certain town in South Vietnam, and the village was damaged somewhat, but that line actually I believe is taken out of context. I would need to look it up again. It's the description of the story is in a book called Tet. Hue, 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 1968, and Hue was of course the biggest street by street battle after the Tet invasion, and it's a fascinating story. It's told from both sides with real people being interviewed, both VC, NVA, Army, and Marines. And it is a... All right, Lizard Bites, be well, sir. Thank you so much for coming. Again, break a leg tonight, and hope to check you out this evening. I'm sure everyone will be listening to you while we're here, because we should be going a little longer than that. In fact, let me look here. We are on page... Oops, wrong one. Hang on, Picasso knows. Hang on, I've got one more thing to do here. We're on page 318, and chapter 10 ends on page 344. So we're moving along. All right. Piqued our interest. Knew more is letting on. That's forthcoming. Okay, here we go. Peter Strzok's hatchet man and poor put-upon case agent 1 told the OIG that this meeting between Halper and Carter Page was important for the investigation in other ways. Joe Pietka told the OIG that it was important for the team to determine, quote, where Carter Page was living and what he was up to. Already read that. I didn't even think I'd gotten to that paragraph yet. Blew my brains out, not my nose. Okay, continuing. Consensual monitoring of the August 20 meeting between Halper and Carter Page was presented to McCabe, Priestap, then General Counsel James Baker, another person who's been kicked out, Strzok, Anderson, and other FBI personnel during briefings on October 25, 2016. Baker told the OIG that what he remembered about the briefing, and this is a quote, was feeling comfortable that the focus was on the Russians, the focus was on trying to get foreign intelligence information, and that this other stuff regarding the campaign was part of the cover story and not what we were interested in, and something that we just weren't going to make any use of. Oh, how big of you. Continuing, he added that, quote, even though the FBI was collecting some type of political information, close quote, through Halper's conversation with Carter Page, the political information, quote, was not the focus of what we were after, and it was being minimized in the sense that it was just extra crap that we got that we really didn't want, close quote. Right. Continuing. He also said that at the time he felt the people presented the monitoring were appropriately focused on the fact that Halper, quote, couldn't get Carter Page to say anything about the Russians, close quote. If that's the case, then why didn't you present that to the FISA court? I'll answer that because you're all liars who don't give a damn about someone's constitutional rights because they have an R after their name. Man, what Obama did to the intelligence community is going to take a decade to fix. And if there's another Democrat president in that time, it's going to get corrupted all over again. We have to get not only 2020, but 2024. We have to. Otherwise, this will never get cleared up. Nikki Haley. Oh my God. The congressman from Texas with the eye patch. I can't believe I don't remember his name. Anyway, they need to be on the ticket in 2024. We need to have that. Dan Crenshaw, thank you, Picasso Knows. Shouted that out to me. All right, once again, the executive producer of all executive producers. Okay. Continuing. Trish Anderson told the OIG that her impression of the consensual monitoring was that Carter Page was quote unquote pretty guarded in talking to Halper. Maybe because he had never met Halper before. No, that's not true. He had met Halper before. My mistake. Halper did have said he had a previous relationship with Page, but we don't know how deep that relationship was. It could have been a very, very shallow relationship, very, hello, how are you, nice to see you again kind of thing. And the questions that Halper was presenting to Page would have put anyone on their guard because they were obvious to anyone with an ounce of sense. And Carter Page may have been described by the Russians as too stupid to recruit. I don't believe that for a second. I think he was playing dumb to them. And the man passed one of the toughest graduated, I should say, from one of the toughest military academies in the world. He's not an idiot. Continuing, McCabe told the OIG that he remembered that, quote, there weren't any smoking guns from the conversation, close quote, but that, quote, Page seemed kind of evasive, close quote. McCabe did not remember being told about any portions of the conversation other than what was contained in the consensual monitoring that the Crossfire Hurricane team provided to him for review. McCabe also said he remembered having an, quote, expectation that the Crossfire Hurricane team who continued to use Halper, who obviously had access to, unquote, Carter Page, but McCabe could not remember any follow-up discussions or what the investigative team planned to do next. Of course not. Of course you couldn't remember. Why would you be able to remember something so important? That would never happen. Continuing. As described previously in chapters 5 and 7, the FBI did not inform the National Security Division, NSD, attorney in the Office of Intelligence, OI, who was working on the Carter Page FISA applications about Page's August 2016 interaction with Source 2 until, drumroll please, 10 months later, in June 2017. 10 months later, and was any of this presented to the FISA court as a mea culpa and saying, we got part of it wrong. These are the things that Carter Page said that actually exculpate him from what we were doing, and we need to set the record straight with the FISC. No, it was never done. The FBI never goes back and recapitulates their FISAs because of false information. They have to be found out. And what does the FISA court do about these transgressions, these incredible crimes against a federal court? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The first time the FBI was caught under Mueller, they created the Woods procedures, which were completely blown off during the Carter Page investigation. They weren't used properly at all. This time, when Devin Nunes, published his quote-unquote memo about the FISA court abuses, related Carter Page. The FISA court said, thanks, but no thanks. And then Nunes followed it up a few months later, and the FISA court said, it's none of your business. We're doing fine. In fact, the FISA court knew about these abuses before the Nunes memo was published, because as soon as Devin found out about them, he notified the court and said, hey, you got some things going on here you need to take care of. And they still blew him off. The FISA court is just as complicit in all of this as Strzok, McCabe, Comey, Priestap, Pieka, all of them. Baker. The FISA court has as much blood on its hands as the FBI does. Even more so, because they could have fixed things before all this came out. Unbelievable. Continuing. As a result, none of the information from this interaction was considered by OI for inclusion in the first FISA application or renewal applications numbers 1 and 2. Page's comments about the quote-unquote October surprise were included in renewal application number 3, which was filed in June 2017 after Case Agent 6 sent the OI attorney a 163-page document for the purpose of showing him Page's statements about the quote-unquote October surprise. The OI attorney told the OIG that he used the 163-page document to accurately quote Page's statements concerning the October surprise in renewal application number 3, but that he did not read the other aspects of the document and that Case Agent 6 did not flag for him Page's statements about Manafort. Okay, he gave you the document for you to read. Why should he have to flag things when it's your responsibility to review, pick out the pertinent parts, and include them in the application? It's his fault that you didn't do your job? This is the kind of backstabbing and finger pointing that's going to get the FBI completely rolled up. I know I use that term all the time, but still it's accurate. Completely rolled up by Durham. They are going to spit on each other's friendships. They're going to tear apart any bonds that they had as fellow agents, and they are going to surface and scream, "Save me, leave the others to drown." They're going to roll over on each other left and right, up and down. This is going to be fun to watch. That's what 2020 is going to bring us, folks. The complete destruction of the corruption at least the higher levels of the FBI. I know a lot of them aren't there anymore, but that doesn't mean they're immune from prosecution. And I hope Durham also blows a hole in the FISA court's boat, too, and sets them scrambling for a way to swim and not sink. Because remember, their application for funding renewal comes up in March. And if they haven't done anything to fix their own broken windows, if they're just going to blame the FBI for throwing rocks at them and not fixing their windows themselves, it's not going to fly. I'm going to try, if it's televised, to cover that FISA court renewal proceeding. Hopefully it'll be on C-SPAN. I'll try to find out when it is. We have got to watch that together. That is going to be epic. Continuing. The OI attorney told us that these statements, which were available to the FBI before the first application, should have been flagged by the FBI for inclusion in the FISA applications at the time the statements were made. And let's look at that again. At the time the statements were made, because they were relevant to the court's assessment of the allegations concerning Manafort using Page as an intermediary with Russia. Again, there was no truth to that. Page blew that narrative right out of the water with his conversation with Halper, and they refused to stop using that supposed relationship, that supposed throughput between Page and Manafort as fact. They continued to use it as fact instead of saying, you know what, we were wrong there. But there was no bias, no documentary or testimonial evidence of bias. Continuing. Case Agent 6 told the OIG that he did not know that Page made the statement about Manafort because the August 2016 meeting between Halper and Page took place before Case Agent 6 was assigned to the investigation. And again, I believe that the mix-up of personnel, the changing of field offices that were handling the case, there was some degree of reason for that. The headquarters special was not handling things efficiently, was keeping too much to itself, and they needed help. But that also was done, I believe, to destroy any institutional memory that was being brought to bear on the case, so that they could use this as the ability to say, well, I didn't know about that. That was before my time, and use that as an excuse. And I'm very, very convinced that that's the case. Let me see, there was one other thing. Let me see if I can remember real quickly or I'll shut up. Oh yeah, the judges. The fact that they used 4 different judges to get these warrants, the first and the 3 renewals. That is, I believe, being addressed by the court. One little thing I heard, but I can't verify it right now. But I did hear that the court was going to make it so that whatever judge granted the first application would be the same judge they would have to go to for renewals. That is a huge step, although a step that should never have had to have been taken later. It should have been in the process from the very beginning. It's a pathetic, pathetic bit of administration. Elizabeth warrants. Elizabeth warrants no discussion as a serious candidate, I can say that. Continuing, finally. Who are we talking? Case Agent 6 said that the reason he knew about the October surprise statements in the document was that he had heard about them from Case Agent 1 and did a word search to find the specific discussion on that topic. Parenthetical number 2, October 17, 2016. The second consensually monitored meeting between Halper and Carter Page took place on October 17, 2016, 4 days before the FBI obtained the first FISA targeting Page and after Page had left the Trump campaign. So why even bother? Seriously. You had nothing to begin with. This is a complete witch hunt. Not only against Page, but against the Trump campaign and the president himself. We all knew that. I didn't have to say that. Continuing, as described in Chapter 5, Page made statements to Halper that led the FBI to believe that Page was continuing to be closely tied to Russian officials. It's not illegal. Including Page's suggestion, described below, that, quote, the Russians, unquote, may be giving him an, quote, unquote, open checkbook to fund a foreign policy think tank. Again, there's nothing illegal about that. If Hillary can pay a foreign spy through Perkins Coie, and then illegally through Perkins Coie, and then what's her name? The research assholes. Sorry, kids, language. I can't believe. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Glenn Simpson. Anyway, they paid through these intermediaries, paid a former spy to get dirt from the Russians, Fusion GPS, to get dirt from the Russians and then bring it back to her campaign. That's perfectly fine. But Carter Page says that his Russian friends, and he has Russian friends, may be willing to help fund a think tank that he'd like to start. That's illegal. That's evidence of, collusion, of high crimes and misdemeanors. Never once did a judgment call go for anyone with an R after their name. Continuing. Poor Case Agent 1 told the OIG that the Crossfire Hurricane team had learned through travel records that Page was planning a trip. Put Upon Case Agent 1 said that the Crossfire Hurricane team, quote, wanted to find out what he was going to do, because at that point, he was no longer affiliated with the campaign. He was out. And he was out because you people lied about leaking, put stories in the press about him being a Russian spy, at least a Russian agent, a Russian stooge. I believe that word was used as well. And then he distanced himself he quit the campaign so he wouldn't tarnish the campaign by still being with it. But that wasn't used in any way to exculpate him. As Ben would say, that's not dispositive in any way, according to the FBI. They did it purely to get to his back records. They knew they had nothing else. Thank you, Picasso Knows, but I beat you to it. But I appreciate it. For once I got in there before she did. Just once. Mark the calendars, folks. Continuing. After Page was planning a trip, Poor Put Upon Case... Oh, wait. Yeah, here we are. Said that the Crossfire Hurricane team, quote, wanted to find out what he was going to do because at that point he was no longer affiliated with the campaign. Okay, I had read that. He was out. As far as we could tell, he was no longer a part of the campaign. We still didn't have the FISA up, but we wanted to see who he was going to be in contact with and why he was going, because it just seemed very odd. Well, there's everyone's see you, King James. Have a great day. Thanks for coming. Oh, by the way, King James, I got your Christmas card, if you will, on the comment section. YouTube would not let me respond to it. It acted as if it wasn't there. I could read it, but it was impossible for me to reply to it. I tried every electronic device I have that lets me link up with YouTube. None of it would work. So I don't know why, but I want to thank you for your kind thoughts and wishes, and I wanted to reciprocate as well, but YouTube just would not let me. So I wasn't ignoring you. Please understand, I was not ignoring you. YouTube just wouldn't let me get back to you. Oh, and I hope the MRI went well. That your eardrums aren't damaged. Yes, and thanks for being here. Looks like we've got the whole chat today. This is great. This is really great. Okay, it seemed very odd, and again, that is the phrase from the left. Whenever they want to throw shade on anything the Republicans do, they will just say, "Well, it seemed odd." Ouch. Sorry, my shirt had written up. I am wearing my brace still, although it should be coming off pretty soon. Tomorrow will be my 6th week post-surgery, and that's usually when the bones have knitted, and things should be fine. All right, continuing. Poor Put Upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG that the investigative team believed that Page may be going to meet an individual with ties to Russian intelligence. Okay, believed, may be, ties. Not one definitive link in that entire sentence. It's all weasel words just to make it look like Page is doing something nefarious. And remember, Page always reports any of his meetings with the Russians to the CIA. Every time. Fully and completely. The FBI knows that, but they've hidden it throughout the entire process, including changing documentation to make it seem as if their narrative is correct, as opposed to what they've known since August of 2016. All right, continuing. The investigative team was also aware of a Russian responsible for, quote, recruiting U.S. government employees and handling U.S. government employees, close quote. Okay, they were aware of a Russian. What has that got to do with it? If it said one of the Russians, I would understand. Or the individual, but this is just aware of a. Is that a typo? Did they mean to say the? Man, this just gets weirder and weirder and more infuriating. I lose my patience with this stuff. I don't know how you guys can hang in there. Continuing, poor put upon case agent 1 said that the plan was for Halper to help determine where Page was planning to stay and what he was planning to do during his trip. Once again, where he was planning to stay. What other possible reason would they have to know that except to surveil him, search his room, and bug it? Maybe just 2 of those 3, but it's the only reason they would have for knowing where he was staying. Continuing. Said put upon Agent 1 told the OIG that the Crossfire Hurricane team did not get a complete transcript of the meeting, which was consensually monitored, but instead, quote, wrote up only the pertinent parts of whatever meetings occurred just because doing a full transcript would have taken too long and it was just not pertinent. Right. Any kind of statements that would have been positive towards Page's innocence, that would have shown that he was not doing anything between the Russians and Manafort or with the Russians himself. None of that had anything to do with what the FBI is doing. They just pull out the pertinent parts, throw away the context, because they can't be bothered to do their effing jobs. Finishing that paragraph, we reviewed the Crossfire Hurricane team's partial transcript of Halper's October 17, 2016 meeting with Carter Page. During the meeting, Page told Halper that Page, quote, never had any ambitions to go into government, regardless of who won, close quote, the upcoming presidential election, and instead called himself the quote-unquote equivalent of influential diplomat and academic George Kennan. Page said that, like Kennan, who, quote, founded his Institute of Advanced Study, close quote, Page would like to develop a research institute to be, quote, a rare voice that talks against this consensus, close quote, of Russian containment, which Page believes is too, quote, hawkish and aggressive in a lot of ways against the Russians, close quote. Well, that's certainly the way the Obama administration treated them. You know, telling Medvedev to let Putin know that I'll have more flexibility, or I'll be more flexible after the election. Hillary with her reset button. The fact that Obama didn't do dick, pardon the language, kids, when Russia invaded Crimea and annexed it, and then started killing Ukrainian forces who were trying to get their lawful borders back, a shooting war, and Obama sent them night vision goggles and flak jackets. That was his contribution to an out-and-out invasion by Russia of a sovereign country. Yet Trump's the one who's in bed with Russia. It's like I always say, ATE, BTE. Oh yeah, MREs. That's right. That's right, Hollywood. Yep, MREs. Good point, King James. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I believe he started working with the CIA in 2011. Pretty sure, and a was a source through 2015, an official source, and then was an unofficial source after that. Forever. You just add in perpetuity. Thank you, brain and tongue. Let's see. A rare voice. Continuing with page. Oh no, we already read that. Okay, continuing. In talking about how Page would fund this institute, he told Halper, "I don't want to say there'd be an open checkbook, but the Russians would definitely," close quote. Then, according to the partial transcript, the sentence trailed off as Page laughed. Halper asked, quote, "They would fund it. Yeah, you could do all right there," close quote. And Page responded, "Yeah, but that has its pros and cons, right?" So once again, Page is not definitively in bed with the Russians. You can read that as a fantasy, as a dream, that the Russians may or not, that Page may or may, that Page may or may not include Russian money in. It's there's no, Vladimir Putin has authorized one of the oligarchs to fund my think tank, or I've gotten some really good vibes from Russian intelligence that they'd love for me to open this think tank, and they could free up some funds from their slush account. Nothing like that at all. He just said some Russians, and that it had its pros and cons, so that he knew he probably wouldn't be able to do it. But that, according to the FBI, means he's in bed with the Russians. Continuing. At other points in the conversation, Page stated that he had, quote, "a long-standing constructive relationship with the Russians going back throughout, quote unquote, his life, and that he, quote, could talk for the next 5 hours about all these sneaky little approaches that the U.S. government has been taking against Russia going back a couple of decades," close quote. Page also stated his belief that, quote, "if these ridiculous approaches and these failed policies continue next January, we're on the brink of war," close quote. When he asked about the link between the Russians and WikiLeaks, Page said that, as he has, quote, "made clear in a lot of subsequent discussions, interviews, I know nothing about that on a personal level, No one's ever said one word to me. But it's interesting, off the record, between us. Dude, the guy's a spy. You don't know that, but he's taping everything you say, and they're only going to use the parts of the transcript that make you look dirty. Let me go back to that. But it's interesting, off the record between us, and again, we're quoting Page, if the only source of transparency and the truth is an external source, c'est la vie, right? Man. Continuing. Page also mentioned to Halper, quote, "very deep off the record," close quote, that the Clinton campaign had, quote, "hired investigators to come after me, including some in London," close quote, and that Page had, quote, "very good sources and knew the names of the investigators as well," close quote. I wonder if they were Russian MREs. I would just go to Sticks Hexenhammer 666 and say, "Sticks, we need your MRE collection to send to the Ukrainians so they can feed themselves for a couple of days. So if you wouldn't mind going into the vault and dragging out all that stuff from World War II and the Korean War, we'd really appreciate it." I'm sorry, I just cracked myself up thinking about that, as if, it's not out of the realm of possibility when you really get down to it. I can see the government going to a private individual and asking them for their stash of foreign MREs so they wouldn't have to dip into their own supplies. Sorry, cracking myself up. Totally rude. Okay, continuing. As for the platform committee during the Republican National Convention, Page told Halper that he, quote, stayed clear of that. There was a lot of conspiracy theories that I was one of them, but totally off the record. Members of our team were working on that, and in retrospect, it's way better off that I remained at arm's length. But again, our team was working on that. Something else that we've read before. This is a bit repetitious, Horowitz. You could have done an outline and got rid of all these extraneous inclusions over and over. Excuse me, please. Page also told Halper that the quote-unquote core lie against Page in the media, quote, is that I met with these sanctioned Russian officials, several of which I've never even met in my entire life, close quote. Page said that the lies concern, quote, Sechin, who is the main guy, the head of Rosneft, and there's another guy I had never even heard of, you know? He's like in the inner circle, close quote. When Halper asked Page about that person's name, Page said, quote, I can't even remember, it's just so outrageous, close quote. Footnote 467. As described in chapters 5 and 7, the FBI did not include Carter Page's denials of these meetings with Russian officials in its description of this spy's operation in the FISA applications. I find that hard to believe that the FBI would lie by omission in a FISA warrant. I find that hard to believe. All right, that was footnote 467. Continuing, Page stated that he did meet a number of people when he was the commencement speaker at the July 2016 New Economic School graduation in Moscow, and told Halper that, quote, the irony of it was, there's no law against meeting with sanctioned officials, close quote, and that his lawyer said everything would be fine, quote, as long as you don't take gifts or have any sort of business dealings. The lawyer quote was, internal quote, don't even take a pen, close quote, close entire quote. Continuing. When Halper asked whether Page could introduce Halper to Russians who might be interested in speaking redacted, love to know what that's supposed to be, Page... in speaking... I don't know, there's something about with Page about emails or something like that. I'm sure of it. Page laughed and said, quote, my lawyers would probably advise me to, close quote, then laughed again and mentioned Harry Reid's letter to FBI Director Comey asking the FBI to, quote, please look into Carter Page's connections to these people, close quote. And they're right there. They're right there. Harry Reid telling Comey to look at Carter Page's connections to the Russians, specifically those two Russians. That information got to Harry Reid's hands before it got to the FBI's hands. And the thinking is, and I believe it's completely accurate, that Brennan briefed Harry Reid on the dossier because he had it first. Briefed Harry Reid on the dossier, and then Harry Reid stupidly leaked out that he knew about what was in the dossier before it was officially published to the FBI, thereby putting Brennan in a trap. And when Brennan testified in front of Congress and was asked, when did you know about the FISA, about the Steele dossier, I think I might have said FISA earlier, I apologize. But about the Steele dossier, Brennan lied and said he didn't know about it until December, when it's obvious he knew about it in, I believe, late July or early August. Harry Reid's an idiot in more ways than one. Continuing, when asked again, Carter Page reiterated that, quote, my lawyers are always cautious and this would be setting off such big alarm bells, close quote. Page also told Halper that he did not have their quote-unquote contact details. Members of the Crossfire Hurricane team and FBI OGC told the OIG they considered Page's discussion of having a potentially quote-unquote open checkbook as the most useful and concerning piece of information from the October 17, 2016 meeting between Halper and Page. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable that that's their takeaway. Which again just shows, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the FBI wanted to nail Carter Page from the very beginning and did not give a damn about anything he said that was exculpatory in any way. Everything he said was read with the most nefarious intentions in order to make him look as to the negative. No scruples whatsoever. And Picasso knows, just so you know, that's the last of the thermos. Okay. Poor put upon case agent 1 told the OIG that, as a result of that comment, the Crossfire Hurricane team was, quote, trying to figure out at the time if that was part of a quid pro quo. I want to read this real quickly. King James, this came in earlier, I missed it, says the SBVER Bank of Russia, was that Subver? Or Viver? I don't know how to read that kind of Russian. Anyway, Bank of Russia, one of their largest, gave funds to John Podesta and his brother for investment in Joule International Energy. John was the chairman. Subver was major donors to Clinton Foundation. Oh, of course. I was wondering, is that the bank that Bill Clinton spoke at for, 2 hours or a half hour and got a $500,000 check? Or at least are they associated with that bank? There's got to be some connection there. If they're a major donor to the Clinton Foundation, there's got to be a pay for play there somewhere. Thank you, King James. That's excellent. Okay, thank you. Oh, great. We put 2 and 2 together, and unlike the Democrats, we came up with 4. Ein Stiefmagster, kommen Sie manche Baba. Has a ho, has a hey, just a wap. My best Hitler. Continuing. Joe Pietka, Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that Page's comment on funding a research institute using, quote, an open checkbook, unquote, from Russia brought Pietka closer to believing that Carter Page may actually be acting as an agent of a foreign power. The OGC attorney told us that he viewed the remark as an indication that Page had, quote, connections that he expected to be able to use to his advantage as a result of the potential election of Donald Trump. All right, how the hell do you read that into that? That is complete conjecture and has nothing to do with a factual statement as to what Page was up to. And again, he told Halper that there were big pros and cons, and that his lawyer said to the other suggestion that Halper gave him about talking to certain Russians. Page specifically said it would set off, his lawyers said it would set off huge alarm bells and not to do it. All right, Uncle Bobbity, enjoy it. Don't eat too quickly and make sure to chew your food. Uncle Bobby's previous, I did not accept those payments. I only put them in my pocket. All caps. I love it. Very nice. That's a pure Clinton dodge right there. Well put. Continuing, the OGC unit chief told the OIG she viewed this as a suggestion, quote, that the Russians would pay for Page to operate a think tank in the United States, basically as a propaganda machine. Yeah, because Carter Page always does what the Russians want him to do. The fact that he helped catch 3 spies and one of them went to jail, and Page is totally in the pocket of the Russians. You people, not you people. I'm starting to slouch. Excuse me. That's better. All right, continuing. As discussed in pages 5 and 7, these statements about, quote, an open checkbook, unquote, from Page's interactions with Halper were included in the FISA applications, but Page's statements denying knowing about a WikiLeaks connection to Russia, having involvement in the platform committee, or having met with the sanctioned Russian officials, or even knowing who one of them was, were not included in any of the FISA applications. Gee, go figure. Parenthetical 3, December 15, 2016. The third consensually monitored, I hate that, consensually monitored. I think it should be called the third secretly recorded meeting. In fact, I'm going to try to do that from now on. The third secretly recorded meeting between Halper and Carter Page took place on December 15, 2016, which was several days after Page returned from giving a lecture at the new economics school in Moscow. The new economics school was the university in Moscow where Page had spoken in July 2016. During their lunch meeting, Page described his recent trip to Moscow as involving, quote, 18-hour days for a week, close quote. Page also told Halper that Page would be traveling back to Moscow, quote, after the new year, close quote, and that Page had been invited to Christmas parties at Gazprom and Rosneft, but declined those invitations because of recent media reports suggesting that Page was being investigated by the FBI. And gee, I wonder how those reports came out. Who could have possibly let the press know that Page was being investigated by the FBI? It's probably Nunes. We know we can't trust him. King James with another interesting one here. Clinton's big connections to Toronto Dominion Bank in Canada and USA. FYI, Fusion GPS checks were drawn on the Toronto Dominion Bank of America in the dossier matter. Wow. King James with his ear to the ground. Nice, sir. Nice. Thank you. That's why they made you king. I never knew that. That is a great piece of information. Thank you very much. I've been to Toronto. I like the city. Of course, that was back in the mid-1980s. It has changed quite a bit since then, not for the better in my opinion, especially the people running it. But no, that's fascinating. Thank you, King James. Again, that's really something special. Continuing. Page also complained that media outlets had been, quote unquote, bad-mouthing him earlier that day and told Halper that one of the issues Page wanted to discuss was, quote unquote, damage control. We'll have to figure that out, King James. There's got to be a way we can do that. Here's my private YouTube. It's shoot, I haven't used it in a while. Give me just a second here. Okay, if any, got to get an extension cord for this headset. This is ridiculous. Anyway, that's my email address for YouTube correspondence for anyone who's on my channels. Although there's really only one that's working right now. So if you want to get in touch with me with anything that you'd rather not have in a comment section or want to arrange some other way of communicating, then get a hold of me there, and we can work it out. And that's for any of you. Any of you, if you want to just send me an email or a suggestion, whatever, you can send it to that email address, and I'll be happy to answer it. Just know I haven't been checking my email a lot lately. For some reason, my attention span isn't doing as well as it had been earlier after my surgery. I don't know why. I think it's because I'm still not sleeping very well. Keep waking up at 2:30 in the morning. But anyway, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, there's that email address. Y'all write it down and or copy paste, whatever you want to do, and I'll be happy to communicate with you through that. Okay, continuing. Next paragraph here. During the meeting, Page and Halper discussed some of the individuals who were under consideration for prominent positions in the Trump administration. With respect to President-elect Trump's announcement that he would nominate Rex Tillerson to be Secretary of State, big mistake, by the way. Continuing, Page stated that one of the things Tillerson will, quote, get hit the worst on, unquote, by critics is his relationship with Igor Sechin. However, Page added, quote, they tried it on me, and they've already played that card, so they've got to come up with something new, close quote. When Halper asked Page how the Russians viewed Tillerson, Page stated that the Russians are, quote, almost in awe, unquote, of him, and that they view him as, quote, someone who has real knowledge as opposed to just standard rhetoric that's been in place for some 70 years, close quote. When asked by Halper about where the Russians might take the relationship with the United States, Page said that the Russians are, quote, excited but cautious, unquote, because the Russians had, quote, been burned a lot in the past, close quote. Page also told Halper that he thought the question with respect to the relationship between the United States and Russia was whether the United States was going to be, quote, scolding or nasty or have an actual friendship, close quote. Well, Obama saw to it that there would be no ability for Trump to have any kind of a proper relationship, slowing the tensions between the two countries when Obama, on his way out, decided to suddenly take action against the quote-unquote Russian election meddling. And there was some election meddling, but come on, it was Facebook and Twitter. I mean, seriously, that's gonna blow an entire election. Remember, this stuff happened sporadically, and a lot of it was published after the election. And there was pro-Hillary and pro-Trump stuff. There was anti-Hillary and anti-Trump stuff. There was pro-Bernie and anti-Bernie stuff. We're crying out loud. The Russians were just trying to screw us over. They did not have a candidate in mind. So what does Obama do? He does nothing during that. Basically tells his people to stand down and let it happen so it won't, quote unquote, taint Hillary's election. And then as he's leaving office, he expels some 41 diplomats and staff from embassies and consuls in the U.S. And I believe closes a number of consulates. I don't remember that for sure, but I know I'm close. But he definitely kicked out around 41 Russians, thereby leaving Trump no choice but to have a chilly relationship with the Russians at the beginning. And remember, General Flynn talked to Kurilev? No. The Russian ambassador at the time. I can't believe I don't remember his name. But he talked to him when he was on vacation when Obama pulled this trick I wanted to use a better word, but Church will have to do. And he's on the phone with the Russian ambassador saying, look, just chill. Don't take any retaliation. And we can talk after the election. And we'll see what we can do. And the Russian ambassador said, okay, we won't take any opposite reaction. Any comparable reaction. We'll chill. Obama was nothing more than a crooked Chicago politician, which is basically redundant. All right, good. We're doing good. Checking the drop frame. It's pretty steady. All right. Continuing last paragraph here. Halper had also asked Page about congressional inquiries into whether the Russians had been leaking Hillary Clinton's emails to try to alter the results of the presidential election. Page responded by saying that even if they were to, quote, assume the allegations are correct, close quote, Page believed the real impact was, quote, giving some transparency to the actual corruption of the people that the Russians were exposing, close quote, and that was important to the functioning of the democratic process because, quote, democracy is based on information, close quote. That is one of the best summaries of the email dumps I have ever seen. I mean, let's face it. The people who did the most damage to Hillary's campaign are one, and that's James Comey. He made her look like a crook, because she is a crook, on July 2nd, 2016, July 5th, 2016, when he gave his speech about Hillary, where he listed 7 felonies that she had committed, and then said, but she didn't have any intent, so she gets off. No reasonable prosecutor would bring a case against her, thereby cutting the Department of Justice out of the loop, determining on his own that the case would never come to trial, and Loretta Lynch agreed. Gee, go figure, she was behind most of it. But then, in late October of that year, he reopens the investigation, which should have been opened a month earlier, when Hillary emails were found on Anthony Weiner and Uma Abedin's laptop. And they waited a month before they sent anybody up there to look at it, because they tried to not do anything until after the election. And Comey briefs Congress, and then that's leaked by Comey, I'm sure. It gets released right before the election that Hillary had possibly incriminating emails found again, and that they had to look at them. In 2 days, they said they searched all those hundred thousands of emails and found nothing, when in fact there were over a dozen confidential and secret emails in that cache of emails, which weren't looked at properly until months later, if not a year later. There's Hillary's loss right there. Not campaigning in Wisconsin didn't help. Didn't help at all. All right, continuing. Page told Halper that the difference between Hillary Clinton's, quote, public versus private positions never would have come to the forefront, close quote, otherwise, and that without such transparency, the American people would have been left with, quote, lies and false information, close quote. Dude, that's what the media is for. Continuing. Oh, excuse me just a moment. Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you. Leftist tears. Haven't used that in a while. Casa Notes just brought me some backup tea, and she used my leftist tears tumbler from the Daily Wire. By the way, unless you sign up for the the Plus membership that they're now running. It's a 2-tier membership now. The lower tier gets you access to all the channels and the videos, backstage and the conversation and Andrew Clavin and Michael Knowles project. Oh my God, I can't remember the name of it. Oh my God, Another Kingdom. Oh, I was going to be so embarrassed. Yeah, Another Kingdom. That you get all that, but if you go to the Plus membership, then you're able to chat with people who come into the chat. It's basically an AME kind of thing, but you get also guests, people they bring in from outside to do that. So there is more content. If you like to get down and dirty with your keyboard and really get into it with some of their guests and some of the hosts, that's for you. Not for me. I don't like it. But unless you sign up for the Plus membership, you don't get this. It's no longer for the simple tier, which I only had the 1 tier. So since I can't afford the Plus membership, nor do I really need it, we're not getting it. So thank goodness I've got my Tumblr now. But as you can see, this thing is battle worn. It's been around and around and around. I could really use a replacement, but screw it. It's got character. King James, latest Judicial Watch post. New information received December 24th shows FBI lied because they knew all of HRC's emails were traced back to the Obama White House. Oh my God. Everything was a lie to finish King James' comment. Oh my goodness gracious. That is incredible. Wow. And what has everybody been saying from the word go? What did Obama know and when did he know it? About everything. About mid-year exam, about Crossfire Hurricane, everything. This just proves how, I'm sure I'm looking for, micromanaging Obama was. He wanted everybody under his thumb to do his bidding and not to get off narrative. Again, a complete Chicago poll. And I didn't come up with that myself. Andrew Clavin came up with that. But it's perfectly spot on. Everything that Obama did was to grease the wheels of the machine, his machine. They lied about moderates in the Iranian government to get the Iran deal to go through. So King James release posted on their website, or because I've got that link to that. If we see, it's only 12 after 4 your time, 12 after 3 my time. Actually, for King James, it's 12 after 5. But okay, on the website, if I can finish this without screwing your guys' entire day up, I'll go to the Judicial Watch page and we could go over that in detail. If you guys would like to wait on that, remember tomorrow would be a shorter day, but I would like to read that while it's hot. So if anyone has an objection to that, please post it, and give me a 1 if you want to, a 2 if you don't want to, and I'll go from that. But that sounds like a great thing to do when we're done here. Keep the anger flowing. I can feel the anger within you. No, I can feel your anger. Okay, there's a 1 from David. We'll keep it going. David, I hope your bones heal fast and straight, by the way. Get you off that couch or bed or wherever you're at. Okay, let's see, information. Okay, here we go. Page stated that democracy had been, quote, actually made more pure by this exposure, public versus private, close quote, of Hillary Clinton's positions such that the disclosure of her emails actually served a positive role, close quote. When Halper suggested that information in the U.S. government elections should not be provided by, quote, actors outside the process, close quote, Page asked Source 2, quote, how many times have parties within this town, the U.S. government, interfered in the direction of governments around the world, close quote. Page then stated that he had, quote, an even more controversial statement, close quote, which was that the Russian media organizations RT and Sputnik, quote, may warrant a Nobel Peace Prize, close quote, for, quote, providing this transparency and helping to facilitate a pure democracy. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I used to watch RT quite often on YouTube. Their European reporting was really good. Oh, I forgot to turn my phone off. That's my sister. She'll have to wait. She runs a popcorn shop. I don't know if you can hear it, but her ringtone is the song Popcorn. It was a synth song from the 80s, I think. Really cool. Cute little song. Anyway, I apologize for the background noise. It's my fault. That's what she gets for not watching the streams. She should have known better. Let's see. Helping to facilitate a pure democracy. Continuing. Halper also asked Page about the think tank they had discussed in their October 17 meeting. Page told Halper that he had been talking with the new economics school, quote unquote, a little bit, that, quote, they were actually quite positive, close quote, about the idea, that they were thinking about, quote, doing something jointly or actually based there, unquote, and that the new economics school was, quote unquote, possibly going to help with the financing. Page added that the new economics school had a, quote, lot of support internally from the government, high level, close quote. All right, looks like we're doing it. Oh yeah, absolutely, Laura. Absolutely, you're dead on. Yeah, I remember that initially about the fake name. That Obama did that at first, but I think the thing, yeah, the fake email and handle whatever that WikiLeaks told us about, right? But I think the extent of it we didn't know about because we didn't have the records. But Judicial Watch got them. I'm telling you. And all this from asking about her emails related to the Benghazi investigation. Oh, I'm sorry, Hollywood. It's done now. It's done now. But that's fascinating. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'll try to keep the comments to a minimum, so we'll have plenty of time for that. Let's see. Let's support. Continuing. When Halper asked about Page's statement during their October 17 meeting about the Russians giving Page a blank check for the think tank, Page stated that he didn't, quote, know that he went that far, close quote, but that, quote, there was some support and this trip proved it, close quote. According to Page, the new economics school told him to, quote, come back to us with a proposal, close quote, and that, quote, very high-level people were quite supportive, close quote. Page added that he was weighing the, quote-unquote, pros and cons, and that, quote, some people have warned him to be careful with having too much Russia connection for obvious reasons, close quote. David Von Kettering makes an excellent point. Normies are watching TV. Absolutely, sir, absolutely. Although they're not watching Brian Stelter. I don't know if you saw his latest ratings for his Sunday morning show. I think he got in the demo something like 85,000 people, between 85 and 86,000 people in the demo watching his show Sunday morning. That is, my God. I have videos with more views than that. Continuing. During their meeting, Page used his personal laptop to show Halper the PowerPoint presentation from his most recent lecture, and then gave Halper a thumb drive containing a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. Page told Halper that one of Page's comments during the Moscow lecture was a play on Trump's phrase, quote-unquote, drain the swamp. According to Page in his lecture, He said the, quote, reference for U.S.-Russia relations is, internal quote, drain the septic tank, close all quotes, by which Page meant that prior dealings with Moscow could be characterized as, quote, deep misunderstandings and huge missed opportunities, close quote. Page pointed out one of the slides from the presentation, which was a quote-unquote scorecard Page had put together concerning previous administrations' positions on Russia. In discussing the quote-unquote scorecard, Page told Halper that when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State in 2011, she was interfering with other governments in the same way, quote, that people are accusing Russia of doing, close quote, in the 2016 elections. Well, I mean, let's face it, Hillary turned Libya into a lawless militia country. I don't think the government there has any possible control over anything outside the major city. So there you go. I mean, slave trading exploded after Hillary and Obama completely knocked that country off its foundation. Continuing, as described in Chapter 7, the Crossfire Hurricane team incorporated some of the information from this December 15, 2016 meeting between Carter Page and Halper into renewal application number 1. Yeah, of course they did, and I'm sure it was all designed to make Carter Page look as guilty as possible. All right, parenthetical number 4, January 25, 2017. The final consensually monitored meeting between Halper and Carter Page took place on January 25, 2017. None of the information from this meeting was included in any of the Carter Page FISA applications, which means it's all exculpatory. Continuing. During the January 25, 2017 meeting between Page and Source 2, Page asked whether Source 2 had ever, quote, come across that Steele guy, close quote. Halper told Page that he did not know Steele. Page then stated that the reports were, quote, just so false, close quote. Page said that he wished the reports, quote, had come out 3 or 4 months earlier because all the stuff against him was based directly upon that, close quote. Page stated that the reporting, which included, quote, some sorts of sex escapade, discredits itself so much, close quote, and contains, quote unquote, a lot of factual errors, although Page did not specify which part of the reporting he reviews as erroneous. How about all of it? Page characterized the reporting as, quote, a bigger fraud, close quote, than the allegations of voter fraud made by President Trump reported by the media that morning, because Hillary Clinton, quote, was playing against Page and everyone around Trump, and this reporting is the basis of it, close quote, which Page described as, quote, complete lies and spin, close quote. Page added that, in his view, the lies in the reporting were comparable to the obstruction of justice at issue in Watergate because, quote, one of the key elements of obstruction of justice is false evidence, close quote, and this, quote, false evidence is directly traceable back to Hillary Clinton, sending this over to the authorities at the J. Edgar Hoover building, close quote. Very prescient. I say, Page is no idiot. Excuse me. I hope you didn't hear that. That was disgusting. Okay. Saying this over. Oh, yeah. Continuing. In addition, Page told Halper that according to the, quote, front page of the Wall Street Journal, close quote, Page was under surveillance, quote unquote. Page said he thought there was an analogy to Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., quote, where J. Edgar Hoover was all over this guy, close quote, and that Page felt he was being targeted by those, quote, in positions of power using government resources to come after someone for exercising freedom of speech, close quote, because Page had spoken out on his views regarding Russia. Page told Halper he thought it was, quote, completely outrageous, unquote, but that he would have to talk to Halper, quote, about this offline because Page was not going to put this in email or discuss it on a phone call, close quote. Well, Page is righteously in fear that everything he's doing is being traced. Little did he know, he's also being in my point of view, illegally recorded by a longtime spy for the U.S. government. It's a shame Page didn't do a quick Google. Although, wasn't Halper using an alias at the time? I believe he was. So, never mind. Never mind. That would have come up with nothing. Oh, and yes, King James is right. CNBC, Rachel Maddow rankings have tanked as well. Yeah, I believe they're something like, 50%, 40% lower than they were at the height, right before the Mueller report. Something like that. She has lost a ton of viewers. MSNBC is still hanging in there as the number 2 news network. In fact, I think they're still the number 2 network overall on cable. But right now, it's very easily done to add their total viewers with CNN's total viewers, and not even come close to Fox's viewers. I mean, let's remember, MSNBC and CNN are both losing audience. Month after month, they're leaving. And it looks like most of them are going to Fox, because Fox has shown an increase in viewership 4 years in a row now. 4 years in a row on a medium that is technically dying because of streaming services. Fascinating. Continuing. Page also told Halper, I'm sorry guys, Page also told Halper that Page was scheduled to meet with Steve Bannon later that afternoon. At the time, Bannon was President Trump's chief strategist. There's a lot that can be said about Bannon. I'll leave it at that. Continuing. Page said he would be, quote unquote, curious to hear any ideas Halper had about ways Page could be, quote unquote, helpful to the Trump administration. Page asked for Halper's advice on whether Page should, quote, take this fraud on aggressively and go on the offensive and fight back, close quote, because the allegations against him are, quote, not going away, close quote. Well, dude, they're never going away, even though you've been completely vindicated. I hope tens of millions of dollars are in your future in settlement money. Continuing, Page also suggested that if he were offered a position in the Trump administration and went through a Senate confirmation hearing, he could use the opportunity as, quote, a way of getting it all out there, what a complete lie and what a complete sham this is, close quote, and that it was all done, quote, using government resources based on completely false evidence, close quote. Again, Page absolutely knows what he's talking about. He's the guy in the middle of it all, so how could he not know? But the one thing is, though, he was saying earlier that he did not want a position with the Trump administration, and it looks like he's changing his mind. Maybe this is just a thought experiment, or he can spin off about a way of getting his name cleared that would be effective, and a Senate hearing would do just that. But it's a bit of a puzzlement. You could read it either way. Page, continuing, said that he wanted to show how, quote, this all started based on complete and utter lies, close quote. Page told Halper that he thought Bannon might be receptive to this, quote, forward-leaning approach, close quote, through which the, quote, lies are exposed and everyone kind of understands how this all came about and the impact, close quote. In response, Halper suggested that the Trump administration was unlikely to put Page, quote, through a Senate confirmation because everybody who objects to Page's viewpoint on Russia will be rounded up and trotted through in front of the cameras, close quote, and it would be politically impossible to get the votes needed for confirmation. Yeah, I think that's Halper trying to keep Page under the FBI's thumb for as long as possible, because a good confirmation hearing with the kind of senators that the Republicans have now, they had at the after the 2016 election, and I think he would have made it. There would have been a lot of nays, but they only need. Was it for his level of job? It would have only wow. For his Page's level of job, he would have probably would have only needed a majority of votes. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. That's the way I remember it. But I could be off. I thought that cabinet level positions required more than a majority, but lower level positions did not. But please correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a long time since I've looked through that. Continuing. Hey, watcher. You know, here's the thing, watcher. If I can stop going on and on about things that don't mean anything, we may be able to get to the newest Judicial Watch reports that are on their website. King James mentioned them a little bit ago, and they are quite outstanding. I don't want to use the word bombshell. Diminutions of the Obama White House's standing in this country's mind. Y'all can discuss it in the chat while I get going. See if you're interested. Okay. Continuing. Halper asked Page whether he had made any more progress on the think tank, which Halper said could be helpful by undertaking projects, quote, exploring how international business leads to international political cooperation, close quote, for example. Halper stated that he thought Page, quote, might be able to create something useful in London, close quote, and added that if Page, quote, could bring some Russian money into the table, Halper might be able to help get some U.S. money, close quote. Here he is trying to get Page to commit to Russian funding so the FBI can keep him under surveillance even longer. Yeah, I'm sorry, Laura. Excuse me, watcher. I'm even that far behind now. Happy New Year, watcher. I hope you had a great Christmas and that your new year is full of peace and prosperity. Laura, I don't know what the status of Halper is yet. I think he's basically Schrodinger's cat right now. So we'll have to see. That's very funny, Ray. Very funny. Oh, watcher, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. As Tom says quite often and quite accurately, Judicial Watch is doing the heavy lifting. Let's see. Continuing. Page told Halper that he was concerned about, quote, anything that's sort of balanced, getting that weight correct, close quote. Page said he was trying to take his time and weigh the pros and cons, but also was, quote, kind of anxious based on conversations last month in Moscow that the momentum is building, close quote, toward another potential Cold War. Well, you can thank Obama for screwing Trump over at the end there and making Congress place sanctions on Russia for that. Instead of doing his damn job and cutting it off at the pass. Waha. Page told Halper that he was concerned about, quote, anything that's sort of balanced, getting that weight correct, close quote. Page said he was trying to take his time and weigh the pros and cons, but also was, quote, kind of anxious based on conversations last month. Oh, she already read that. I'm sorry. Shoot. Continuing. Right here. Page said that, based on his conversations with Deputy Prime Minister Arkady Dvorkovich, who Page described as the, quote, de facto chairman, unquote, of the new economic school, the Russians are, quote, unquote, fully on board and want to, quote, unquote, get started. But Page said that he was concerned that doing this, quote, on that side can be a black mark for people like McCain, close quote, who might view it as, quote, too un-American, close quote. Yeah, McCain, super patriot, to steal Sean's line towards Comey. He'd do everything for the American people without ever letting petty, I won't say petty, but personal disagreements with the president color his votes in any way. A completely upstanding individual with no insane temper at all. Continuing. When Halper asked Page if Page could, quote, tie him down to a dollar amount that then Halper can try to match, close quote, Page responded, quote, $1 million and $1 million? But Halper expressed doubt about whether Halper could raise $1 million to contribute to the think tank. The only other subject of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was that mentioned during the January 25, 17 conversation, that was my mistake, mentioned, was General Michael Flynn. Halper asked Page if he knew General Flynn, quote-unquote, pretty well, and Page responded that he, quote-unquote, kind of knew Flynn's, quote-unquote, number two. As with other denials made by Page to an FBI spy, these statements about the Steele reports were not included in FISA renewal application number 2 or number 3. Okay. Small case E. Source 2's meeting on September 1, 2016, with a high-level Trump campaign official who was not a subject of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. So Halper did meet Clovis. Oh, I remember now. My mistake. I got that wrong through this whole chapter. Continuing. At the request of the Crossfire Hurricane team, Halper also reached out to Sam Clovis, who was not a subject of the investigation. Halper succeeded in arranging a meeting with Clovis on September 1, 2016, and their meeting was consensually monitored. Their meeting was secretly recorded by the Crossfire Hurricane team. Poor put upon case Agent 1 told the OIG that this meeting occurred after said Agent 1 got approval from the OGC chief to consensually monitor the conversation as required, to secretly record the conversation as required by the DIOG. Priestap told the OIG that from an operational standpoint, he personally reviewed and approved the operation, even though review at his level was not required by the DIOG. McCabe's handwritten notes reflect that he was told ahead of time that Halper was going to be meeting with Clovis, but McCabe told the OIG he did not remember anything specific about that discussion. He added that his approval was not required for such an operation, and if he was told ahead of time, it was, quote, likely that he asked who that was because that name would not have stood out to him independently, close quote. FBI and department policy did not require that the FBI obtain department approval to secretly record this conversation. See, again, right there, and I believe Ray is addressing this, but for crying out loud, this never should have been allowed, that you can record, especially a member of a campaign team, a presidential campaign team of the opposing party, without the DOJ having to put their imprimatur on it at all. Again, that's to keep the political people from seeing what the FBI is doing under the table and cut them off at the knees for doing something illegal. Watcher makes a couple interesting points here. Fascinating, actually. Without looking it up, didn't Halper work with the Clinton and Russians' pension thefts, which triggered the Magnitsky Act? I might be mistaken. I don't know. That is fascinating. I would love to know more about that. I hope I can remember to look it up. Yeah, those thefts through oh shoot, what was the name of the U.S. bank that had the outlet in Russia? I can't believe I don't remember that. But yeah, they were the ones who the Russians stole from, took their corporate ID actually, and kicked them out of the country. Yeah. Like you say, a scandal where the money was taken from Russians and made its way to the Clinton Foundation. For Watcher closes it out. You guys are really, really schooling me today with a lot of good stuff. Hollywood's been great. King James has really brought some things in there. All you guys, Laura, all you guys, really. I shouldn't be naming names because I'm just going to leave all of you out. Every one of you has been a great contributor to the chat today. But that's fascinating, Watcher. Thank you so much. Let's see, continuing. Oh, I already read that. Then Chief of NSD's Counterintelligence and Export Control Section, or CES, David Loffman, told the OIG that he had no recollection of being informed that the FBI was planning to secretly record a conversation between a spy and and Sam Clovis, and we are not aware of any department official having been informed in advance by the FBI. Go figure. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG that the plan for this meeting was for Halper to ask Clovis about Papadopoulos and Carter Page, quote, because they were unknowns, close quote, and the Crossfire Hurricane team was trying to find out how, quote, these two individuals who are not known in political circles got introduced to the campaign, close quote, including whether the person responsible for those introductions had ties to Russian intelligence services or RIS. Oh, give me a break. Give me a break. Talk about reaching for, as HB likes to say, talk about wish casting. That doesn't even have any basis in reality whatsoever. This is absolute fantasy on the FBI's part. And for anyone to give it any credence at all has to be a complete moron. Oh, wait, we're talking about James Comey and Andrew McCabe. Never mind. Or I don't even... Wait, they weren't supposed to know any about that. That would be a... what's the word I'm looking for? Never mind, I lost my train of thought. I guess I'm getting Joe Biden disease. Okay, they were unknowns. Political service. Well, we know how they got introduced. It was panic on Trump's part because the press was screaming at him for not having a foreign policy advisory board. And they just started picking names. Papadopoulos had applied, so they had his CV on file. Carter Page was known for his Russian connections, and Clovis had been around a long time. He was more of a coordinator. A few other people. Jeff Sessions was in on that, and a couple other people. But it was basically a panic move on Trump's part. I don't think Papadopoulos would have ever got chosen for something like that. He had very little experience outside of energy papers written about the Mediterranean gas field that had been discovered by the Israelis in Greece, and his what's what I'm looking for? His view that they should control it through their areas and not control it through Turkey. He was very adamant about that, and that put him on the Obama radar as someone to watch, which is why I believe he's had a tail for a long time, even while he was with the Herman Cain campaign. Just like General Flynn, same thing, just a different reason. Okay, continuing. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that he did not remember having a plan in place in case the FBI monitored information that was politically sensitive. He told the OIG, oh, that's insane. He told the OIG that, quote, if we received information and recognized it for what it was, our first call would be to our general counsel to talk to them about how we need to ingest that, close quote. Yeah, that's a lie. You guys got confidential campaign information from Trump's campaign through one of your one of your spies who was not placed in the campaign, but it was there already, I think, in order to show off and get information to the FBI on spec and hopefully make themselves look better. And that information was filed in the FBI system. And it's so confidential every time they discuss it here, it's redacted. So that makes literally no sense, Pietka. Continuing, Peter Strzok's hatchet man also told the OIG that he did not think the Crossfire Hurricane team gathered any of that type of information through Halper's meeting with Sam Clovis. And again, big deal because you already had somebody in there who was passing it along. The OGC unit chief, continuing, remembered discussing with the team with respect to the use of Halper the need to be careful about First Amendment protected activity, so it's too late for that. However, she said that her concern about a spy collecting that type of information arises if the operation seeks information falling outside the authorized purpose of the investigation, or if the FBI is, quote, broadly disseminating that information and or using it in a way that would undermine or promote, quote, unquote, one candidate or the other. The OGC unit chief said the Crossfire Hurricane investigation did not really raise that concern because the FBI did not seek information outside the authorized purpose of the investigation. It was not disseminating the information it gathered from the spies or using it, quote, in a way that would expose it to people that didn't need to know it, close quote. You are delusional. The Carter Page investigation was being leaked from the very beginning, even before they got the FISA warrant. Because remember, they applied for one, was back in August, I think, before Christopher Steele and Glenn Simpson and Nellie Orr. There we go. And Nellie Orr, before their dossier was given to the FBI in mid-September, which had already been around Washington for over a month before that. So you can't begin to tell me that you didn't know about all those leaks that were going against Page. That is hilarious if it wasn't so sad. Sorry, that would be hilarious if it wasn't so sad. Continuing. The OGC unit chief also said that her main concern about spies interacting with members of the Trump campaign was ensuring that spies were not, quote, influencing steps the campaign was going to take, close quote. Well, we've heard that line before. We now know what the party line is. Priestap told the OIG he remembered multiple meetings where the team discussed the objectives of having Source 2 engage with members of the Trump campaign and former members of the Trump campaign, and the, quote, need to steer clear, unquote, of collecting campaign information, quote, dealing with policies, plans, staffing decisions, or anything related, close quote. Priestap also said that, quote, it's not always possible once people start talking, close quote, to a source to stay on point because the target of the operation may tell a source about the topic that interests the FBI, as well as a lot of additional information. He added that, quote, the FBI tries really hard to take the information we're authorized to collect and to disregard the information it isn't, no matter how embarrassing, scintillating, or whatever else that information might be to others. That's why Comey briefed Trump on one thing in the fake dossier, which was Pissgate. Sorry for the language, kids. That's why Comey only told Trump about that. Because they want to disregard information that's embarrassing, scintillating, or whatever else it might be to others. There are so many statements at cross purposes with what actually happened in this document that it is mind-blowing. I am absolutely gobsmacked how often these people say things that go completely against what they actually did. Again, it's just people having time to get their story together and to try to blow smoke up Horowitz's butt. I mean, it's easy for Priestap to say this because he's gone. He got fired. Or stepped down, one of the two. He's not there anymore. Continuing. Priestap told the OIG he remembered multiple meetings where the team discussed the objectives of having Source 2 engage with members of the Trump campaign and former members of the Trump campaign, and the, quote, need to steer clear, unquote, of collecting campaign information, quote, dealing with policies, plans, staffing decisions. Oh, Jesus, I already read that. I'm sorry. I missed. I was looking around and I missed the word scintillating because I knew that's where I had left off. I do apologize greatly, folks. I hate repeating myself. It's one of my biggest bugaboos. Continuing. Porpor put upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG that none of the information collected from monitoring Halper's conversations, secretly recording Halper's conversations with Clovis, was ever used in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. It never should have been involved in the first place, since he was not a target of the investigation. That was a complete overreach, more than everything you've done already. Okay, continuing, Porpor put upon Case Agent 1 said that the team determined that, quote, the conversation wasn't germane to any of the investigative activity we were taking, so we didn't do anything with that, close quote. Again, you never should have been there in the first place. We found that the Crossfire Hurricane team did not transcribe the meeting. Once again, it would have been too much effort to write it all down. We just took the parts that we needed. Instead, Porpor put upon Case Agent 1 said that the secret recording was, quote, checked into evidence, and that was about it. We didn't do anything with that conversation, close quote. We reviewed the secret recording of the September 1, 2016 meeting between Halper and Clovis, who was not a subject of the investigation. Footnote 468. At the beginning of this secret recording, Halper has a brief conversation with the FBI agent. The FBI agent clearly instructs Halper that in meeting with Clovis, quote, consistent with our theme, listen to him, talk to him with your points. We are not directing you to join the campaign, close quote. Well, he says it on tape. It'll just be interesting to see what he said before they started recording. I'm sure it was all consistent. There was no change in tone or anything like that. All right, that was footnote 468. Continuing, in the consensual monitoring, Halper raised a number of issues that were pertinent to the investigation, but received little information in response. For example, Source 2 asked whether the Trump campaign was planning a, quote, October surprise, unquote. The high-level Trump campaign official responded that the real issue was that the Trump campaign needed to, quote, give people a reason to vote for him, not just vote against Hillary, close quote. Judges. Appointment of judges. Definitely very high on my list. I didn't know how good Trump was going to be. I figured he would at least be surrounded by people who would keep him from going off the deep end. I was very, very much wrong in my assessment. Turns out he's an excellent governor. He does excellent governance, through his office. And if it wasn't for all the Russia crap surrounding him, he would have been able to put together a much better transition team and initial White House staff. Instead, he was so tarred by that it was hard to get any of the people you would have really wanted in there, and he wound up having to scrounge around, which is why there were so many damn leaks at the beginning of the administration. I mean, seriously, to leak phone conversations with the president of Mexico and the prime minister of Australia, seriously? That is the kind of crap that no one should ever have to put up with, but that Trump was hit with daily, and still hit with daily. Although it's much better than it used to be. Let's see, October surprise. Okay, here we go. When asked about the allegations of Russian interference in the 2016 elections, Sam Clovis told Halper, quote, honestly, I think for the average voter it's a non-starter. I think in this city, Washington, D.C., it's a big deal. I think in New York it's a big deal, but I don't think from the perspective of the average voter. I just don't think they make the connection, close quote. Sam Clovis added that in his view, the key for the Trump campaign, quote, is to say what we have said all along. We need to raise the level of abstraction. We need to talk about the security of the election system, which includes things like voter IDs, close quote. No, voter IDs, that's voter suppression. There's no way anyone who's a minority can get any kind of an ID that would be possible for them to vote legally with. No, you have to have open voting where people who haven't been registered can walk up and register immediately at the desk and get a provisional ballot, because there's no way that can be used for any kind of cross purposes to free and accurate elections at all. And you look at all the illegal aliens who showed up at the New York DMVs to get driver's licenses. I mean, obviously that's just a fluke. I mean, if illegal aliens are a completely different subset of that culture than blacks or Hispanics in general. It's very difficult for them to get IDs because they can't find the DMV. But maybe now if they follow an illegal alien around, they'll be able to find one. Democratic talking points in a nutshell. Continuing, Halper also asked about George Papadopoulos, who Sam Clovis described as, quote, very eager and, quote unquote, a climber. The high-level campaign of, Sam Clovis added that he was, quote, always suspicious of people like that, close quote. Sam Clovis described Carter Page as a, quote unquote, treasure, but agreed with Halper that Carter Page is, quote unquote, ambiguous in his thinking and that it might be hard to get a clear answer out of him. When Halper asked whether the Trump campaign needed to do something to put the ideas raised by Carter Page's Moscow speech in perspective, Sam Clovis told Halper that it's not that it's not important, but that the campaign official was, quote, not sure it was something that in the grand scheme of things rises to the level of the campaign making an open effort, close quote, I'm reading too far ahead, please excuse me, to do, quote, other than to say we should never have any interference in our electoral process, close quote. As for the relationship between candidate Trump and Manafort, Halper was told that the high-level campaign official thought Trump and Manafort did not, quote, ever hit it off, close quote. That Sam Clovis thought that Trump and Manafort did not, quote unquote, ever hit it off, and that Manafort, quote, was trying to do a traditional campaign and Mr. Trump wasn't buying it, close quote. Sam Clovis made a few additional comments about the internal structure, organization, and functioning of the Trump campaign. And again, there was no earthly reason that Halper should have been talking to Sam Clovis. None whatsoever. Continuing. During the discussion, Halper and Sam Clovis also discussed issues unrelated to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, such as an internal campaign debate about Trump's immigration strategy, efforts to reach out to minority groups, and the impact of those efforts, and the campaign's strategies for responding to questions about Trump's decision not to release his tax returns. Let's see. Weren't we told earlier that the FBI didn't want to know what was going on in the campaign? They just wanted to know what happens in the foreign policy advice section, how that works. That they didn't want any internal details whatsoever. And here's Halper, just digging away to get Sam Clovis to talk about actual campaign nuts and bolts. D.L. Frater Watcher makes an excellent point. That drives me crazy. My son lost his wallet, went to get a new driver's license, and they told him he needed 3 pieces of ID for them to reprint a copy of his license. So I dug out the hospital birth certificate. Here's one. Yeah. I went to replace my license because I had my first name. I was told that it was the formal spelling of the name, and I didn't know it was a different spelling until I went to apply for my first passport and actually had to copy my birth certificate verbatim. And then I realized there'd been a mistake. Well, I had to get, there are some places in my life where they still use that name. It's just easier to let them do it. But I had to get that fixed on my driver's license because if my driver's license and my passport don't match, I may not be allowed to travel. So I went to the DMV and I told them what was going on. And the guy looked at me like I'd grown a third eye right in front of him. And like, you didn't know what your real name was? Dude, my dad didn't even know until I brought it up after I read the birth certificate. They all thought I had the formal name, not the shortened name. So he's giving me attitude before we even start. Now I had brought my birth certificate, my passport, and one other thing. I don't even remember now what it was. But it was everything I needed. So I give it to him. He scans it all in, and they give me a temporary. And then a month or two later, I got my real license. Great, everything's done. Well, now it expires a year later. So I go to the DMV to re-up, and they want all that information again. And I'm like, what? I already have the license. Just update it. No. We need all this stuff. And Picasso Nose and I are running around like chickens with our legs cut off, trying to figure out what to do. And suddenly, the lady, I give her credit. She worked with us. She looks in the system. She goes, oh, that's already been scanned in. I've got it all right here. Well, thanks for checking first. But I got my new license, and it's the federally approved one for flying. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, Picasso Nose is right. All of our stuff is paperless. Yeah, Skullcram. Hey, Skullcram, I didn't see you sneak in. Happy New Year. Hope your Christmas was great. Yeah, the used to be your Social Security number. I think when I know my pilot certificate used my Social Security number as my ID, and they finally, the FAA finally changed it to where you get an anonymous ID, and they did it for free, thankfully. But the new certificate, or because it's not a license, it's a certificate. Pilots are not licensed; they're certified. So if you want to win a bar bet, look that up. But the new card, my certification, did not have the printing on the back like the first one did, that described the regulation that I had followed to get my certificate. And at the very top it says, the Federal Aviation Administration has certified that this card holder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, but now it's not on there anymore. It's really tough. Really tough. Well, that's a great idea, Watcher. A yearly statement. That's a great idea. Okay, I really got off on a tangent there. I'm sorry, guys. I could have shut up half hour ago. Wouldn't have changed a thing. Let's see. Finishing up that paragraph, we found no evidence that any information contained on the secret recording was put to any use by the Crossfire Hurricane team. That's because they didn't get the dirt they wanted. Should have been asking him in the first place. I keep putting my hands on the WASD keys because I've been playing a lot of Fallout 4 lately, trying to finish a game that's one of the best games ever produced, And I'm doing it in great detail. I'm not leaving any stone unturned. And it's taken a while to just get through. I haven't even gotten through the first zone yet. But every time I sit here right now with my mouse, I'm putting my left hand on the WASD keys. I'm going to start running around the screen. I am really indoctrinated. Okay, small f. Source 2's meetings with George Papadopoulos. At the direction of the Crossfire Hurricane team, which is at Halper's meetings, a hurricane team, Halper invited Papadopoulos to meet with him in September 2016 to discuss a project. Poor put upon case agent 1 said that the Crossfire Hurricane team thought it would play to, quote, Papadopoulos' ego to help take part in a project, close quote. What does that got to do with anything? You're setting him up, is what you're doing. Continuing. The project was based on Papadopoulos' past writings about the Leviathan oil fields off the coast of Israel and Turkey. I'm sorry, I thought it was off the coast of Israel and Greece. I also thought it was a gas field, not an oil field. Boy, was I screwed up on that. Anyway, continuing. And was not related to Papadopoulos' role in the Trump campaign. The FBI, through Halper, covered the costs of Papadopoulos' travel and paid Papadopoulos $3,000 for the project. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Continuing. The Crossfire Hurricane case agents told the OIG that they were trying to recreate the conditions that resulted in Papadopoulos' comments to Alexander Downer about the suggestion from Russia that it could assist the Trump campaign by anonymously releasing derogatory information about presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, which we discussed in Chapter 3. Poor put upon case agent 1 said that by taking Papadopoulos to another country, Papadopoulos might, quote, feel a little freer to talk outside the confines of the United States and repeat that conversation, close quote, he had with Alexander Downer. Okay, so now you're spying on an American citizen off American soil. It's my understanding that the FBI can't do that it's specifically and implicitly illegal. What the hell? They're even admitting to it outright. If it was Misfood doing this, again, we don't know if he's alive or dead, Schrodinger's cat, but that would be fine because Misfood was a CIA operative. And they have the authority to spy on U.S. Citizens abroad. But the FBI does not. What the hell? Continuing, Case Agent 3 said that it made sense to take him. Case Agent 3 said that it made sense to take him there. Oh, there's a space between him and there. It looked like there was a comma there, to my mind, because of the space. Threw me off. Made sense to take Papadopoulos there, quote, have a political discussion over a couple of drinks, and reproduce, close quote, Papadopoulos' statement to the representative, to Alexander Downer, if possible. They're going to try to get him drunk and then use his words in a diminished capacity as evidence against him. That is the most reprehensible thing. And I say this often in this piece, in this document, but still, that is the most reprehensible thing I think I've ever read. I mean, Papadopoulos stated specifically that he had one drink with Downer. Why would you have more drinks with someone who is berating you constantly about how you don't know anything, you don't belong in London, etc., etc., etc.? Why would you have more than one drink with somebody like that? And certainly, why would you let your guard down? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Continuing. The members of the Crossfire Hurricane team who traveled for the operation were put upon Case Agent 1, Case Agent 2, and the SOS. The written plan for the operation stated that Papadopoulos would meet with Stefan Halper to discuss the project. The written plan stated that during that time, quote, there will be ample opportunity and various angles to have Papadopoulos expound on the initial comments made in May 2016, close quote, to Alexander Downer regarding the anonymous release of emails by the Russians that would damage the Clinton presidential campaign. Okay, remember, Papadopoulos never used the word emails in his conversation with Downer, according to Downer. Papadopoulos didn't even use the word dirt, according to Downer, which he initially reported. Downer changed his statement several times after the first one. It sounds like Downer was the one who was drunk. Yet the FBI ran with it. And now they're trying to get him drunk to at least repeat what he said before so they can hang him out to dry. Even though that's nothing. What he said was nothing. That's why they couldn't get a FISA against him, because they had zero. But they really wanted Carter Page, and sure enough, good old Richard Steele came through with everything they needed. Like I said before, it's almost as if he already knew what they wanted. Continuing. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that it was his understanding that FBI executive managers were, quote, briefed consistently, unquote, during the planning for this operation and orally approved the operation before it took place, footnote 469. There is no requirement in the CHSPG for the FBI to inform the Department of Extraterritorial spy operations in support of national security investigations. You've got to be kidding me. Once again, the inmates are running the asylum. There is no direct oversight of these people whatsoever. No DOJ oversight whatsoever, because they don't want mommy to know what they're doing. Continuing in the footnote. In fact, the CHSPG states, quote, pursuant to the AG memo dated May 5, 2006, the AG delegated to the FBI director the authority to approve national security extraterritorial operations, which the director then delegated to the assistant director. Okay, so there is authorization for the FBI to spy on you outside of the U.S. How is that possible? Who in the hell said, yeah, we should allow the FBI to do this too? Man, I don't know. I don't know if this is ever going to get fixed, folks. Like I said before, we're going to need another 16 years of Republican administration to get all this fixed. Otherwise, this country's judicial system, investigative, intelligence system, the intelligence community is going to be broken forever. Continuing, that was footnote 469. Pourport put upon Case Agent 1 said that he did not remember any FBI managers voicing concerns about this operation. Priestap told the OIG that he recalled being aware of the operation and approving it. No wonder you're not there anymore. McCabe told the OIG that he did not remember knowing ahead of time that the FBI was going to be secretly recording Halper's meetings, but that approval for such an operation by the deputy director was not required. Again, low-level FBI people, supervisory special agents, are allowed to do this without any supervision at the deputy or director level. That is amazing. Dumbfounding. Continuing. The OGC unit chief told the OIG that because the operation targeted Papadopoulos individually and wasn't directed at anything related to the campaign, she thought that it was appropriate. Wow. How is it not related to the campaign when you guys think Papadopoulos is trying to get emails from the Russians that are damaging to Hillary Clinton released to the American people? How is that not related to the campaign? Damn it. This is so wrong. And we're not even at the summary yet. This is just chapter 10. Sorry, my voice is breaking. I'm losing it, folks. I'm actually losing it. Deep breath. Deep breath. Continuing. She, the OGC unit chief, said that her main concern about using Halper to interact with members of the Trump campaign was ensuring that Halper was not, quote, influencing steps the campaign was going to take, close quote, and that, quote, asking questions of Papadopoulos to collect information did not raise those kinds of concerns, close quote. Yeah, like that conversation he had with Horowitz, where it was all about what the campaign was doing. Continuing. Pre-Step signed the formal authorization for the operation on September 15, 2016, the day the operation concluded. Joe Pietka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that it was, quote, just standard practice to get verbal authority, close quote, before such an operation, and to have the paperwork, quote, signed after the fact. Wow. It gets worse and worse. Wow, it just gets worse and worse. All right, parenthetical 1. September 15, 2016, brunch meeting with Stephen Halper and Papadopoulos. On that date, Papadopoulos met for brunch with Halper and to discuss the project. The meeting was secretly recorded by the FBI and later transcribed. Much of the conversation between Halper and Papadopoulos concerned Papadopoulos' academic pursuits, his work with the Hudson Institute, and his research on the Arab Spring, Greek energy production, and the strategic importance of Cyprus. During the meeting, Halper told Papadopoulos that the paper Papadopoulos was writing should focus on geopolitical dimensions in the Eastern Mediterranean, including the energy sector and Russia's engagement with the Israelis. Stephen Halper offered Papadopoulos $3,000 for the paper and asked for Papadopoulos to complete it within 3 weeks. During the meeting, Halper told Papadopoulos that Carter Page, quote, always says nice things about you, close quote. A complete and total lie. Continuing, Papadopoulos told Halper that although Carter Page was one of the campaign's, quote, Russian people, close quote, Page, quote, has never actually met Trump and hasn't actually advised him on Russia, but he might be advising him indirectly through another campaign official, close quote. Papadopoulos also told Halper that General Flynn, quote, does not want to cooperate, that General Flynn, quote, does want to cooperate with the Russians, and the Russians are willing to embrace adult issues, close quote. As for Papadopoulos' own connections with Russia, Papadopoulos told Halper that he thought that, quote, we have to be wary of the Russians, close quote, and mentioned that, quote, they actually invited me to their faith talk. I didn't go, though, close quote. Papadopoulos explained to Halper that he made the decision not to go because it is, quote, just too sensitive as an advisor on the campaign trail, especially with what's going on with Paul Manafort, close quote. Source 2 also asked Papadopoulos about the possibility of the public release of additional information that would be harmful to Hillary Clinton's campaign. Papadopoulos responded that Julian Assange of WikiLeaks had sent in public statements to, quote, get ready for October, but whatever that means, no one knows, close quote. So again, every time Halper asks somebody about an October surprise, as if that's only come out through conversations with the Trump campaign, when Julian Assange had mentioned it well in advance after his first release of documents. And everybody acted like it was the Trump campaign who came up with that. Continuing. As a result of this brunch meeting, the Crossfire Hurricane team assessed that Papadopoulos was, quote, responding in a deferential mode to Halper, and decided that Halper would set a follow-up meeting for drinks with Papadopoulos later that afternoon, quote, to ask direct questions pertaining to the Crossfire Hurricane predicating material, close quote. I wonder if we're going to get into Azra Turk before we finish this chapter. That would be nice. Parenthetical 2, September 15, 2016, evening meeting with Halper and Papadopoulos. On that evening, Halper and Papadopoulos met for pre-dinner drinks and further discussion. The meeting was secretly recorded by the FBI and later transcribed. According to the executive summary written by Case Agent 2 after the operation, the goal of this meeting was for Halper to ask Papadopoulos direct questions about whether the Trump campaign benefited from, or anyone in the Trump campaign had knowledge of, Russian assistance or the WikiLeaks release of information that was damaging to the Clinton campaign. When Stephen Halper initially asked about WikiLeaks, Papadopoulos commented that with respect to Assange, quote, no one knows what he's going to release, close quote, and that he could release information on Trump as a, quote, ploy to basically dismantle or undercut the next president of the United States, regardless of who it's going to be, close quote. Papadopoulos also stated that, quote, no one has proven that the Russians actually did the hacking, close quote. Way to go, George. Way to go. Thinking for yourself. Continuing. Then Papadopoulos continued to discuss hacking by pointing out that he had, quote, actually had a few Israelis trying to hack, quote, his cell phone, which Papadopoulos said, quote unquote, shocked him because he had, quote, done some sensitive work for that government, close quote, and he said the Israelis had, quote, allowed him quite a high level of access, close quote. Well, that makes him a Russian spy then, doesn't it? Continuing, Papadopoulos also stated that, quote, no one else, unquote, did the work that he did for the Israelis, and that it had led, quote, some folks to joke that Papadopoulos should go into the CIA after this if Trump ends up losing, close quote. Later in the conversation, Halper asked Papadopoulos directly whether help, quote, from a third party like WikiLeaks, for example, or some other third party like the Russians could be incredibly helpful, close quote, in securing a campaign victory. Papadopoulos responded, this is all quote, well, as a campaign, of course, we don't advocate for this type of activity because at the end of the day, it's illegal. First and foremost, it compromises the U.S. national security, and third, it sets a very bad precedence, and of course it's the wrong word, it should be precedent. So the campaign does not advocate for this, does not support what is happening. The indirect consequences are out of our hands. For example, our campaign is not engaging or reaching out to WikiLeaks or to the whoever it is to tell them, please work with us, collaborate, because we don't. No one does that. Unless there's something going on that I don't know, which I don't because I don't think anybody would risk their life potentially going to prison over doing something like that. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's an illegal activity. Espionage is treason. This is a form of treason. Hillary, hello? Are you listening to George? Continuing, this is a form of treason. This is still quoting. I mean, that's why, you know, it became a very big issue when Mr. Trump said, quote, Russia, if you're listening, unquote. Do you remember? That was a damn joke, but nobody on the Democrat side knows how to laugh. Continuing, and, you know, we had to retract it because, of course, he didn't mean for them to actively engage in espionage, but the media then took and ran with it. How unlike the media. I'm sorry, that's me. End quote there. Continuing, when Stephen Halper raised the issue again, they're pumping Papadopoulos to try to get him to trip up. This is entrapment, pure and simple. Pure entrapment. Let me start over there. When Halper raised the issue again, Papadopoulos added, and this is a quote, to run a shop like that, of course it's illegal. No one's looking to obviously get into trouble like that, and, you know, as far as I understand, no one's collaborating, there's been no collusion, and it's going to remain that way. But the media, of course, wants to take a statement that Trump made, an off-the-cuff statement about how Russia helped find the 30,000 emails, and use that as a tool to advance their story, that Trump is a stooge, and if he's elected, he'll permit the Russians to have carte blanche throughout Eastern Europe and the Middle East, while the Americans sit back and twiddle their thumbs. And that's not correct, close quote. Footnote 470. As described in chapters 5 and 7, none of the Carter Page FISA applications advised the FISC of Papadopoulos' denials to Halper that the Trump campaign had any involvement in the release of DNC emails by WikiLeaks. Go figure. Continuing. The meeting ended with Papadopoulos offering to introduce Halper to more members of the Trump campaign team and offering to set up a follow-up meeting the next time Halper is in Washington, D.C. Halper advised Papadopoulos that Halper did not really want to be in government again, that's in quotes, but was, quote, wanting to help on China, close quote, and yeah, you would have been great on China. We figured that out on our own, asshole. Sorry, kids, language. Continuing, and willing to provide Papadopoulos with written materials, such as speeches and preposition papers, which might be helpful in foreign policy issues involving China. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 told the OIG that Papadopoulos' quote response to the direct questions seemed weird, close quote, to the Crossfire Hurricane team because, quote, it seemed rehearsed and almost rote, close quote. Unbelievable. I mean, we knew this. We'd heard this before. This isn't new to us, but still. Over and over again, I will say it every time I see it. Anytime you can interpret a conversation, a statement, a thought, one of two ways, either exonerating the person or damning the person. If you've got an R after your name, it's always damning. Always. The media, the FBI, the CIA, all of them. If you're a Republican, they will interpret it in the worst possible way. Oh, I love the Daily Onions. Love them. Continuing. Reference put upon Agent 1 added that at these points in the conversation, Papadopoulos, quote, went from a free-flowing conversation with Halper to almost a canned response. You could tell in the demeanor of how he changed his tone, and to us it seemed almost rehearsed. Wow. Put upon Agent 1 emailed Joe Pietka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, and others to report that Papadopoulos, quote, gave a canned answer, which he was probably prepped to say when asked, close quote. According to Case Agent 1, it remained a topic of conversation on the Crossfire Hurricane team for days afterwards, whether Papadopoulos had, quote, been coached by a legal team to deny, unquote, any involvement because of the, quote, noticeable change, quote, in the tenor of the conversation, quote, unquote. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Case Agent 2 told the OIG that his concern after Papadopoulos' meetings with with Halper, was that the team was not, quote, any closer to answering the question of whether any of these guys have information on penetration, close quote, of the Trump campaign. Case Agent 3 added that because Papadopoulos, quote, made statements about doing sensitive work for a foreign government, close quote, that opened a new area of inquiry with respect to Papadopoulos' foreign contacts. And if you remember, when Papadopoulos was arrested by the FBI in a complete Gestapo move, when he got off the plane from Germany after leaving Israel and almost being an attempted setup by an Israeli intelligence operative to send him to the U.S. with $10,000 in cash, which would have made it a felony, and it could have made him look like he was an agent of a foreign government. Therefore, they could bring him up on espionage charges. They tried to tell him that he was going to be arrested on espionage charges as well as lying to the FBI. They were handling a large sentence over his head when they arrested him. And they basically made him plead guilty to lying to the FBI. I think it was actually obstruction of justice is what they wanted to call it. And he could not appeal. He could not see any evidence on his behalf that the FBI may or may not have had. They basically said, plead guilty, or we'll make you sit in a comfy chair and poke you with pillows. Except in the FBI's case, the comfy chair was an Iron Maiden, and the pillows were made out of flaming red iron spikes. Hey, Barefoot. Nice to see you again. Love the name. Love the name. I don't know if that's a shoot. Gosh, can't remember the name of the comedian now. Darn it. The one who had the channel that was taken away recently, where you could register a name that had bear in it, and he was called Big Bear. Why can't I remember his name? That is disgusting. Anyway, I had a bear name. It was Bear, B-A-R-E, Hat Bear, B-E-A-R. And I had a number of people on the Discord server push me around for having that name. For some reason, it wasn't considered kosher, and they were upset with me for picking that. And then I wound up just never going back to the Discord server, and they kicked me out for inactivity. Owen Benjamin, thank you, Picasso Knows. Thank you. Oh, okay, Barefoot. I got you. I like it. Barefoot Bob. That's catchy, and I always like a name that has a visual component to it as well as a sound component to it. You have to read your name to get the full intent. I like that a lot. All right, shutting up. Let's see. Let's see. All right, here we are. Okay. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG that his main observation was that when Papadopoulos was pushed for answers, he seemed to have a quote-unquote prepared statement. It sounded like a lawyer wrote it, close quote. Papadopoulos is a fairly intelligent guy who's worked with lawyers quite often. Maybe he knows how to couch something in the proper terms to leave no room for misinterpretation. Did you ever think of that? No, of course not. He has the R after his name. It has to be the worst possible reading. Continuing, OGC Deputy General Counsel Tricia Anderson, who's the only one in this group that I can think of with the FBI who wasn't tainted by this whole thing. Tricia Anderson similarly said that when she learned of Papadopoulos' responses in 2018 while working on the Rule 13 letter to the FISC, described in Chapter 8, she viewed them as, quote, self-serving, unquote, and, quote, sounding like a lawyered statement, close quote. Well, lock him up. Lock him up. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, said that as a result of Halper's meetings with Papadopoulos, said hatchet man did not have any concerns that the information gathered intruded upon planning or strategy of the Trump campaign. Number 2, Source 3. I do not know who Source 3 is. Although, could be Azra Turk, actually. Let's read on and see what we do here. Case Agent 3 and an intelligence analyst identified Source 3 as an individual with a connection to Papadopoulos who may be willing to act as a spy based on statements Source 3 had made to the FBI several years prior during an interview in an unrelated investigation. Source 3 had never previously worked for the FBI as a spy, and the Delta records for Source 3 state that the opening of the spy, quote, was accelerated due to operational necessity. Okay, all right. This is the guy who wanted to talk to Papadopoulos. I wish I could remember his name. I'm sure you guys have it. Who wanted to talk to Papadopoulos about a gig with a company the guy was starting up, where Papadopoulos would be paid some insane amount of money, like $3,000 a month, $10,000 a month, something like that, to consult with the company. But Papadopoulos had to remain with the Trump campaign and with the Trump group after the election, but definitely with the Trump campaign during the run-up to the election. Can't remember his name now. Darn it. Darn it. Anyway, this is also the guy who, when Papadopoulos told him no, and the guy cut him off. He never communicated with him again. But before that meeting, or before that offer, Papadopoulos met with him and another guy. I don't remember if the other guy was Russian or not. I think he was. But they're sitting at this table, and the other guy points to the spy and says, he's FBI. And the spy just kind of nodded his head, didn't say anything else. And Papadopoulos thought it was just kind of a joke, and he didn't think anything of it. But then when this guy reached out to him later to set him up, Papadopoulos turned him down, and that was the end of that. One more note to see if you guys can think of him. When the FBI grabbed Papadopoulos out of his house to go interview him at the Chicago FBI offices, they said, "We need to talk to you about your friend." And Papadopoulos thought they were referring to this guy, who, and then it turned out it was a false pretense. They got him there without a lawyer because of that. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me just a moment, folks. Okay, thanks for the patience. Picasso knows has to step out, so we will be missing her her great and timely information for a little while. But the gal's got to have a life outside of the house on occasion. I don't blame her. You guys are rock stars for hanging out, so I really appreciate it. We got a ways to go here, but we're going to get it done. And then, like I said before, we'll go to the Judicial Watch page and get their latest bombshells. I hate using that word, but they are bombshells. And we'll get that read. Thanks to, I believe it was King James who brought it up. Might have been Justifiable Freedom. One of those two gentlemen. Anyway, number 2, source 3. Oh, we already read that. Okay. Accelerated due to operational necessity, close quote. Here we go. Case Agent 3 said that he considered source 3 to be a reliable spy because this spy was always available when the FBI needed him, provided good descriptions of the conversation with Papadopoulos, and the summaries that he provided to the FBI were corroborated by the secret recordings. The FBI performed a human source validation review on source 3 in 2017 and recommended source 3 for continued operation. God, I wish I could remember his name. Anyway, continuing. Papadopoulos and Source 3 met multiple times between October 2016 and June 2017, all of which occurred after the FBI understood that Papadopoulos had ceased working on the Trump campaign. Footnote 471. A long one. Continuing. The precise date that Papadopoulos left the Trump. I'm reading ahead. I really apologize. Let me start over. The precise date that Papadopoulos left the Trump campaign is unclear. Case Agent 3 told the OIG that it was his understanding that Papadopoulos left the Trump campaign on October 4, 2016. We noted that on October 10, 2016, Papadopoulos sent a text message stating that he was, quote, no longer with the campaign, close quote. However, we also reviewed a text message that Papadopoulos sent to a different contact on October 17, 2016, stating that he was still working for the Trump campaign, but that he was, quote unquote, laying low after getting in trouble for comments during an, quote, interview on Russia, close quote. The special counsel's report stated that Papadopoulos was dismissed from the Trump campaign in early October 2016 after the September 30, 2016 publication of an interview he gave to a Russian news agency created negative publicity. There's a reference to the Mueller report, which we read. In his interview with the House Judiciary Committee and House Committee on Government Reform and Oversight on October 25, 2018, Papadopoulos said that the date he was removed from the campaign was unclear and that he did not think he, quote, ever really left the campaign, close quote. There's a reference to the transcript of that. For the purpose of this report, we have used early October as the approximate date of his separation from the Trump campaign, as that is the date the FBI believed such separation occurred. Okay. That was footnote 471. And see right there. Continuing. All but one of their meetings were secretly recorded by the FBI. However, not all of them were transcribed by the FBI. Instead, Case Agent 3 said he and the intelligence analyst would review the recordings to find portions that were of investigative interest, and those portions were written up or reviewed. Once again, they're cherry-picking the stuff that makes Page or Papadopoulos look bad and leaving out the stuff that is at least negating the bad stuff, if not completely blowing away the FBI narrative, just so they can try to hang these guys out to dry. Continuing. Case Agent 3 told the OIG that, with respect to Source 3, the topics that Case Agent 3, quote, was interested in didn't pertain to the Trump campaign. They pertained to Russia and another foreign country with regard to whatever Papadopoulos was doing, close quote. That may be Israel. Case Agent 3 said the guidance he gave to Source 3 was that the FBI was, quote, interested in these foreign activities and were not interested in the campaign stuff, close quote. See, they knew that Papadopoulos had already said there's nothing going on with the campaign in Russia, even though they said that his responses were coached or written up by lawyers. Silly. David Von Kettering says selective editing them to make their case. Absolutely. I'm sorry, guys. I need to try and find this guy's name. Let's see. Okay. Papadopoulos friend. Let's see if Wiki has it. Let's see. Allegations of entrapment. London Center. Stephen Halper. Ezra Turk. Joseph Misfood. Nope, nothing there. One more page and I'll blow it off. Twitter. No, not Medium. All right, damn, that's enough. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to waste your time, but I really, really wanted to know the name of this guy so I could stop saying Source 3. I know who they're talking about. I know this guy. He's Russian-American. And he's got kind of a shady past. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. All right, I'll shut up. Continuing. Case Agent 3 told the OIG that Source 3 collected information about Papadopoulos' contacts with Russians through their secretly recorded conversations. However, Case Agent 3 said that the secret recordings revealed that Papadopoulos had contacts with and an interest in selling access to the United States government, which Case Agent 3 said he pursued as a separate quote-unquote prong of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Okay, there's nothing illegal about that. Case Agent 3 said that, as a result, he, quote, pivoted with the source to try to passively collect the Russia stuff and bring that up subtly during conversation, quote unquote, while collecting information about Papadopoulos' contacts with the other foreign government. Again, I'm sure we're talking about Israel here. Case Agent 3 also said that the monitored conversations between the secretly recorded conversations between Source 3 and Papadopoulos gave the FBI information about how Papadopoulos, quote, reacts to different topics, which was incredibly useful, close quote, in the FBI's preparation to interview Papadopoulos. And again, they're setting him up. That's all this is. They are punching him around to soften him up, to make him, susceptible to FBI questioning for their purposes, as opposed to letting him tell the truth. They want what they want, not what the truth is. Continuing, we reviewed the transcripts of 2 conversations between Source 3 and Papadopoulos that were secretly recorded prior to the November 8, 2016 elections. In the first secretly recorded conversation, during the 3rd week of October 2016, Papadopoulos described how he had worked for the presidential campaign of Ben Carson. I'm sorry, I said Herman Cain earlier. That was the 2012 run. I apologize, guys. David says for me to stop apologizing, and what do? I apologize. All right, Dave. I'll do my best. It's one of my worst habits. It really is. That, and I can be kind of obsequious from time to time, which I really hate. I try not to be, but sometimes it just comes out. Anyway, that's me. Anyway, reviewed the conversations. Ben Carson, okay, before joining the Trump campaign, and that when Papadopoulos was with the Trump campaign, he, quote, set up a meeting with the president of Egypt and Trump, close quote. Papadopoulos also told Source 3 that since leading the Trump campaign, Papadopoulos had, quote, transitioned into like my own private brand, close quote. Papadopoulos later, and again, this is a young guy, an ambitious guy, trying to pull himself up a little bit. As Clovis said, he was a climber, although Clovis didn't trust him that much. That's a young kid with very little experience. I wouldn't give him a lot of trust either, make him prove himself. Continuing, Papadopoulos later stated he was, quote, still with the campaign indirectly, unquote, and that he had made, quote, a lot of cool connections, and I'm going to see what's going to happen after the election, close quote. He's going to run for Congress. He's running for Congress right now in the seat that the Democrats' favorite bisexual Hill, to remember her first name, and I'm not disparaging her for being bisexual. I'm just saying that's what the Democrats keep saying about her, how brave and special she is to be a bisexual in Congress. Except she wouldn't lay her hands off staff, and got kicked out. And now Papadopoulos is running against Cenk Uygur, and Cenk is dead in the water. He's not going to go anywhere. If he raises $1 in campaign funds, I'll be surprised. And they'll probably ask for it back. Continuing, Papadopoulos added that he had learned, quote, it's all about connections nowadays, man, close quote. He did not say much about Russia during the first conversation with Source 3, other than to mention, quote, a friend of Sergei who lives in Brooklyn, close quote, and invite Source 3 to travel with Papadopoulos to Russia in the summertime. Oh, wait a minute, Sergei. That's the guy I'm trying to think of. So Source 3 is someone else. Ah, man, I thought I nailed it. Ivanov. I think his last name was Ivanov. I could be wrong, but Sergei's the guy I've been trying to think of this whole time. I'm sorry, guy. I screwed that up, is what I meant to say, and I'll leave it at that. Continuing. In the second consensually monitored conversation at the end of October 2016, Papadopoulos told Source 3 that Papadopoulos had been, quote, on the front page of Russia's biggest newspaper, close quote, for an interview he had given 2 to 3 weeks earlier. Papadopoulos said that he was asked, quote, what's Mr. Trump going to do about Russia if he wins? What are your thoughts on ISIS? What are your thoughts on this? Close quote, and stated that he did not, quote, understand why the U.S. has such a problem with Russia, close quote. Papadopoulos also said that he thinks Putin, quote, exudes power confidence, close quote. When Source 3 asked Papadopoulos if he had ever met Putin, Papadopoulos said that he was invited, quote, to go and thank God I didn't go through, close quote. Papadopoulos said that it was a quote-unquote weird story from when he was, quote, working at this law firm in London, close quote, that involved a guy who was, quote, well connected to the Russian government, close quote. He's talking about Misfit there. Papadopoulos also said that he was introduced to, quote, Putin's niece, unquote, and the Russian ambassador in London, footnote 472. As described in the special counsel's report, Papadopoulos later learned that the woman he met was actually not Putin's niece. And we know that because Putin, if I may add, doesn't have a niece. And Papadopoulos felt pretty stupid for not knowing that ahead of time, or at least after the fact. Continuing, that was footnote 472. Papadopoulos did not elaborate on the story, but he added that he needed to figure out, quote, how I'm going to monetize it, but I have to be an idiot not to monetize it. Get it? Even if Trump loses. If anything, I feel like if he loses, probably could be better for my personal business, because if he wins, I'm going to be in some bureaucracy I can't do jack, you know? That's a close quote. Papadopoulos added that there are plenty of people who aren't even smart, who are cashing in, and asked Source 3, quote, do you know how many members of Congress I've met that know jack about anything, except what their advisors tell them? They can barely put a sentence together. I'm talking about members of Congress, dude, close quote. In other portions of the conversation with Source 3, Papadopoulos repeated what he really wanted to figure out was how to, quote, monetize his connections, close quote, because Papadopoulos felt like he knew, quote, a lot of ambassadors and a lot of presidents, close quote. Papadopoulos said that once the election was over, Papadopoulos was going, quote, to sit down and systematically write who I know, what they want, and how I can leverage that, because if you know, like government guys and ambassadors, you should be making money. That's all I know, because there's not one person I know who has these connections that isn't making money, end quote. He observed that what he had to, quote, sell is access, close quote, and, quote, that's what people pay millions of dollars for every year. It's the cleanest job, close quote. However, when Source 3 asked Papadopoulos whether Papadopoulos thought, quote, Russia's playing a big game in this election, close quote, Papadopoulos said he believes, quote, that's all bull. I think they cut out the rest of that, close quote. Yes, there can be no swearing in an IG report about the FBI completely screwing over anyone they touch and ripping the Constitution in half in order to get what they want. Now, you can't say the word bull crap. I would have read it out loud if they'd said it, but I won't now. Papadopoulos said, quote, no one knows who's hacking the DNC. Could be the Chinese, could be the Iranians. It could be some Bernie supporters, close quote. See, and people are saying Papadopoulos isn't that bright sometimes. This guy is way ahead of the game. Especially the comment about Bernie supporters. I think that's going to have something to do with it if we ever find that out. Continuing, Papadopoulos added that arguments about the Russians are, quote, all conspiracy theories, close quote. He said that he knew, quote, for a fact, unquote, that no one from the Trump campaign had anything to do with releasing emails from the DNC because Papadopoulos said he had, quote, been working with them for the last 9 months. And all this stuff has been happening, what, the last 4 months, close quote. Papadopoulos added that he had been asked the same question by Stephen Halper. Papadopoulos said he believed Stephen Halper was going to go, quote, and tell the CIA or something if I'd have told him something else. I assume that's why he was asking, and I told him absolutely not. It's illegal, to do that. Close quote. The FBI did not inform OI of these conversations at the time they occurred, and as described in Chapters 7 and 8, the subsequent FISA renewals on Carter Page did not include these statements. But again, folks, no documentary or testimonial evidence of bias. Yep. I don't know if I can say that name, David. I'm glad you put it in chat. I honestly don't know if I can say that. I think there might still be an embargo on that name. I'm going to play it safe, but thank you for putting that in there. Okay, capital B. Other spies who were not tasked as part of Crossfire Hurricane. In our review, we also learned that in 2016, the FBI had several other spies with either a connection to candidate Trump or a role in the Trump campaign. Some of these sources were known to and available for use by the Crossfire Hurricane team during the 2016 presidential campaign, while others were not. As one example, the Crossfire Hurricane team received general information about Page and Manafort in August 2016 from one such spy. The spy was not involved in the presidential campaign, but, according to the handling agent, knew candidate Trump and had been in contact with the candidate. The handling agent for the spy told the OIG that he was given, quote, zero context about the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, quote, told absolutely nothing, close quote. According to the handling agent, the information the spy provided about Page was, quote, open source information, close quote, that was, quote, all over the internet, close quote. The handling agent also said that once FBI headquarters received this general information, the, quote, matter was dropped, unquote. We found no evidence that any members of the Crossfire Hurricane team ever suggested inserting this spy into the Trump campaign to gather investigative information. Joe Pienka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told the OIG, quote, that was not what we're looking to do, close quote. Said hatchet man added that the Crossfire Hurricane team was looking for information about the predicate and didn't want it to be construed later as something other than what we were really after. Yeah, you just went to get Papadopoulos drunk, so you could get him to expand on what he didn't say to Downer. Yeah, David, the truth shall set you free. The problem is finding it first. And that's what the FBI and the CIA are desperately trying to avoid. Okay, footnote 473, a long one. Joe Pienka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, did contact the handling agent for this spy after the November 8, 2016 election and asked for, quote, a readout from your spy regarding possible positions in administration, close quote. Regarding possible positions. Oh, placements. Okay, so what the hell is that for? So you can spy on more people? Joe Pienka told the OIG that he sent this email because he thought that the spy might receive, quote, a position somewhere in the administration, close quote, which would become a, quote, sensitive matter that we would need to handle differently, close quote. Well, sure, not dropping him as a spy and cutting off any information from him or her, to be honest. Just handle them differently. Great. J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, folks. Continuing. In late November 2016, the handling agent met with the spy. The handling agent later wrote a document stating one purpose of the meeting was, quote, to obtain insight regarding the upcoming Trump administration following the recent U.S. presidential elections. What the hell has that got to do with the predicate for Carter Page? Continuing. We asked the members of the Crossfire Hurricane team about this statement in the document. Peter Strzok's hatchet man told the OIG that he had never seen this document before and that this was not what he intended the handling agent to discuss with the spy. Right. Continuing, Priestap told the OIG that this statement, quote, absolutely, unquote, would have raised concerns if he had learned of it in real time. He said he was not aware of this type of information was being collected, from a spy, and that he, quote, hoped it was misstated in the document because we don't, well, it's not what we should be doing, close quote. Yes, let's gather around the campfire, everyone, and talk about how virtuous we are. Continuing, the handling agent told the OIG that, to him, the phrase, quote, obtain insight, unquote, was a synonym for asking a, quote, personal opinion, close quote. No. Continuing, and that he was just making, quote unquote, small talk with the spy, the way you would expect to converse with those, quote, tied to political circles, unquote, immediately following an election. Oh my God. They talk about Papadopoulos sounding coached, sounding like a lawyer had written his statements and he'd memorized them. This right here is insane compared to Papadopoulos. He is absolutely burying himself in the sand, hoping that Durham won't find him. Not going to happen, buddy. Not going to happen. Continuing, in the footnote, the handling agent added that this information was, quote, not investigative in nature, close quote. It was not placed into any case file. The handling agent's SSA said that, quote, because the Trump administration was not under any kind of investigation, unquote, by her squad. What? Liar. Continuing, she was not concerned about the sentence when she saw it, and she understood it to be written in the general context of preparation for the spy's meeting with a foreign intelligence officer unrelated to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Again, let's bury ourselves in the sand. Continuing, the handling agent added that he was not aware of this document being shared with or accessible to the Crossfire Hurricane team, and we found no evidence that members of the Crossfire Hurricane team ever received this document. Wow. There's a hell of a footnote. Gotta read the footnotes, folks. Gotta read them. All right, that was footnote 473. Continuing, we also learned about a different CHS who at one point held a position in the Trump campaign. However, by the time that spy, I should have said that earlier, told her handling agent about this involvement, the spy was no longer a part of the Trump campaign. After Crossfire Hurricane team members learned about the spy, they reviewed the spy's file, but did not task the spy as part of the investigation. And this is where the media gets and where Horowitz, to be honest, he also said that there were no spies in the Trump campaign. They went after Page and Carter and Manafort and Sam Clovis, but there were no spies in the Trump campaign. Let's see. Continuing, the OGC attorney told the OIG that he distinctly remembered the OGC unit chief, quote, strongly advising the Crossfire Hurricane agents to be cautious with this particular CHS, close quote. Case Agent 1, poor put upon, recalled that because the spy was, quote, at one point part of the campaign, we just said, hey, hands off, close quote. Right. Documents in the spy's Delta file reflect that the handling agent minimized contact with the spy because of the spy's campaign activities, even though the spy was no longer involved in the Trump campaign. Footnote 474. The email stating that the spy would not be used in Crossfire Hurricane said, after careful consideration, the Crossfire Hurricane team has decided at this time it is best to utilize your spy as a passive listening post regarding any observations they have of the campaign so far. Based on current ongoing operations and developments in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, we are not going to directly task or sensitize the spy at this point in time. We appreciate your assistance in this matter and remain interested in any campaign-related reporting that you guys may receive from the spy during normal debriefs. Continuing. Case Agent 2, who wrote the email, told the OIG that the email was quote-unquote incorrect, and what he was asking for was any information about attempts by Russia, quote, to screw around with the campaign or the elections, close quote. He also acknowledged that it was, quote unquote, a mistake not to make that clear in the email. The handling agent for the spy told the OIG he, quote, dismissed the email outright, close quote, because the spy was, quote, not even in the campaign, quote unquote, by that time. He added that within the field office, they had, quote, made the decision that we weren't touching this right prior to a presidential election. We found no evidence that the Crossfire Hurricane team received any information from the spy in response to Case Agent 2's email. Yeah, but still, it's best to utilize your spy as a passive listening post regarding any observations they have of the campaign so far. Wow. These people, my God. Completely out of control. Continuing. That was footnote 474, so now continuing with the text. As part of our review, we also discovered an October 2016 email written to Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's Hatchet Man, by an intelligence analyst on the Crossfire Hurricane team. The email copied information out of a spy's Delta file, stating that the spy is, quote, scheduled to attend a, quote unquote, private national security forum with Donald Trump, close quote, in October 2016, after which the spy will provide, quote, an update on the Trump meeting, close quote. However, none of the Crossfire Hurricane case agents remembered knowing that any FBI spy had been scheduled to attend a private forum with candidate Trump. Hey, Lucy. How you doing, kitty cat? I'll move my hand. There you go. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's Hatchet Man, told the OIG he did not remember this spy, quote unquote, at all, and had no information about whether the spy actually attended such a meeting. The handling agent for the spy told the OIG that what was described in the document was a gathering at a hotel that was, quote, more of a campaign speech or campaign discussion, close quote, and, quote, more like a campaign stop than a meeting, close quote. Oh, yeah, that guy girl couldn't have circulated around and asked some leading questions to people and try to trip them up and, get information to further the predicate on Carter Page or maybe create a new predicate for someone else. That wouldn't have happened at all. Not at all. Continuing. The handling agent told the OIG he could not remember if the spy ended up attending or not, and added that he, quote, would certainly not be tasking a source to go attend some private meeting with any candidate for president or for other office, to collect the information on what the candidate is saying, close quote. We found no evidence that the CHS ever reported any information collected from a meeting with Trump or a Trump campaign event. Lucy, everyone. I can't lay you on my left side, sweetie. I can't see the screen of the microphone if you do that. I don't know why she likes the left side so much. It doesn't make any sense. She's on my lap now. Continuing. Although the Crossfire Hurricane team was aware of these spies during the 2016 presidential campaign, we were told that operational use of these spies would not have furthered the investigation, and so these spies were not tasked with any investigative activities. Moreover, Peter Strzok's Hatchet Man told the OIG that the members of the Crossfire Hurricane team, quote, never had any intent, never any desire, to collect campaign or privileged information with regard to the presidential election. Here we get to the good stuff. We also learned of two other FBI spies, one of whom held a position, redacted, and the other of whom redacted. We found no evidence that the Crossfire Hurricane team ever knew about the spy who held a position redacted, and accordingly, no evidence that the spy was tasked to do anything, no evidence that the spy was tasked to do anything as part of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. I messed up my syntax there. My pacing, I should say. Continuing. With respect to the spy with connections to redacted, the handling agent told the OIG that this spy regularly provides, quote, a ton of information on all sorts of things, close quote, to the FBI without being tasked, and brings, quote, reams of information, quote, to their meetings. In March 2017, after the campaign had ended, the spy voluntarily provided their handling agent with 5 sets of documents on multiple topics, and that's all redacted. Again, this is a spy in the Trump campaign who, although they were not tasked, were providing tons of information that was obviously sensitive because it's redacted. In fact, their position is redacted. So you tell me that the FBI did not have a spy in the Trump campaign. They did. Just because they didn't turn them on and say, go get Trump, doesn't mean they weren't trying to get Trump. And if the FBI didn't want to task spies, to spy on the Trump campaign, why were they accepting this information in the first place? Why didn't they do the right thing and say, no, we can't take that. That's got nothing to do with our predicate. We don't need any of this. Instead, the FBI filed it. Go figure. Barefoot Sound says this is going to be a rip-roaring 2020. I feel certain. Laura agrees. I wholeheartedly agree, Barefoot. Wholeheartedly. And David, your comment on cats is absolutely correct as well. But I just can't. The thing with dogs, with my back, with my hips, with everything, I just can't handle them. And I can't count on Picasso knows to do everything around the house. She's taken on a lot of responsibilities now that I basically can't lift or stand for any period of time. And there's another surgery coming up in September that's going to be even more major, that will require a longer rehabilitation. I just hope I'm able to sit by the time election night rolls around, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm live streaming election night. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm going to jump around. I know Crowder's going to have an election night coverage. I'll go there. Certainly going to be checking in on the Young Turks from time to time. That'll be entertaining. And again, everybody, get out and vote. Get your friends to vote. Get your friends to vote. Get your family to vote. Get your neighbors to vote. Do not take it on faith that Trump's going to win this election. We have to get out there and provide even more of a support for him this year than we did in 2016. We have to show that he has a mandate, a huge mandate, and that'll only be accomplished by everybody except King James getting out and voting. It's imperative. Make sure. There's the Dan Bongino rule: 10 emails, 10 phone calls, 10 Facebook posts every day. Not a bad rule. I don't know that many people, so I can't really call a whole lot, but definitely get out there, folks. We need the votes. David makes an excellent point. So far, nobody in the Dems even gets a second look. That's true. You look at Biden, nothing will touch him, but he's still only got between 25 and 30%. He's not running away, and he didn't make a lot of money or collect a lot of money this last quarter. It wasn't even mentioned in any of the reports. So he's not doing well. Bernie, however, is burning it up. No pun intended. Bernie supporters are feeling the burn. That was an impressive quarter for him. It really was. Pete, too. Pete had a great quarter. Okay, continuing. With respect to the spy with connections to Redacted, the handling agent told the OIG that this spy... I'm sorry, I already read that. Let me back down. I should have scrolled up a bit. Okay, here we go. After the redaction, 5 sets of documents on multiple topics redacted. According to the handling agent, this was not information that he had asked the spy to obtain or provide to the FBI. Did you turn it away? Continuing, the handling agent told the OIG that the spy gave the redacted to the FBI because the spy, quote, thought it was of interest to the U.S. government, close quote. Okay. Thought it was of interest to the U.S. government. In other words, the Obama administration. This was material this person had lifted from the campaign they were working on while secretly being a enemy agent. I can use that term, enemy agent. And what does the FBI do with the materials? They file them. Unbelievable. Continuing, the handling agent placed the materials into the FBI's files, as I just said. That wasn't a secret, I just reiterated. Footnote 475. We notified the FBI upon learning during our review that redacted materials that the spy had provided to the FBI were still maintained in FBI files. I believe I read somewhere that Horowitz made them remove them immediately when he found them. But that wasn't included in the footnote. Probably not necessary. It's easy to infer. Okay, that was footnote 475. Also in March 2017, the handling agent forwarded the redacted files to a superior. Again, this is sensitive stuff. They have to redact it. They have to redact what the spy's position in the campaign was. This is high-level stuff. Let me start over again. Also in March 2017, the handling agent forwarded the redacted to his supervisor, who sent it to FBI headquarters, after which it was provided to the Crossfire Hurricane team for review. That is insane. Footnote 476. The handling agent for the spy and the handling agent's SSA were aware that the FBI headquarters was conducting a quote-unquote special investigation because the handling agent assisted the Crossfire Hurricane team by serving a court order in October 2016 related to the investigation. I'd love to know what that was about. However, neither the handling agent nor his SSA was provided any information about the nature or scope of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Well, of course not. It's because Comey wanted it all to himself. All right, that was footnote 476. I'm trying to dance through the redactions here. Later, the handling agent learned from the CHS redacted. An intelligence analyst assigned to the Crossfire Hurricane team asked the handling agent redacted from the spy, which the handling agent placed in the FBI's files and sent to the Crossfire Hurricane team. The Crossfire Hurricane intelligence analyst who reviewed redacted advised Crossfire Hurricane supervisors and case agents that there was not, quote-unquote, anything significant in redacted. Moreover, the Crossfire Hurricane team redacted. Yep, nothing significant. That's why it's all redacted. Continuing. The OGC unit chief told the OIG she had no concerns about the Crossfire Hurricane team receiving redacted was over and since the campaign was over, maybe, and that because the focus of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was, quote, trying to identify whether or not the Russians had infiltrated or were working with U.S. persons associated with the Trump campaign. Again, Trump campaign. Let's not look at Hillary at all. Let's not look at what she's doing at all. It has to be the Trump campaign. And why? Because Hillary spread the rumor that Trump was in a bromance with Putin, and the FBI and the media bit hook, line, and sinker, and they did everything they could to destroy anyone they could think of who worked with Trump on the campaign. Back to that. U.S. persons associated with the Trump campaign, it would have been fine to collect it either during the campaign or afterwards, close quote, because it went to, quote, the heart of the question of whether or not there was any sort of conspiracy, close quote. So it wasn't important, but it was important. Great. Continuing. The handling agent for the spy told the OIG that he did not recall asking the spy any questions. Big redaction. Again, it wasn't important. That's why it's completely redacted. The handling agent said he was aware that the spy, quote, may have had some political meanderings towards redacted and was trying to be associated with that, close quote, but the handling agent did not understand or inquire about the full extent of the spy's involvement. Of course not. Why would you need to know any of your motivations of your spies, ones that have not been tasked to collect information on a campaign, yet are doing so anyway and sending files that are so sensitive they're redacted in the IG report on it? By the way, do you hear the Democrats screaming for all these redactions to be, hey, Beaker, sorry I missed you. Thanks for coming in. Dave O'Campbell, nice to see you as well. I don't remember you being here before. If you have, um, I should have noticed you, but it's great to have you now. I really appreciate it. Anyway, so yeah, giving them all this redacted, classified information, and the Democrats are not screaming for the unredacted version of the Horowitz report. That's funny. When the Mueller report came out, they were so upset with the 3% redactions of the entire document, most of which were grand jury testimony, 6E material, that they went to court to try to get a judge to release the 6E material, which is against DOJ rules. They were yelling, they were tearing their hair out, setting themselves on fire, that Attorney General Barr helped put those redactions in specifically to mislead the Democrats, all 3% of them. Yet we have huge redactions in this report, especially regarding the spy who was in the Trump campaign and on their own supplying classified information to the Crossfire Hurricane team. Information that they filed. They did not destroy. They did not say, don't give it to us. They filed. A person who has an axe to grind against Trump, obviously. You don't hear the Republicans screaming for redactions because they know better. They know this stuff needs to be classified. The Democrats don't give a damn because this makes them look bad. Therefore, shut up and don't notice. Their hypocrisy, my God, their hypocrisy just continues to stun me. Okay, continuing. The SSA in the field office who supervised the handling agent told the OIG that he had no memory of knowing redacted. He characterized the spy's redacted involvement as the source's quote-unquote hobby or quote-unquote outside interests. Screwing with a presidential campaign is a hobby. Wow. I'll give the FBI credit. When they lie through euphemisms, they do a pretty good job. I know we're all sensitized to this stuff I know we're all sensitized to this kind of stuff now because we've been inoculated over the last how many months reading this stuff. But good Lord in heaven. All right, continuing. Handling agent said, quote, the FBI did not have a source in the campaign, redacted, that we didn't even know about at the time or didn't care about at that time, close quote. He said that, in his view, any redacted, quote, was totally separate from the spy's work with the FBI, close quote. Then why did you keep it? Continuing. He added that because the CHS was a Trump supporter. Oh, right. A Trump supporter. Let's see. What did they just say up here? The handling agent said he was aware that the spy, may have had some political meanderings towards redacted and was trying to be associated with that. Like maybe delivering information harmful to the Trump campaign so he could be in a better position to suck the members of the Obama administration and the incoming Clinton administration? Maybe. That's my reading of it. I could be dead wrong, but that's my reading of it. Continuing here, he added, that's a handling agent, added that because the spy was a Trump supporter, he was, quote, not worried about the source trying to provide information or getting dirty information on Trump. Then why is this all redacted? Continuing, he said any suggestion that the spy, quote, was directed to damage or investigate the Trump administration is just absurd, close quote. Yeah, but you didn't tell him to stop, did you? You let him continue on. You took the information from him. That is an implicit okay for this person to provide further information and to spy on Trump or anyone else they care to as much and as often as possible. You did not tell them to stop it. Okay, footnote 477. We reviewed the text and instant messages sent and received by the handling agent, the co-case handling agent, and the SSA for the spy, which reflect their support for Trump in the 2016 elections. This is where the Democrats have been screaming, see, there were Trump supporters too. Yeah, these Trump supporters had nothing to do with Crossfire Hurricane, we have to point out. They still let the source go nuts, but so I don't know how much support they really are. We'll have to see. Continuing the footnote, on November 9, the day after the election, the SSA contacted another FBI employee via an instant messaging program to discuss some recent spy reporting regarding the Clinton Foundation and offered that, quote, if you hear talk of a special prosecutor, I will volunteer to work on the Clinton Foundation, close quote. The SSA's November 9, 2016 instant messages also stated that, quote, he, quote, was so elated with the election, close quote, and compared the election coverage to, quote, watching a Super Bowl comeback, close quote. I'll give you that. The SSA explained this comment to the OIG by saying that he, quote, fully expected Hillary Clinton to walk away with the election, but as the returns came in, it was just energizing to me to see because I didn't want a criminal to be in the White House, close quote. Now, I don't see that as a partisan reaction at all. I see that as an FBI agent understanding that Hillary Clinton was allowed to skate on serious espionage charges through a made-up rule by an FBI director who took over the DOJ during that July 5th press conference and was enraged by it. Okay, sorry, all right. I apologize, David. I realized I apologized. It just slipped out. Continuing, on November 9, 2016, the handling agent and co-case handling agent for the spy also discussed the results of the election in an instant message exchange. It reads, okay, this is, I don't see how you could have a handling agent and a co-case handling agent for a spy in the Trump campaign who released what turned out to be classified information to the FBI and was never told not to do it again, how you guys are so happy that Trump won. That's a hell of a dichotomy. Or as Sean was prone to say for about 2 weeks straight, that's a real bifurcation. It's like his word of the cage calendar got stuck. No, David, you're not a dictator. You're right. You made a good point, and I appreciate it. And I'm trying to watch out for it because it was an excellent point. Okay, so instant message exchange, it reads, handling agent, Trump. Co-case handling agent, ha ha ha, shit just got real. Sorry, kids, language. Handling agent, yes it did. Co-case handling agent, I saw a lot of scared MFers on my way to work this morning. Start looking for new jobs, fellas. Ha ha. Handling agent, LOL. Let me see if this continues. Yep, cold case handling agent. Come January, I'm going to just get a big bowl of popcorn and sit back and watch. Handling agent, that's hilarious. But yeah, that is a weird set of circumstances that these guys were handling a spy in the Trump campaign. They were not tasked to be a spy in the Trump campaign. That is correct, but they did pass classified information, and these guys never slapped the spy's hand at all. That's weird. That's really weird. They may be Trump fans, but they're lousy case agents. That's I guess one way of putting it. Which is a shame that the idiots in the FBI are Trump supporters. Okay, continuing. No one involved with I think they're definitely Hillary haters. I'm not sure exactly how much Trump supporters they were. Continuing, no one involved with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, including Strzok, Priestap, and Comey, knew about the spy during the campaign, or when the spy was redacted, or when the spy met with redacted. Priestap told the OIG he, quote, did not know it was happening, close quote, and that as the AD of Counterintelligence Division, he, quote unquote, absolutely should have been told that there was an active FBI spy with access to big redaction. He said that no matter what level of approval was required to continue operating such a spy, that as a matter of common sense, quote unquote, this was a situation where, quote, the bosses needed to know, unquote. We made a recommendation in Chapter 11 to address this issue. We found no evidence that this spy was tasked by the FBI to interact with any members of the Trump campaign, transition team, or administration. Again, he was doing it, or she, on their own, and no one told them to stop. Not even the Trump-supporting handling agent and co-case handling agent. So go figure. Okay, Roman numeral 5. ODNI strategic intelligence briefing provided to candidate General Flynn, and another Trump campaign advisor. As we described in Chapter 3, the FBI decided not to conduct defensive briefings, that slipped out, for any members of the Trump campaign about the information Alexander Downer provided to the U.S. government that served as the predicate for opening Crossfire Hurricane. However, we learned during the course of our review that, during the presidential election campaign, the FBI was invited by ODNI to provide a baseline counterintelligence and security briefing, as part of ODNI's strategic intelligence briefing given to members of both the Trump campaign and the Clinton campaign, consistent with ODNI's and the FBI's practice in prior presidential election cycles. We also learned that, because General Flynn was expected to attend the first such briefing for members of the Trump campaign on August 17, 2016, the FBI viewed that briefing as a possible opportunity to collect information potentially relevant to the Crossfire Hurricane and General Flynn investigations. We found no evidence that the FBI consulted with department leadership or ODNI officials about this plan. Of course not, because they're keeping it tight. They're keeping it in the headquarters, except for the stuff they leak to the press continuously. Grr. Grr, grr, grr. Okay, continuing. In the first week of August 2016, the FBI's presidential transition team requested that CD begin preparations for providing unclassified, quote, counterintelligence awareness briefings to the transition teams for the Trump and Clinton campaigns. The FBI participated in strategic intelligence briefings conducted by ODNI on August 17, 2016 for Trump and his selected advisors, including General Flynn, and on August 27, 2016 for Clinton and her selected advisors. The FBI also participated in ODNI strategic intelligence briefings for members of each campaign. On August 31, 2016 to Trump campaign staff, and on August 31, 2016 to Clinton campaign staff, on September 8, 2016 to vice presidential candidate Tim Kaine, and on failed vice presidential candidate Tim Kaine, and on September 9, 2016 to vice presidential candidate Michael Pence. By the way, that's a hell of a trivia question. I bet there are very few people, Democrat included, who remember that Tim Kaine was Hillary Clinton's running mate. Seriously. I remember when he was chosen. Nothing but yawns across the board. Nothing but yawns. Insane. All right. Continuing. The FBI selected Joe Pietka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, the supervisor for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, to provide the FBI security briefings for Trump and Clinton. Yeah, I'm sure they did that with no special tasking whatsoever. Footnote 478. Joe Pietka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, also provided the FBI security briefings on behalf of the FBI to Kaine and Pence, but not to the campaign's staffs. All right. That was footnote 478. All right. Referenced hatchet man told us that one of the reasons for his selection was that ODNI had informed the FBI that one of the two Trump campaign advisors attending the August 17 briefing would be General Flynn. He further stated that the briefing provided him, quote, the opportunity to gain assessment and possibly have some level of familiarity with Flynn. So, should we get to the point where we need to know, should we get to the point where we need to do a subject interview, I would have that to fall back on, close quote. Asked to explain what he meant by, quote unquote, assessment, Joe Pietka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, continued, quote, Flynn's overall mannerisms. That overall mannerisms, and then also if there was anything specific to Russia or anything specific to our investigation that was mentioned by him, or quite frankly, we had an investigation, right? And any of the other two individuals in the room, if they, any kind of an admission or overhear, whatever it was, I was there to record that. Okay, so there were no spies tasked to the Trump campaign, but there was an FBI agent, a supervisory agent, tasked with going in and trying to find out dirt, if you will, on Trump and General Flynn and anyone else in the room that they could use in Crossfire Hurricane. Or open up another predicate for another investigation. Because remember, they wanted to get Flynn from the start. Obama had it in for Flynn ever since Flynn was against the Iran deal. And then came up with the idea of taking a big carving knife to the intelligence community and making it actually useful instead of the huge bureaucracy that it has become. Beaker says, I'm betting Flynn knew at that point they were under investigation. I would not be, 2014, thank you, Beaker, yes. I'd say you're right. I would absolutely say you're right, Beaker. General Flynn is an incredibly intelligent person, and he would have had to have known what was going on. And JF, I agree with you completely. Free Flynn. Free Flynn. I think Sidney Powell is, I say there's about a 80% chance she's going to get that guilty plea overturned. She knows how dirty the FBI is from past experience, from personal past experience. So she's going to nail him to the wall. I believe fully and completely that Flynn will never need a pardon. But if Trump's elected this year, and if Flynn still hasn't gotten his plea overturned, Trump's going to take Sidney's job away from her and just hit him with a pardon. Pow! It's done. Same with Papadopoulos. Can't pardon Manafort, but he could commute a sentence. That would be nice. Otherwise, Manafort's going to die in jail. Continuing. Joe Pietka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told us that he did not recall specific internal FBI discussions about having him provide the FBI security briefings for Trump and Clinton, but believes that the group who likely would have been part of any such discussions, Strzok, the Intel section chief, and possibly Lisa Page, shared a general understanding of the reasons for doing so. Said hatchet man also told us that using an opportunity to interact with the subject of an investigation is not unusual for the FBI. Oh yeah, you investigate presidential candidates. That was easy. All the time, without them knowing it, and completely screw over their campaign with a secret FISA indictment or application that is leaked all over the press. So yeah, you guys are totally above board. Continuing, is not unusual for the FBI, and that in this instance, it actually proved useful because Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, was able to compare Flynn's quote-unquote norms from the briefing with Flynn's conduct at the interview that said hatchet man conducted on January 24, 2017, in connection with the FBI's investigation of Flynn. Yeah, and if you'll remember correctly, the 302, the original 302 at least, that we saw and then it suddenly disappeared, said that Flynn did not show any signs of deception. So, comparing General Flynn's norms from the briefing to his conduct at the interview did not prove useful, unless you're saying that it proved that Flynn wasn't lying. What a piece of dirt this guy is. He's got to go. I don't remember if he's gone yet or not. I can't say. The fact that they're referring to him as SSA 1, I believe, means that he's not there, or that he is still there, which is a complete miscarriage of justice. Continuing. We asked said hatchet man whether he was aware of any discussions within the FBI about the appropriateness of the FBI using an ODNI strategic intelligence briefing for a presidential candidate organized by ODNI as part of the presidential transition process as an opportunity to gather potentially relevant investigative information about or from a staff member who is the subject of an FBI investigation. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, responded that he did not recall if there were any such discussions, but if there were, they would have occurred at levels above him. He also told us that he did not personally have any concerns with the plan. In other words, a complete sociopath. Continuing. According to Baker, discussions about said hatchet man as the FBI briefer did occur at higher levels. Baker told us that he recalled these discussions included himself, McCabe, Priestap, Strzok, possibly Lisa Page, and the FBI's then executive assistant director of the National Security Branch. Baker said the decision to use Piecka for the briefing was reached by consensus within this group. Baker told us that he did not raise any concerns about using the hatchet man as the briefer because, quote, he was not there to induce anybody to say anything. Oh, well, it's okay then. He wasn't trying to make anybody incriminate themselves. He was just listening for people to incriminate themselves. It's completely different. Continuing, he was not there, continuing the quote, he was not there to do an undercover operation or elicit some type of statement or testimony. He was there on the off chance that somebody said something that might be useful. Baker, if he goes in there on one pretense, but then is actually also performing a covert activity by trying to get information that's related without prompting, that's an undercover operation, dude. I don't care how you slice it. That's an undercover operation. Wow. Wow, wow, and wow. Sorry about eardrums, guys. I really popped that first wow. My meter went off the chart that time. Hope you're not wearing headphones. Okay, might be useful, close quote. From Baker's perspective, the benefit of having Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, at the briefing was to pick up on any statements by the attendees that might have relevance to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. So, an undercover operation. God, you liars. Okay, this is a quote from Baker. If somebody said something, you want someone in the room who knew enough about the investigation that they would be able to understand the significance of something or some type of statement, whereas a regular briefer who didn't know anything about that might just let it go, and it might not even register with them. And so that was the reason to have the hatchet man there. We asked Baker whether he recalled any discussion about the potential chilling effect on, and the FBI's participation in, future presidential transition briefings if the FBI's use of Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, in this manner became known. Baker told us that he did not recall that issue being discussed. Well, of course not, because you didn't expect to get caught. Continuing, and added that the use of said hatchet man was focused on the FBI's counterintelligence investigation and Russian activities, including any directed at the Trump campaign. It was not the intention to collect, quote, political intelligence about campaign strategy, about campaign personalities, or anything that could be used in any political way, close quote. Oh, of course not. No, of course not. That never would have happened. If Baker says so, then we know it's true. Sarcasm, folks. Continuing, we asked McCabe about his knowledge of the ODNI strategic intelligence briefings of the presidential campaigns and the decision to use Joe Piecka, Pierstruck's hatchet man, as the FBI briefer because of said hatchet man's role in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. McCabe told us that ODNI was primarily responsible for providing national security threat briefings and that the FBI was given a limited period of time in this instance to cover what it needed to address. He told us he could not recall, sorry, Senator, I do not recall, if he was aware in advance of the briefing that Joe Piecka, Pierstruck's hatchet man, would attend for the FBI, or why said hatchet man was selected. Yeah, right. You ran this thing like an engineer runs a train, Comey, and you know it. Continuing, McCabe acknowledged that it was possible he was part of a conversation about whether Piecka, hatchet man, should handle the briefing because of his involvement with Crossfire Hurricane, but said he could not recall any such conversation. Again, of course not. Why would you remember something that is illegal? Asked whether he was aware, and that's McCabe, aware that there was an investigative purpose for Joe Piecka, Pierstruck's hatchet man, handling the briefing, McCabe told us that he did not recall such a conversation and was not aware there was an investigative purpose for hatchet man attending. Said hatchet man told us that he recalled Strzok being primarily responsible for providing him with instruction on how to handle the FBI's portion of the ODNI strategic intelligence briefings, but that others also assisted, including the Intel section chief and possibly Lisa Page. Hatchet man did not recall Priestep having any role. Said hatchet man told us he believed that he and Strzok created the briefing outline together and that he prepared himself through mock briefings attended by Strzok, Lisa Page, the Intel section chief, and possibly the OGC unit chief. According to Piecka, hatchet man, the briefing outline was not tailored to serve the investigative interests of Crossfire Hurricane, and there was nothing he did differently for the Trump briefing as compared to the Clinton briefing. Quote, that was one of the things that was very key. The briefings needed to be consistent. There a record of either of those briefings at all that we could use to see if you're lying or not? Continuing, the OIG reviewed the briefing outline prepared by Joe Piecka, Pierstruck's hatchet man, and Strzok. According to the outline, I don't have a nickname for Strzok because he's so tarred and feathered with everything he's done. There's no need for a nickname. Strzok means piece of crap, no matter what language you say it in. So it's self-evident. Continuing, according to the outline, the purpose of the briefing was to, quote, give the recipients a baseline on the presence and threat posed by foreign intelligence services to the national security of the U.S. Then why didn't you tell Trump that you were investigating people on the outside of the campaign for possible ties to Russia, and that the Trump campaign should be aware of any possible influence attempts? Why didn't you tell them that? Because you wanted to wring the Trump campaign out to dry, or you wanted to wring the Trump campaign dry, I should say, and make it a shell campaign as opposed to a president who's going to run the country properly and without interference from the intelligence community. It didn't happen that way, though, did it? Continuing, the outline described the type of information that FIS seeks to obtain, the presence of FIS intelligence officers in the United States, and the primary methodologies FIS intelligence officers use to collect information. Okay, if it's a foreign intelligence service, then why would you say foreign intelligence service intelligence officers? Wouldn't you just say foreign intelligence officers? Whatever. Continuing, the outline also identified the Russian FIS and the Chinese as posing the greatest threat to the United States and described generally the difference in how the two countries conduct intelligence operations. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told us that he was the only FBI representative at the ODNI briefing on August 17, 2016, which was attended by Trump, General Flynn, and another Trump campaign advisor. According to said hatchet man, he understood the ODNI briefing would take about 2 hours to complete, and that said hatchet man would have about 10 minutes to conduct the FBI's security briefing. In the meantime, he could just sit there and soak up the ambiance and try to pick up anything he could in a secret subterfuge to, I know it's redundant, but it sounded good at the time, to make the Trump campaign worthless. Uncle Bobbity has a good one here. Old Bomber, for those of you who don't read Uncle Bobbity, he means Obama, should go to the Hotel Gitmo for his direction of the Trump campaign spying coup, ka-choo. I added the second coup there. I believe it's coup, ka-choo. Or two coups, I should say, but good enough. Laura Weekly says, I could swear Strzok had a Y in his name, so I'm thinking of different spellings again to again avoid FOIA. Ah, I had never seen a Y in his name, actually. But you read a lot more of this stuff than I do, Laura. I'm more of an audio person, so I would not be at all inclined to call you out on that. I'm sure you have. I'll bet it was early, though, when people were still trying to figure out how to spell his name and pronounce his name. But still, I'm sure you did see that. Let's see. Okay, continuing. The outline also identified the Russian FIS, and I already read that. Okay. Let's see. Effer. Okay, 10 minutes. Here we go. Okay. After completing his briefing, Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, said he remained for the duration of the ODNI briefing. Of course you did. About a week after the briefing, said hatchet man communicated separately with the OGC attorney and Strzok about whether to formally document the briefing. There was an agreement that he should. Said hatchet man told us that given the quote, unquote, big stakes involved, it was important to document the interaction with the subject of an FBI investigation so that there was a clear record of what was said. There was also an agreement that an electronic communication, or EC, instead of a 302, was the better document form to use because the briefing was not an interview and there was nothing testimonial to memorialize. If you're secretly amassing information from general tone, phrases being dropped, and body language, isn't that testimonial? Just not in a direct sense, because you weren't being questioned, but you were being observed, like through a one-way mirror. Another distinction without a difference, in my opinion. They do a lot of that. Continuing. The August 30, 2016 EC was drafted by Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, and approved by Strzok and the OGC attorney. The 3-page document describes the purpose, location, and attendees of the briefing. It states that the FBI security briefing lasted approximately 13 minutes and describes how one of the ODNI briefers initiated the briefing, explained the ground rules, and introduced said hatchet man. The EC then recounts in summary fashion the briefing said hatchet man provided. In this regard, the EC is consistent with the outline of the briefing described above. Woven into the briefing summary are questions posed to Piecka by Trump and General Flynn, and Piecka's responses, as well as comments made by Trump and General Flynn. For those of you who weren't here the other day, I refuse to just say Flynn or Michael Flynn. This guy is a veteran of incredible stature, incredible accomplishment, and I don't feel his name should be mentioned without his retired rank in front of it. I think he deserves at least that modicum of respect from everybody. I think Bongino does the same thing. I'm not sure, but I did not take it from him. If he did it at the same time, then I just missed it. But it should be that way. Continuing. Other than identifying the ODNI briefers and the length of the ODNI strategic intelligence briefing, the EC does not contain any details about the information that was provided by ODNI. Of course not. Otherwise, you'd be able to compare it to the Hillary briefing. Continuing. With regard to comments made by Trump or Flynn during the ODNI briefing, the Electronic Communications describes 2 questions asked by Trump. Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told us that General Flynn made comments during exchanges with the ODNI briefers on many subjects unrelated to Russia that said hatchet man did not document because the information was not pertinent to any FBI interests. Okay, all right. Heaven forbid you would completely document a meeting that you stayed for the entire time and not put anything down that did not, in your opinion, have interest, effect, or whatever for the FBI. It's like those transcripts that they did not do completely because they figured it would be a waste of time, even though it had exculpatory information included in it. They only cherry-picked the parts that made General Flynn, Carter Page or George Papadopoulos, the ones that would make them look complicit in the whole Russian thing. Interesting. So not surprising at all. Continuing. Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told us that he documented those instances where he was engaged by the attendees, as well as anything related to the FBI or pertinent to the FBI Crossfire Hurricane investigation, such as comments about the Russian Federation. Yeah, but there was no spy in the Trump campaign ever. Unbelievable. Said hatchet man said that he also documented information that may not have been relevant at the time he recorded it, but might prove relevant in the future. After completing the EC, said hatchet man added it to the Crossfire Hurricane case file. Footnote 479. FBI records indicate the EC was uploaded to the FBI's Sentinel case management system on August 30, 2016. Last page, folks. With respect to the FBI security briefings Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, provided to Clinton, Kaine, and Pence, said hatchet man told us that he did not memorialize those briefings in writing because the attendees did not include a subject of an FBI investigation. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Just another example of J. Edgar Hoover's FBI living on and living large. Okay, that leads us to footnote 480. We identified text messages between Strzok and Lisa Page from November 2016, suggesting the FBI may have considered using a connection between a then member of Pence's staff and an FBI employee in some manner to further the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. We asked Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, about this. He said that he had been told of the connection but did not personally know the FBI employee, and that he did not change his approach to Pence's FBI security briefing because of the connection. He also said he could not recall, "I'm sorry, Senator, I do not recall," any discussions about using the connection to further the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, and we did not find any evidence that it was used. Yeah, but they really talked about putting someone in there, didn't they? That was footnote 480. Continuing. He also told us that there was nothing from the other briefings that was of investigative value to the Crossfire Hurricane team. Had there been, he would have documented it. Wow. We also asked Joe Pieka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, whether he participated in any post-presidential election transition briefings. Footnote 481. On September 2, 2016, ODNI provided a second strategic intelligence briefing to Trump, General Flynn, and another Trump campaign advisor. We found no evidence that said hatchet man or anyone from the FBI attended this briefing, although instant messages indicate that the FBI had contacted ODNI about including said hatchet man at the briefing. Missed opportunity, I guess. Too bad the ODNI didn't need another spy in there. Continuing, that was footnote 41. He, meaning SSA-1, Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told us that he did not, and that he would be surprised if the FBI provided any such briefings that included General Flynn without said hatchet man's knowledge. Look at that. They're absolutely spying on General Flynn at every opportunity. And then once the White House is in transition, is in chaos, because Trump and his team are scrambling to find people qualified to work in the White House because of all the Russia stuff, because of the Never Trumpers who never got over it, the fact that their party changed in such a dynamic and proper way that it would be able to lead for years to come, as opposed to the crappy, stuck in the mud Republican Party that couldn't win an election on a bet. I mean, they picked McCain and Romney, for crying out loud. Who the hell thought they had a chance? Okay, final paragraph. We identified no department or FBI policies or procedures regarding the handling of presidential transition briefings, and no requirement that department leadership be consulted before using a presidential transition briefing or a defensive briefing for possible investigative purposes. Well, of course not. Of course not. That would make sense. But then again, this was such a out-of-bounds investigation, completely unregulated, completely unprecedented, that I doubt you could really write a procedure for such an unforeseen event. Just like with Bruce Orr in the DOJ, and there not being a rule against DOJ employees acting as conduits between released spies or confidential sources for the FBI, being a conduit between them and the FBI, thereby alleviating the FBI's requirement to reopen that spy, that report generator, if you will. There were no rules against that, because who the hell would do it? Who the hell would think it's possible? Unbelievable. Last sentence. Because we believe doing so presents important policy issues, we make a recommendation in Chapter 11 that addresses this issue. All right, now here we are. We're not done yet. Everybody remember, we're not done yet. Chapter 11 is going to be read in two parts. I made notes here. Chapter 11 is 65 pages long. What we just read today was 39 pages long. So obviously we can't do all that in one day. So we're going to break it up. But if I break it up into the right sections, then by the time we get to Saturday and finish Chapter 11, we'll also be able to finish the rest of the report in its entirety. If you guys will excuse me just a minute, I think a delivery just came. I got to go to the door. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm sorry that it took too long. Um, I checked both doors. I thought I heard the one of the delivery trucks drive away. Obviously, I was wrong. But right as I was coming back to the chair, Picasso was called. She thought we were done. She wasn't listening closely enough. So there's that. All right. So I don't think it's going to take us too long on Judicial Watch. So we'll we'll get out of here in not too distant future. So I'm going to leave this up. It'll be there tomorrow. And again, I shouldn't say half of Chapter 11. I'll read as much as I can tomorrow, and then to get us out of here by 4 or 5 o'clock Central Time. That's 5 or 6 Eastern Time, and then or 7 or 8 Atlantic Time, and then we'll get on from there. But right now, I'm going to call up Judicial Watch because of the great call I got earlier today about something that they had just broken. Let's see. I'm sorry, that was rude. Where is it? Is it press releases in the news? No. Okay, let's try press releases. Nope. Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Let's check out Corruption Chronicles. Nope. Let's just do a search here. Obama, Clinton, emails. Does anyone know where this is supposed to be? I'm doing a very bad job finding it. Let's in the news. No, those are all too late. Beaker, it was reported in the chat that let me just go away from Judicial Watch now and look somewhere else. It was reported in the chat that Judicial Watch had reported that all of the Clinton email traffic went through the Obama email account as well, through the White House account. So I was supposed to be on Judicial Watch. I couldn't find it. Maybe I just don't know what I'm doing. So let me try general DuckDuckGo search and see what I can do. Okay, let's see. Clinton emails. Try this way. Emails. Obama. Here we go. Washington Examiner. First one. Oh, wait. There's the. No, that's an old one. Okay, this one then. Oh man, it's April. Come on, guys. That's the old story that they found some. All right, let's see this one. Nope, that's May. Okay, Laura says it is the JW site. All right, I'll go back to that. Laura, if you can give me any kind of guidance on where that should be. Wait, is this it? Did I find it? Okay, this might. All right. So the Obama White House tracked a FOIA request for Clinton emails. Is that what we're looking for? If because that looks like no, that's May again. That's May. Let's try this. No, that's the same article. SRS, welcome back. SRS 4859, I should say, welcome back. Where's home? Try happening now. Man, yeah. Any hints at all? I would really appreciate it because I'm coming up dry here, and this is supposed. I mean, as it was presented earlier, this is a really hot story. Oh, I didn't want to go there, so I really want to find it. Let's just try Obama. Oops. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I was staring right at it. Okay, it's a video. Let me make sure. Yeah, desktop audio's on. Okay, guys, I'm going to start playing it. And if you guys don't pick it up right away, please let me know in the chat, and I'll fix it quickly. But I'm pretty sure you should be able to hear it just fine. I had to turn down my monitor in my headphones real quickly so I wouldn't blow my ears out. Here we go.
This is the anniversary week of the 9/11 attacks, both on 9/11/2001 and 9/11/2012 Benghazi. And I want to talk about Benghazi in particular because President Obama.
Nope, that's not working, is it?
In the news because he's out campaigning for.
That was not working. Let's see what's going on here. Desktop audio is on. Have I got a problem here? Open sound settings. Oh, there it is. There it is. I fixed it. Okay. This should fix it now. You were hearing it through my microphone. In fact, I've got to turn my mic off so you guys don't get feedback. Let me just mute it right here.
Democrats, which is his God-given right as an American. So he can do whatever he wants in that regard. But he talked about, and this is the anniversary week of the 9/11 attacks, both on 9/11/2001 and 9/11/2012 Benghazi. And I want to talk about Benghazi in particular.
Yeah, that was a recap. I just saw on the page there that it was from something like May. Man. Yeah, I should have guessed it right. It said flashback right at the very title. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that. Let's just go by all. Let's pull everything up here. One last try. I don't see anything. I do not see anything. Let me go to the home page. It was still searching Obama. Let's see. Breaking news. Extra registrants and voting rolls. DOJ. Uncle Bobbity, it's very good. It's very good. I like it. Man, guys, I just don't have it. I just don't have it. Again, if anyone has a thank you, Stevie. Dude does happen on occasion. I do not know where this is. If anyone has any kind of a search term that I should use on the Judicial Watch website, please send it to me, because I just don't see it on the front page anywhere. And this is, there's a suit against Schiff in the House Intelligence Committee, but we knew about that. That was a few days ago. I know I'm wasting your guys' time. You know what? I haven't found what we're looking for, but here is something from today. Clinton lawyer granted immunity for deleting 33,000 emails during 2016 campaign. So let's just check that out, and then we'll call it a day. So let me mute my microphone. Oh, wait, it's on my speakers. It's on my headset. I don't have to mute. That's right. All right, here we go. This will be the end of the day. And if you guys do see that story that we're trying to find, please send it to the email that I put in the link in the chat earlier, or just put it in the comment section of this video. I'll be sure to pick it up immediately, and I can lead with it tomorrow before we start reading Chapter 11. So any help you might be able to give me is greatly appreciated, as always. Okay, so we'll play this real fast. Clinton lawyer granted immunity for deleting 33,000 emails during 2016 campaign. Oh, this is best of 2019 too. Come on, Tom, you didn't say flashback this time. All right, there's nothing there, folks. So again, if you can find it, put it in the comment section first. I'll see it immediately. If you send it to the email address, I might miss it for a day. I'll check it tomorrow before I go on, though. But we got nothing. Tom let us down. I shouldn't say that. Tom never lets us down. Oh, wait. Uncle Bobbity has a link here. Uncle Bobbity always finds the best links. Control C. Put that page back up. Control V. All right. This is it right here. Let's just make sure tip sheet 1230 shocker. Yep, that's the one. Okay. All right. This was posted. Oh, quiet down, you. Quiet down. This was posted on December 30th of last year by Matt Vespa and townhall.com. And let's see, let me turn my monitor back up since we're not on a video. Does this Hillary email on Benghazi suggest her actions were grounded in executing a clean 2016 campaign? Our friends at Twitchy posted about it first, but a new email has dropped concerning former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's actions after the 2012 Benghazi terror attack that led to 3 deaths of 4 Americans, including Ambassador Christopher Stevens. It occurred in September of 2012, weeks away from the election. The Obama White House's rallying cry, as we all remember, was that al-Qaeda was on the run. They were wrong. The Obama administration said that this attack was a quote-unquote spontaneous reaction to a YouTube video released months prior to the attack. It was a lie. Judicial Watch has been hell on wheels regarding their fight for disclosure about this incident and many more under the Obama administration with their FOIA requests and countless lawsuits for documents to be released. The revelation that the Obama administration scrubbed talking points only added to the intrigue that there was some sort of cover-up in the weeks leading up to a critical election for then-President Obama. The email Judicial Watch obtained was sent by Jacob Sullivan, Clinton's then Deputy Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor, to the former First Lady's address 18 days after the attack. Then Chief of Staff Cheryl Mills was carbon copied on the exchange. Again, I know if some of you already knew what was up with the previous disclosures from this horrific attack, but more information is leaching out. Veteran investigative reporter Cheryl Atkinson wrote about the email, though it was released in October. Still, given the recent Department of Justice Inspector General report on FISA abuses during the 2016 election, this communication once again reshines a light into the intelligence community's shoddy record as of late. Again, this is from Cheryl Atkinson. Let me take a drink here. It's the intelligence community's initial assessments of the Benghazi attacks. The conservative watchdog group Judicial Watch recently released an email written to Clinton in 2012 after the deadly Islamic extremist terrorist attacks of Americans in Benghazi, Libya. The Obama administration initially falsely blamed the attacks on a quote-unquote spontaneous mob motivated by an anti-Muslim video. And I believe that video got just a handful of views, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it wasn't even on a suggested list or anything like that. There are a lot more popular anti-Muslim videos out there than this one. But again, that's the way I remember it. If I'm wrong, let me know. Continuing. The email was written by Clinton aide Jake Sullivan. It discusses the administration's controversial Benghazi talking points. All right, there's a gap, and it continues. The email from Sullivan to Clinton is dated September 29, 2012, 18 days after the attacks. It refers to the controversy over Obama official Susan Rice, who had appeared on TV network Sunday talk shows presenting the incorrect talking points that blamed a spontaneous, again, mob. Based on the email, it appears as though someone had asked on Clinton's behalf to answer the accusation that Susan had, quote-unquote, made things up. It also seems to imply that Clinton knew the real story, quote-unquote, or the terrorist nature of the attacks from the start, although she immediately blamed the anti-Muslim video in a meeting with victims' family members. I remember that all too well. Continuing. Sullivan blames the intelligence community for providing the incorrect information, blaming the video, and says they were, quote-unquote, unanimous about it. Well, we all know how great unanimous IC reports are. All right, let's see. So there's the link to Cheryl's initial story. Let's see, another tweet. This isn't she's replying here. This isn't about that. It's about the reliability of the intelligence community, which remains in play. Hillary's folks said they were unanimously wrong on something that big. Some are still there today or were there recently. And then there's a text from a Super Mario that says, in response, an ambassador got killed and thrown under the bus because Hillary wanted a clean record to run in 2016. Continuing. Twitchy captured some of the reactions, with one person saying that Clinton's actions alluded to in the email suggest the former First Lady was trying to clear a path for a clean 2016 run without Benghazi being in the mix. Okay, we just covered that. Not the case. We got something better. It should be we've got something better. Allegations that she mishandled classified information by having an unsecured and unauthorized homebrew server from which all of her official business was conducted at the State Department. And she lied about State, saying it was okay to have such a system. Every talking point she offered was eviscerated by the press until she stopped doing press conferences altogether. She wiped those away like what you would do with a cloth. Nice reference. So in the end, Clinton didn't have a clean run. The irony is that Benghazi was the least of her worries during that election. While inaccuracy is bad, of course, the abuse concerning the FBI's actions concerning obtaining a FISA spy warrant against former Trump campaign officials is the latest. A former Trump. Their copy editing is not good here. Spy warrant against a former Trump campaign official is the latest stain on the intelligence community. Someone at the FBI excluded or omitted key exculpatory information on page, an offense that Inspector General Michael Horowitz said was systemic from the supervisory level on down. Someone should be fired, but that won't happen. At the same time, let's see what Attorney General William Barr and U.S. Attorney John Durham reveal when their Russia collusion origins probe is released. Here's a copy of the Clinton email from Jacob Sullivan to Hillary and Cheryl Mills. Subject, key points. Below is my stab at talking points for the senator call. Cheryl, I've left the last point blank for you. These are rough, but you get the point. I'm looking forward to sitting down and having a Hillary to John conversation about what we know. I know you were frustrated by the briefing we did, and I'm sorry our hands were tied in that setting. It's important we see each other in person, but over the phone today I just wanted to make a few points. First, we've been taking this deadly seriously, as we should. Yeah, deadly seriously, right. I set up the ARB in record time with serious people on it. ARB. After action report would be appropriate in that, but I don't know what an ARB is. Anyway, I will get to the bottom of all these security questions. We are also in overdrive working to track down the killers, and not just through the FBI. We will get this right. Second, the White House and Susan were not making things up. They were going with what they were told by the intelligence community. The real story may have been obvious to you from the start, and indeed I called it an assault by heavily armed militants in my first statement, but the IC gave us very different information. They were unanimous about it. Let me read you an email from the day before Susan went on the shows. It provides the talking points for HPSCI and for her public appearance. It's from a very senior official at CIA copying his counterparts at DNI, NCTC, and FBI. Here are the talking points. First, the currently available information suggests that the demonstrations in Benghazi were spontaneously inspired by the protests at the U.S. Embassy in Cairo and evolved into a direct assault against the U.S. consulate and subsequently its annex. There are indications that extremists participated in the violent demonstrations. Next, this assessment may change as additional information is collected and analyzed and as currently available information continues to be evaluated. Next, the investigation is ongoing and the U.S. government is working with Libyan authorities to bring justice to those responsible for the deaths of U.S. citizens. And again, there's a missing word there. It should be deaths of, and there's no of there. And no one has a copy editor anymore. This is pathetic. Continuing, that is exactly what Susan said following the guidance from the IC. She obviously got bad advice, but she was not shading the truth. Third, you have to remember that the video was important. We had 4 embassies breached because of protests inspired by it. Cairo, Tunis, Khartoum, and Sana'a. Sana'a? I'll finish and I'm going to look that up. I have no idea where Sana'a is. We had serious security challenges in Pakistan and Chennai and some other places. I have no idea where Chennai is. All this was happening at the same time. So many of the contemporaneous comments about the video weren't referring in any way to Benghazi. Now, of course, even in those countries, it was about much more than the video, but the video was certainly a piece of it, one we felt we had to speak to so that our allies in those countries would back us up. All right, and that's the end of the article. Okay, so let's, I got 2 things to look up here. First is Sana'a. Oh, the largest city in Yemen. if I'm not mistaken, that was overrun by the Houthis. Sorry, the ones that are backed by Iran. I had heard that before, but I didn't remember it. Okay, so there's that. One more. It was Chennai. I think it's in India. The capital of the Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Okay, Tamil rebels. All right, so now we know. It's in the district of Madras. I'm sorry, no, it's also known as Madras, or Madras. That's the name that I had heard before, although I couldn't tell you where Madras was on a map. But so Chennai is, I guess, now the pronunciation that we use, kind of like when we used to call Beijing Peking, and now Chennai is the local pronunciation. Something like that. So now we know. Yeah, Ray, you're right. Ray says it was a cartoon video. Was it worth the lives of 4 men? No. Although, actually wasn't it 3 men with 1 survivor, not including the CIA guys who came to respond and drove the crowd away. I believe it was 3 with a 4th surviving. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It was a tragedy that could have been prevented if Clinton had listened to the ambassador once and sent the security teams that he needed. He knew what was coming weeks in advance, and she refused to listen to him. And then in her Senate testimony, remember this? She said, oh, well, he was joking all the time. He was such a funny guy. He always had, a laugh at the ready. Unbelievable. And again, just completely urinating on the memories of these people, including the ones who fought tooth and nail to at least get the bodies out before they were ripped to shreds by these animals. I'm sorry, Nancy Pelosi says there's no such thing as animals in human form. They have that spark of divine, divine inspiration, I believe was the term she used. Yeah, never. Uncle Bobby, compare Ambassador Stevens' fate to Ambassador Yovanovitch. Yeah, right. Ambassador Stevens is killed for being left completely bare for support, and Ambassador Yovanovitch gets fired, recalled. Excuse me, ambassadors aren't fired; they're recalled, and she loses her ever-loving mind over it. Like she deserved to have a sinecure there. I'm sorry, no, she did have a sinecure. Like she deserved a permanent posting without any interference from the executive branch whatsoever. David, you're right. Marine details should provide security for foreign service. They absolutely should. The thinking is behind that, though, is that foreign soldiers would create more tension, which I think is like the old adage that you shouldn't wear a seatbelt because it keeps you from being able to move around in the car, when that's the whole point. We've got Marines in Libya. We've got Marines in Iraq. Why shouldn't we have them everywhere else? Although we can't afford to build a $750 million embassy everywhere we're at. So, the logistics. But you're right, it has to be done. Okay, folks, we finished for the day. I'm sorry. Yes, there's that word again, David, that I didn't give you what I promised. I had expected to be able to find that article, but we'll get it done. We will get it done. So real quickly, and then I'm going to let you all go so you can watch Lizard Bites event. I know it's been on it just started, actually, so we'll let you get to that. But real quickly recap. Tomorrow we read most of chapter 11. Now, of course, that's Friday the 3rd. And then Saturday the 4th, we will finish chapter 11 and then read chapter 12 and the 2 appendices. Chapter 12, rather brief, so we'll have plenty of time to get through those. I don't expect a long Saturday. Again, we'll try to read tomorrow for like 6 hours. Maybe 6 hours would be good. And we'll get through most of it. I want to thank all of you for being here today. It was a great chat, one of the best ones, really. And it was well populated. I really appreciate everyone's attendance. It means a lot, both to, hey, Iron Slippers. Hey, oh, dude, we're done. We're done. Uncle Bobbity, are you serious? Oh, chapter 11. Chapter 11. Once again, the chat goes right by me. Right by me. Oh, you guys. It's a great chat, but some days you'll be the death of me too. Thank you, Ray. Okay, yes, start time tomorrow, David, is 11 a.m. Central Time, just like today, our normal time, 12 p.m. real time, 1 p.m. Atlantic time. You guys are welcome, and again, thank you. So, without further ado, and Saturday, Friday and Saturday will also be the same start times, 11 a.m. Central, noon real time. But until tomorrow morning, my time, be well, God bless, and happy trails. See you tomorrow morning, folks. Bye-bye. And now, Learning Curve in its entirety.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny stormy seas, from the brightest day, from the darkest night, from the sunny